as we would have liked is because China, in particular, has been there as an economic backstop, but not just China. Other nations like India, South Africa, Brazil have continued to do business. There was a fundamental shift in U.S. economic power globally, and that there are other nations now that are stepping into that void. We don't have the ability to simply choke off another nation that we once had because of that alliance that is being built. And I think that means that we should start thinking about, well, how do we deal with that? What is a new strategy to recognize that we are definitely in a competition now for economic primacy in the world, and how do we best confront that competition? I'm worried that we overly rely on sanctions, certainly not in this case, not where Russia is concerned, but in a number of other cases that push nations across the globe away from us and into the arms of China and Russia. Which only further weakens our ability to hold Russia to account for this war. But let me close where I started, and that is the importance of Ukraine. Ukraine can, in fact, win. They can maintain a sovereign democratic Ukraine and stop Russia, but only if we help them. And the implications of that, certainly for NATO more broadly, are profound. So I urge the Speaker again, give us that vote so that we can help Ukraine defend the interests that are important to us as well as to Ukraine and the rest of the world. And with that, I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the ranking member. Now introduce the witnesses. We have the Honorable Celeste Wallander, the Assistant Secretary of Defense for International Security Affairs, and also General Christopher Cavoli is the Commander of U.S. European Command. I welcome the witnesses. Ms. Wallander, we'll start with you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Rogers, Ranking Member Smith, and distinguished members of the committee. This is a great opportunity to testify, and I want to also thank you for the support of Congress and the committee to enable the Department of Defense's operations and posture in Europe. It is an honor to appear alongside General Cavoli. With its unprovoked invasion in 2022, Russia revealed its determination to revert to an international system that rewards aggression. In response to Putin's challenge and to ensure continued deterrence and defense of our collective security, the Department has enhanced its posture in Europe over the last 2 years. But we are not alone. I can report that our allies in Europe are sharing the responsibility for collective defense. Together with our allies, the Department is committed to reinforcing the lesson that aggression will result in very costly failure. American security and prosperity rely on that fact. In Ukraine, our strategic goal is to see a sovereign, independent, economically viable, and democratic Ukraine emerge from Russia's failure, a Ukraine with the means to deter and defend itself against further aggression. Russian forces continue their assault in Ukraine's east and south and target civilians and critical infrastructure across Ukraine. Ukraine's defenses and its population will face devastation without additional U.S. security assistance to join with Europe's. With congressional support, we will strengthen Ukraine in forging a strong defense industrial base that provides Ukraine with its required capabilities and resilience. Meanwhile, we have organized our allies and partners into coalitions focused on key capability areas for Ukraine's Air Force, ground-based air defense, artillery, maritime security, armor, information security, information technology, demining, and drones. Through U.S. leadership of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group, we have provided more than $88 billion in security assistance to Ukraine. U.S. leadership is ensuring that Russia is bearing enormous costs as a result of its war against Ukraine. Russia has expended $211 billion to equip, deploy, maintain, and sustain operations in Ukraine, resources that Russia's limited economy ill affords. Russia's armed forces have suffered at least 315,000 casualties in the fight. Yet, because of Putin's obsessions, Putin's Russia will be a threat to European and U.S. security for years. DoD is focused on our defense and on deterring Russia from attacks on the United States and our NATO allies. NATO is stronger today than ever. Finland and Sweden are allies, and more allies than ever are devoting at minimum 2% of GDP to defense. Today, 18 allies meet the 2% requirement, compared to only 9 in 2020. Several more will meet 2% by the July Washington summit. In 2024, NATO allies will invest a total of $470 billion in defense, which amounts to 2% of the aggregate GDP of all of the members of the alliance. NATO allies together are answering the call to meet this historic threat. The Department will continue working with allies to defend our countries and our freedoms throughout Europe, including on its eastern flank, those facing Russia, where American soldiers serve on the front line from Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria. America will welcome our allies this summer for the Washington NATO Summit to celebrate the 75th anniversary of the signing of the Washington Treaty that established the NATO alliance, founded on freedom and democracy. There are also states beyond NATO's Article 5 umbrella threatened by Russia. Moldova recognizes the threat posed by Russia and is undertaking significant defense reforms. Moscow continues its occupation of 20% of Georgia's territory and maintains an unwelcome military presence in both Armenia and Azerbaijan. DoD works with all four to strengthen ties, build resilience, and advance Euro-Atlantic integration. I want to emphasize how important Congress is to achieving our strategic objectives in Europe and beyond. Your reliable, stable, and consistent support and funding are critical. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Wallander. General Cavoli, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Rogers, Ranking Member Smith, distinguished members of the committee, it's an honor to testify before you today on behalf of the men, women, and families of U.S. European Command. I'd like to publicly recognize our service members' shared sacrifice, and I'd like to praise their devotion to the mission and thank you for your support of them. I'm lucky to be accompanied by Command Sergeant Major Rob Abernathy here today, who represents those men, women, and families, and I'm honored to testify next to Dr. Wallander. We're facing challenging times, to say the least, in the European theater. Russia's brutal, unprovoked war has ravaged Ukraine for over 2 years. Their forces are demolishing cities and are destroying innocent lives on a scale we have not seen since the Second World War. Moreover, Russia is turning to the People's Republic of China, Iran, and North Korea to sustain its campaign in Ukraine. These countries are forming interlocking strategic partnerships in an attempt to challenge the existing order. This is profoundly inimical to U.S. national interests. And Russia shows no signs of stopping, nor does Russia intend to stop with Ukraine. Russia presents a chronic threat. U.S. EUCOM has responded to this Russian threat by enhancing our deterrence posture across Europe. We have strengthened our eastern flank with rotational force deployments. We have expanded pre-positioned stocks, and we've modernized our infrastructure to enable rapid reception of reinforcing forces. We have demonstrated this capability to reinforce in all domains through dozens of multinational training exercises. So we're ready to defend, and this allows us to deter. And we have deterred Russia from attacking our alliance. U.S. EUCOM is also very proud to lead the international effort in support of Ukraine. We do this through the Security Assistance Group Ukraine, SAG-U, which is led by Lieutenant General Tony Agudo. In the past 26 months of this war, the U.S. and our partners have delivered vast amounts of critical munitions and equipment to our Ukrainian colleagues. The SAG-U has facilitated a full range of training to promote unit readiness. We have ensured that Ukraine knows how to use their new equipment and knows how to maintain it. Nevertheless, Russia persists in its vicious campaign. And meanwhile, Ukraine remains almost entirely dependent on external support to stay in this fight. The severity of this moment cannot be overstated. If we do not continue to support Ukraine, Ukraine could lose. So our efforts are great, but in all of this, U.S. EUCOM is not alone. War in Europe has given our allies and partners clear purpose and unity, and they've seized the opportunity presented by this catastrophe. Over the past year, there have been profound changes in NATO. We have new war plans for the first time in 35 years. We have a new force model and a new readiness model. It makes more than 700% more European troops available to the Supreme Allied Commander, me, than just a couple of years ago. We have a streamlined and focused command structure. We have new authorities that give me the ability to respond to crisis in a timely manner. And European governments are backing these organizational changes with a concrete uptick in investment. In 2024, at least 20 nations are expected to meet the 2% of GDP defense spending mark. This compares to only 3 that did so in 2014. Continued U.S. leadership is essential, however. Our allies are stepping up, but they require and they hope for our continued leadership and example. By upholding our commitment to Ukraine and by demonstrating steadfast cohesion with the NATO alliance, we provide a clear deterrent to our adversaries. Should that deterrence fail, U.S. EUCOM, alongside our allies, is ready to fight and win. I thank Congress for your unwavering support to our servicemen and women, to our mission, to their safety, and to their well-being. Chairman Rogers, Ranking Member Smith, on behalf of the entire European Command, thank you again for this opportunity today. I very much look forward to your questions.
I think the witnesses, I recognize myself for questions. General Cavoli, what would be the consequences for Ukraine, the United States, and NATO if Congress fails to, in a timely manner, pass the supplemental funding bill?
Chairman Rogers, you know, I can't predict the future, but I can do simple math. And when I look at the supply rates, I look at the supply sources, when I look at the consumption rates, if we do not continue to support Ukraine, Ukraine will run out of artillery shells and will run out of air defense interceptors in fairly short order, Mr. Chairman. Based on my experience in 37 plus years in the U.S. military, if one side can shoot and the other side can't shoot back, the side that can't shoot back loses. So the stakes are very high. We are the main supplier of ground-based air defense and artillery shells for Ukraine right now. It's important to note that our allies are increasing their production rates. They're just not able to take it all under their control yet. They just don't have the supplies. They're increasing rapidly. Both NATO and the European Union are working to increase European production. That will be the first part of a bridge to the future. And then, meanwhile, we're all working with Ukraine to increase their organic production rates. They're already producing about 11,000 artillery shells a year and some other things, so we're bringing that up. But in the meantime, they're really dependent this year on us, Mr. Chairman, and without our support, they will not be able to prevail.
Thank you. Dr. Wallander, some of our members are frustrated. They feel like the administration doesn't have a clear plan or objective in Ukraine. Can you articulate that for us?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The objective is Russia's strategic failure. Putin's goal is to subjugate Ukraine, to strip it of its sovereignty and independence, but also to weaken and subvert Europe, America, and especially, of course, the NATO alliance. So our objectives and what has guided our policies for the last 2 years is that Ukraine remain a sovereign, independent European country that is able to defend and deter and to deliver that failure to Putin. And Ukraine is doing that with our support every day. And it is to strengthen the NATO alliance, to defend America's European security, which is the core of our global security. Our alliance in Europe enables American military presence more broadly, globally, as well as to defend and deter against Russia. And China is watching how we perform in Europe because they are drawing lessons for how we will live up to our commitments to allies and partners in the Indo-Pacific. So we need to ensure that Putin also fail in his goal to undermine European security. We are doing this out of self-interest, out of American national security interests, as well as, of course, the admiration that we Americans feel for Ukraine. But in the end, we are doing this so that Americans can be secure at home and abroad.
Okay, General Cavoli, if funding is not provided by the U.S. and NATO for Ukraine and that government falls, do you believe that Russia will take the entirety of the country or just a portion thereof?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that Russia will take as much of that country as they can get. And if the Ukrainian armed forces are not able to hold, they'll take as much as they can. This could, in the worst case, put Russian soldiers throughout Ukraine, which would put them on many more NATO country borders than they are currently. And that would cost an awful lot for us to deal with.
And do y'all have an expectation of what would happen next after, assuming that Ukraine falls and Russia takes the entirety of the nation? At some point, do you believe there'll be further aggression or not? And if so, what would that be?
I believe Russia would be emboldened, Mr. Chairman, and I believe at some point they would commit further aggression. And if I may, I'd like to ask Celeste if she has that as well.
I fully agree with General Cavoli. Putin is not going to stop at Ukraine. Ukraine is a step towards undermining European security and the transatlantic alliance, and therefore American security.
Thank the witnesses. Chair recognizes the ranking member for any questions he may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Cavoli, taking the flip side of that question, if we get assistance to Ukraine as is currently outlined, what do you assess are their chances of stopping Russia where they're at least right now?
Sir, I think those chances would be very good. I think they would be able to do it. We worked very closely with them on their general plans and the way to accomplish them. And they have solid plans. They have a solid approach to their defense. It does need to be resourced, however.
Right. Because, I mean, at the moment, Russia's trying to press the advantage they have because Ukraine is rationing what they use because of the lack of support. But even then, you know, Russia seems to be struggling to break through. Can you give us your assessment as to why that is? What are the weaknesses or strengths of the Russian force and why they're still in the situation they're in?
Absolutely. The first and primary reason the Russians are unable to break through is due to the tenacity of the Ukrainian defenders. They are defending very, very hard. They fight very hard. They fight every day. On the Russian side, the Russians are struggling to put together combined arms operations or operations at the battalion level, above the company level. It's very hard to aggregate very small unit actions into a larger offensive. They are trying. They're spending enormous quantities of materiel and enormous amounts of life to try to break through just by piling small attack after small attack. It has not worked so far, but in the end, numbers matter in warfare, of course, as you know, Ranking Member Smith, and those numbers, if we don't support Ukraine, will favor the Russians over time.
Thank you. And Dr. Wallander, on a more difficult policy question, the other aspect of the Biden administration's policy here is to make sure that there was a sovereign democratic Ukraine. Yes, the Russia focus that you emphasized in your answer to the chairman's question is there, but we wanted to make sure that Ukraine was there. If we are able to get them support and we stop Russia where they're at, that of course is not the ultimate objective of Ukraine. Ukraine would like to take back all of the territory back to the pre-2014 borders. At the moment, that seems unrealistic. What would you say is the scenario and the administration's position on negotiations? So we get them the aid, we stop Russia so that Russia cannot achieve their maximalist goals. I see risk if at that point we continue, nope, we got to keep fighting because we got to get it all back. How do you have that very difficult discussion with Ukraine and also crucially with other Eastern European allies who are quite right? I mean, Ukraine should have, pre-2014 borders, but should, and what should happen isn't the same as what can happen. How do you handle that discussion to get to a peace in Ukraine?
Thank you, Congressman Smith. First and most important is our policy is to fight, to preserve, to support Ukraine so that it is sovereign and can make its own choices. So we have to understand that in the end it is the Ukrainian people and their leadership who will decide how, whether, and on what terms they might be willing to negotiate with Russia. And it's very important to remember that. And we are supporting them in security assistance, but also economic assistance and other parts of the U.S. government so that Ukraine can be that sovereign country and have that decision and live to see that day. I do think there is a misconception that what Putin is after is territory. He's not after territory. He's not after Bakhmut or Avdiivka or even Odessa. He's after Ukraine.
Yes.
And so we have to understand that while there may be a negotiation over territory at some point, some territorial resolution, we have to be ready for the fact that that probably doesn't mean that Putin gives up on the goal to subvert Ukraine and through Ukraine, Europe. So we have to do both things. We have to support Ukraine in negotiations if it chooses to negotiate, but we must not be fooled into thinking that brings an era of peace and cooperation back to
Any
Europe.
negotiation would have to make sure that there were clear security protections for Ukraine going forward. We could not simply rely on Putin's word that he would not go further. I completely agree with that. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Wilder, I have a tremendous amount of respect for you. I would tell you I disagree on the Odessa statement. I do think Putin wants Odessa. I think it gives him control of the economy of Ukraine, and that port is extremely important to him, and I think that he would like to charge a tax on everything leaving that port and give it to one of his oligarchs or keep a portion of it for himself. But my question gets to your statement about Russia's strategic failure being the Biden administration's goal. Certainly that's my goal. I want Russia to fail. I want Putin to fail. I want Ukraine to win. And you also talk about Russia's limited economy. But most numbers show that Russia's economy grew at a rate of 3.6% for 2023. Is that your understanding?
Yes, and its inflation rate is 13%.
Okay. So it's 13%?
Inflation rate is 13%.
Okay. But their economy is growing. And the Biden administration has looked the other way, while India, whose economy is also growing at a pace that's actually about 7%, has bought billions of dollars worth of oil from Russia in violation of the sanctions. Is it correct? I want to ask you about the opinion on the Biden administration. I will ask you, though, is it correct that India has purchased billions of dollars worth of oil in violation of the sanctions from Russia?
India has purchased oil from Russia, yes.
In violation of the sanctions?
That would be a technical issue on whether they are paying more than the price cap, and I'm afraid I'd have to get back to you on
Okay,
that,
fair enough.
Congressman.
As I said, I respect you. I'm not trying to play gotcha here, but my concern is that there are things the Biden administration could do that would hurt Russia's economy, and then and they have not done it. I'm also concerned with the fact that Russia, when the Ukrainians hit Russia's oil and gas infrastructure, the Biden administration came out and condemned the Ukrainians for hitting Russia's oil and gas infrastructure and suggested that they should not do that again. Can you tell me why, while Russia is attacking Ukrainians' oil and gas and energy sector, why shouldn't the Ukrainians attack the Russian oil and gas and energy sector?
The issue on attacking critical infrastructure is when those are civilian targets, we have concerns because Ukraine holds itself to the highest standards of observing the laws of armed conflict, and that's one of the elements of being a European democracy.
But the Russians are attacking the oil and gas infrastructure in Ukraine, correct?
Absolutely.
And if you're going to win a war, you can't sit back and take punches and not deliver punches. So why shouldn't the Ukrainians attack the oil and gas infrastructure in Russia?
Congressman, we have concerns about striking at civilian targets when we support countries. Again, this is Ukraine's sovereign decision, but we express those concerns.
But those oil and gas infrastructures in Russia are owned by the Kremlin, correct? It's not like they're owned by a private corporation that have shareholders and private assets are being destroyed.
They are owned by private Russian citizens who are part of the Putin regime. That is correct.
I mean, it makes sense to me that we should destroy them. General Cavoli, you talked a lot about our NATO partners and their ascension to the 2%. Russia is currently spending, as I understand it, 6% of their GDP on their military. My question is the 2%
Hi, Marie. Hi, Pert.
enough?
Hi,
If your
everyone.
enemy is spending
Welcome.
6%, if your greatest threat is coming from a country that is spending 6% of GDP, should that 2% threshold, should we work to raise that 2% threshold for the NATO partnerships?
Thanks, Congressman. So first of all, there is a lively discussion among the nations in NATO right now about whether 2% is even any longer the relevant figure. Should it be higher? As you know, a number of our allies are spending significantly above 2%. I'd call attention to Poland here especially, which is closing in on 4% of GDP. I personally believe, in the absence of any North Atlantic Council decision or agreement, I do think we're going to find that 2% is too low a figure. We have plans that have driven force structure requirements that nations are now going to be asked to build towards. So there's a blueprint, there's a shopping list for that 2%, and I think we're going to find that 2% goes pretty quickly, Congressman.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, just want to join the chairman and the ranking member in terms of the urgency of getting this supplemental assistance package voted on. Again, I think it's important to remember that the vote in the Senate was 70 to 28, which, in this polarized environment, that sends a very strong, confident message that the votes will be there in the House if we take this measure up, and hopefully we could do it tonight. There is a discharge petition that's actually been filed to force a vote, and it's just shy of 200. 218 is the magic number, and again, something hopefully members will think about as the clock keeps ticking in terms of the urgency of this issue. General, your testimony pretty powerfully described the fact that in pages 2 to 5 about the fact that Russia, despite the horrific losses that they're experiencing, that is not slowing down investment in their military and their defense sector. And you and I just had a brief conversation to talk about, one of the areas where they have been continuing to invest is in the undersea domain, particularly, again, because of their presence and activities in the North Atlantic. They've been steadily increasing over the years with construction of more sophisticated submarines, such as the Sever-de-Vins class and the upgraded Kilo platforms. Again, I know a lot of this sort of topic has to happen or be discussed in a classified setting, but I guess the question is that in terms of your command, I mean, and your predecessors have testified to this in the past, the Russian submarine activity in the North Atlantic is steadily, surely, in 2022, 2023, 2024, growing. Is that correct?
Absolutely correct.
And can you talk about the need for our Navy to again have adequate attack submarine fleet to be out there to again safely and effectively conduct anti-submarine warfare?
Yes, Congressman. Thank you for the opportunity, in fact, because I think it's an extremely important topic. We absolutely have a need for a strong undersea warfare capability. As you pointed out, the Russian losses in Ukraine have been primarily in the land domain. We do not see significant losses in the air domain, especially their long-range and strategic aviation fleets. Other than the Black Sea Fleet losses, we see no losses in the rest of the Russian Navy fleet. And in the rapidly modernizing nuclear forces, we see continued investment and heightened level of activities, underwater especially. So our ability to handle that depends on a number of different things, but one of the primary things it depends on is our attack submarine fleet. And we have requirements that I share with U.S. NORTHCOM to defend the United States against the threat posed by Russian submarines, and we can always use more submarines to pursue that threat, sir. Absolutely.
So to just put it more, bluntly, I mean, your requests in terms of requirements are not met in terms of what is available in terms of the missions.
My requirements exceed what I am provided on a regular basis.
Great.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Again, you mentioned the Black Sea. activities that are out there. I mean, in terms of people who are sort of have doubts about, Ukraine's commitment to stay in the fight here, I mean, it actually has been just, in my opinion, an underplayed success in terms of how they have, with no Navy, really been able to inflict incredible losses. 20% of the Black Sea Fleet was the latest number I saw. And can you just sort of comment in terms of, that sort of signal that they're in the fight and there is a plan?
Absolutely. It's easy sometimes, I think, Congressman, for us to stare at the fight on the land and think that it represents the totality of the situation. It does not. The fight on the Black Sea and the fight for the Black Sea is an important part of this. It's especially important because of what it does for the Ukrainian economy. Without the rollback of the Black Sea Fleet, we wouldn't be able to get as much of Ukraine's grain out and onto market. That would cause food security problems across the globe and severe and acute problems for the economy of Ukraine, which is obviously under great stress as it is. I think the Ukrainians have done a fantastic and groundbreaking job using largely unmanned systems to push the Russian fleet back east of Crimea. It is very rare that a Russian warship ventures past ventures west of the southern tip of Crimea right now. It's a big success story, and it's theirs.
Go back.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Dr. Desjardins.
Thank you. Dr. Wallander, first I want to say thank you. I was pleased to see that the Pentagon's OIG launched a new website last month that will allow the American people to directly see where our tax dollars are being spent to support Ukraine, something we've been talking about, I think, for about 6 months in our briefings. It's still a pretty hard sell back home because people don't see a pathway to victory. Basically, what they're seeing is a stalemate that's drug on for 2 years now, and with the continued problems in our own country with the border, et cetera, it's hard to justify this spending, even though most of us in this room understand the importance of it.
Of that?
One message it does seem to sell back home is when you talk about the evolving alliance between Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea is almost an axis similar to World War II. Germany and Italy and Japan. So that seems to get people's attention. What do you both see as a successful end of the conflict in Ukraine? And what more can the administration and the DOD do to message the reasoning for spending this money to the folks back home?
It's just marketing?
Thank you, Congressman. In addition to the strategic objectives that I already identified on as Ukraine remaining a sovereign, independent European democracy, let me clarify that we are also supporting Ukraine to put it in the best possible position should Russia want to negotiate an end to the conflict on Ukraine's terms. In order for Ukraine to be in the driver's seat in any negotiation, they have to have the advantage. And the military and security assistance support that we've been providing to Ukraine has given them significant advantages, including controlling most of their Black Sea coast, as General Cavoli pointed out. So those are the stakes, and the answer also has to be that constituents need to understand that of the $60 billion in the supplemental that was requested, $48 billion of that goes to American industry to either replenish U.S. stocks or to procure for the longer term, and to support General Cavoli's forces in Europe who are working to defend and deter. So that is money going actually to American companies and to American citizens to support the work that they are doing for European security.
And I think that's a message the president should deliver directly to the country. I've said that before, and I still think that they're not getting that message. I hear and understand what you're saying, and I think it would help to hear that. I wanted to get both your opinion on Secretary Blinken's announcement last week that Ukraine will become a member of NATO sooner or later.
That's just the beginning of
seems
their
like
idiocy.
a pretty provocative remark, and I want to see if you had any response to it.
Oh, you think that's provocative? Why?
U.S. policy since, I believe it was 2008, has been that Ukraine will be a member of NATO someday, and we have focused our bilateral relationship as well as the work we do with NATO allies to bring Ukraine up to the standards of not just NATO membership, but EU membership, because that's the aspiration of the Ukrainian people. They've elected leaders again and again who have promised to keep Ukraine on that path. So that Secretary Blinken was reiterating a longstanding bipartisan policy.
Okay. Well, if memory serves, just 2 years ago, that was a major red line for Putin. If Ukraine entered NATO, the escalation could go
And?
way beyond Ukraine.
So what?
At least that was his threat, and one of the
What?
reasons that I think even Zelensky said Ukraine does not want to be a member of NATO,
hate this
or at least at that time. So it
Man,
just
what's on your
seems
tape, dude?
antithetical in a way to throw that out there right now while we're trying to secure peace and/or victory in Ukraine. Maybe that's something that should have happened 2 years ago in hindsight. Who knows? But
Are you kidding me
it
right
just
now?
seemed pretty bold. General, did you have any opinion on that?
I think you're a fucking prick.
No, not with regard to U.S. policy, Congressman. I would just add from a NATO's perspective, NATO's agreed policy among the 32 nations is that when the time is right and all allies agree, Ukraine will become a member of the alliance. But those two conditions are an important part of NATO's position, and they have not been met yet.
Okay, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and a personal thank you to you for your
Come on,
strong
John.
statement about the
Eviscerate them.
necessity of passing the supplemental bill. Your leadership and the colleagues, all of us on this committee, play a critical role in getting that done. And my question really goes to General Cavalli. In your written statement, you continue to use, quote, despite its military evident deficiencies, dysfunction, Russia continues to pose an existential threat to Ukraine. Ukraine cannot sustain the fight alone. The United States, our allies and partners, must continue to provide Ukraine with munitions, weapons, and material. How dire is the situation in Ukraine, and what is the role of the United States not providing support to that dire situation, if in fact it is dire?
Thank you, Congressman. The situation is extremely serious. The best way to think about this is in terms of what are the specific things that Ukraine needs. Our allies provide for some of those things, right? For instance, tanks. 90%, more than 90% of the tanks that have been given have not been given by the United States. They've been given by allies. They're sustained by allies. 100% of the fuel, the petroleum products that Ukraine needs have been provided by allies, not by the United States. But there are two places where the American contribution is critical. They're in the provision of artillery munitions and interceptors for air defense. Those two things also happen to be the most critical things on the battlefield. The biggest killer on the battlefield is artillery in most conflicts, but in this one definitely. And should Ukraine run out, they would run out
That's right,
because
Maureen.
we stopped
That's right.
supplying
Hi,
because we supply the
Paul.
lion's share of that 155.
Good to see you.
Likewise, the air defense interceptors, sir. Russia launches very large-scale attacks every few days, keeping with their production rate, what we believe their production rate to be. They produce, they save up, they launch a big attack. Those attacks would absolutely cripple the economy and the civil society as well as the military of Ukraine if they were not defended against. Without U.S. provision of interceptors, that will happen. And in closed session, Congressman, I'd be delighted to talk to you about the exact consumption rates and exactly how long I would predict things could go on without a supplemental.
I think it's extremely important that in an open session, we fully understand the critical situation and the timeframes associated with it. To the extent that
John's a
you
good
can
Democrat.
describe it. You've already described it as an existential,
California.
dire threat. without the United States munitions, 155s and air defense. Plow that field another time. If you want to restate it, restate it. It's absolutely critical
Good to see you, Paul.
that this
I was
Congress
thinking about you
and
the
the
other day,
American
hoping you
public
were all right.
understand the situation. So say it again if you need to, and Ms. Wallander, if you would also chime in here from your perspective.
Just 2 points to reinforce this. We are already seeing the effects of the failure to pass the supplemental. The Ukrainians are having to use less artillery. They're having, and the Russians have made some advances, and they're having to decide what to defend, and that's why the Russian attacks are getting through and really harming the Ukrainian electricity grid. So we don't need to imagine, we're already seeing it.
General?
So the Ukrainians have been husbanding their shells in anticipation of, you know, the supply running out, Congressman. They have been rationing them. They are now being outshot by the Russian side 5-1. So Russians fire 5 times as many artillery shells at the Ukrainians than the Ukrainians are able to fire back. That will immediately go to 10-1 in a matter of weeks. We're not talking about months. We're not talking hypothetically. Again, I'd like to be detailed in closed session, but we're talking about weeks, Congressman. Thank you for the opportunity to underline that. I do not
Gentleman's
see
time's
how they
expired.
can win.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon.
Thank you both for being here. Appreciate your testimony. I was just meeting with Israeli families of hostages, so I may duplicate some of the questions, but first thing I would like to know, if Russians prevailed in Ukraine, what's the likely outcome for Moldova?
Well, Russia already occupies Moldovan territory. It uses that military occupation to subvert Moldova's democracy and its economy. Corruption is rampant because of that Russian influence. And Moldova is very much, in Russian policy, unfinished business. They've been limited by being able to control more territory because Ukraine stands between Moldova and Russia, but Moldova ranks high as part of Putin's unfinished business.
It stands to reason if Ukraine falls, Moldova will be next. Also, Russian leaders have been threatening the Estonia prime minister, the Latvian prime minister. In fact, a leader in the Kremlin called them fake states. How much threat will the Baltics be under if Ukraine falls?
Again, Russian nationalists and Putin themselves are very public and clear that they believe that the status of the Baltic states as former elements of the Russian Empire remains unresolved, and that is business that they intend to get to. I do believe that NATO's Article 5 commitment is strong and credible, and we need to keep it so, but we also need to make sure that Russia's operations in Ukraine are a failure.
But what we're saying here is this war with Ukraine, by the way, just on its own merits, is barbaric. Russia's invading a country that was independent, wanted to go towards the West, wanted to go to free markets. Was an unprovoked invasion by Russia, so it's bad in its own right. But this war with Ukraine is not just about Ukraine. Would you agree?
I absolutely agree with you, sir.
Well, thank you. I am the Baltic Security Chair. I'd like to maybe ask General Cavoli if you could talk a little bit about what we're doing there. I know we're trying to get better air defenses. We're trying to get more a division equivalent there, but could you give us an update how we're doing? Because I think it's very much in our national security interest to have a deterrence in the Baltics.
First of all, Congressman, I agree with you on that last point. Absolutely. I think our ability to help deter conflict in the Baltics is extremely important. It is a vulnerable part, geographically speaking, military geography of the alliance. I would also point out that Dr. Wallender's comments about Russia's intentions, which reflected yours, those are shared by the leaders of those countries.
So,
and they feel them acutely and talk to me about them frequently. And I agree with their concerns. So Congress has been very generous and provided for a Baltic initiative, security initiative.
I would just
And-
point out our initiative, which
Okay.
brag on it.
We're about 1.4 billion into that right now. We have started with air and missile defense improvements. We've completed the sensor network, and now we're moving into effectors or the shooters. I think it's having a big effect there. In parallel, we've got the plans in place for the other 5 components, which include land forces, medical forces, and the other things you're aware of, sir. It's going very well. I mean, we have eager partners there, right? The 3 Baltic countries, in and of themselves, just individually, are very serious about their defense and have done, extraordinary things to prepare. Different things in some cases, but extraordinary.
Right.
In the case of Latvia, they've reintroduced conscription, for example, which is not something we would have been thinking about some years ago. In addition to the Baltic Security Initiative, we're doing a few other things. As the Supreme Allied Commander for Europe, I'm responsible to put together a plan for rotational air and missile defense. One of the primary locations for those rotations is going to be in the Baltic countries.
That's great.
And then we have bilateral agreements that have been made between our secretary and the ministers of all 3 countries. So as the U.S. European commander, I maintain forces in each of those countries. They work to improve our interoperability and stiffen the defense capabilities.
I don't have really time for another question, but I have to make a comment, something for you to chew on. I support having armored units in Poland and Eastern Europe, but being that they're rotational, it's putting a huge strain on the families. And we saw a report that suicide rates for folks in these armored units are significantly higher than the rest of the Army. I think they need some kind of stability, maybe permanency there. We don't have time for you to answer, but this is a huge concern for many of us. Thank you. I yield.
Yeah, and I would echo that. I would like to have more discussion with you, General, about exactly that point. But anyway, we'll recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Keating.
But
Mr.
anyway.
Chairman, General Cavoli, you termed this as extremely serious. You said that the severity of this moment can't be overstated. And I've heard political deflection here in this committee today, and I hear it outside of this committee room, on the floor. I hear it in all kinds of news reports. Deflection that mentioning President Biden that, 2 or 3 years ago, maybe he should have done more. Deflection that there's no policy, in spite of the fact that Dr. Wallander just concisely laid out our policy very clearly. Deflection that Europe's not doing enough, and why should we do anything if they're not doing enough when we know that the GDP of European countries is greater than ours committed to this. We know that a new NATO country like Finland is committed to 10 years of their fight against Ukraine. We know even that historically Germany, for the first time since World War II, is deploying troops right in Lithuania, something that you wouldn't believe was possible even a year ago, to put a line of defense up against Russia's aggression. And we've heard the name Biden again, yet we're here right now in this Congress with our responsibility, and one person is holding this up. One person is holding up a huge bipartisan supported package in the Senate, supported by the President and the administration, supported by the majority of people in this committee across the aisle, and I think close to 300 members on the floor. One person. But I have never heard the name Speaker Johnson invoked once. Not once. The person that's holding this up. Not once. And I hope through in the committee that we'll hear that name, because he is holding this up. And we need action right now, which you've made very clearly. One thing I want to extend is the idea that China is looking. China is doing more than looking right now. Chinese have entered an agreement with Hungary, led by President Orban, who the former president praises and emulates, inked an agreement to allowing Chinese police to patrol the streets of Hungary, a NATO country. China's helped rebuild Russia's defense industrially and economically and militarily, has helped them in this war, providing non-lethal assistance in drones and computer chips, and increased imports in Russian goods by 12% last year. China's no-limit partnership has been parroting Russian disinformation about Ukraine. And several European ports have been entered into agreements with China's National Transportation Logistics Public Information Platform where they present a risk, I believe, to U.S. and NATO allies that use these European ports to ship military equipment throughout the region. So all these things are real, and we do nothing here in Congress when we can do the one thing that be the most important thing at this moment that's so serious. Just want to comment for those, too, that don't recognize the threat to the rest of Europe in terms of the Russian aggression in Ukraine. And that's the fact that just a few weeks ago, Belarus began military exercises on its border. Belarus, the ally of Russia in this, the proxy of Russia in this, they began military exercise on the border, not just with Ukraine, but with Lithuania and Poland. So I'd ask about the significance of this and to emphasize once again what the threat is to the rest of Europe here, including with this recent military exercise, 2 NATO countries where we have an Article 5 commitment, a commitment that Europe and our rest of our allies came to our call after 9/11.
But their economy is growing.
Do everything we can,
Right.
including deploying
But
troops
their
on the
economy
ground,
is
U.S.
growing.
troops on the ground, if you could.
This is my favorite line.
Thank you, Congressman. Yeah, so if Belarus
That
is an
Putin, he's
extension
doing a great
of
job of the economy
Russia,
over
and
there
its
in
military is
Russia.
an extension
Hi,
of the Russian
Belcher.
military, that closes the gap between the Russian armed forces and NATO. And that presents additional problems in terms of time, space, in strictly military terms. Our allies there realize that. Our allies, when faced with the weaponization of immigration last a couple of years, both state-sponsored pushes of migrants across the border into Poland, into Lithuania, both responded by fortifying the border and closing the border with Belarus. So relations with Belarus are going in the wrong direction, and it's because of Russia, and it does have military complications. Beyond that, perhaps Dr. Wallander has something to say.
Well, thank you very much. I yield back.
Mr. Moreland, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, General, for your leadership and working with our NATO allies. It's a lot of coordination to do, but obviously you're asking us to continue to support, which I absolutely do. Our allies, of course, are important in our future battles as well. And General, my first question regards just that and NATO's responsibility and what they're able to do for future battles. Specifically, as we look at Guam, Hawaii, and other U.S. Pacific Island territories who are not covered under Article 5 of the NATO chapter, meaning if these jurisdictions were attacked, NATO
this is a very
allies
good
would not be
question.
obligated to defend the United States. Now, while many countries have vowed to defend the U.S. in the Pacific, what assurance can EURCOM give to my constituents in Guam regarding their relationship to NATO?
Thanks, Congressman. First, a little bit about the coverage of the North Atlantic Treaty, or the Washington Treaty, as it were. Article 6 lays out what the boundaries are that were agreed at the time and have been routinely updated over the years. It's north of the Tropic of Cancer is the first thing. That excludes French possessions in Polynesia, like French Polynesia. It excludes British possessions such as the Pitcairn Islands, and it technically excludes Guam. However, that is changeable. It is amendable. All nations, to include the United States, have elected not to amend that over the years, and opportunities have come up. So as a highly technical matter, that's correct. However, any nation under Article 4, any nation that's attacked any place can always invoke consultations under Article 4. Say, I have been attacked, and I expect the rest of you to do something about it. And they may or may not choose to apply Article 5 no matter what the treaty says. So it is a technicality. Is it a technicality that's within our hands to amend? But I also think it's an extremely unlikely scenario, and I know that our allies are committed to our defense just as we are to theirs, sir.
Also makes sense what he's
Thank you,
saying.
General.
And it should be
It's very
amended. What the hell does it
assuring.
hold us?
Appreciate that. My final question is, the future battlefields will present some unique challenges in the form of great distance in air and sea. In 2021, Rear Admiral Duke Hines, Chief Logistic for EURCOM, stated, "The contest environment demands swift adaptability and flexibility to develop new ways to address challenges. One of those challenges will be the medical evacuation of our service members. General, given the different environments and climates and geographic combatant commands, has there been talks of best practices for the most effective medical evaluation plans that will result in the continued tactical, operational, and strategic advantages for our various commands and combatant commanders?"
Yeah, absolutely, Congressman. It's something we work on quite a bit. We work on it even harder now because of what we're observing in Ukraine, right? The casualty rates are just enormous. And if you contemplate a large-scale war across the European continent, we can expect them to be greater. So medical evacuation and casualty evacuation inside the European theater would necessarily and inevitably include civilian infrastructure. And we have coordination cells in NATO that help us do that. And Duke Hines also was responsible for making sure that as U.S. European Command, we were plugged into that system. It is complicated because each country has its own national health system. Some don't have national health systems. So there's quite a patchwork to be put together. At the tactical level, I think, getting a casualty off the battlefield is something we're entirely capable of doing. The further processing of casualties beyond that is where it would become complicated. The second point I would make on this has to do with the Defense Health Agency and the transition to a new healthcare system. The healthcare system, the military healthcare system in the European theater, and I believe Lung Aquilino feels this way in the Pacific as well, is actually an inherent part of our combat capability. And so we've been lucky to be able to be sort of last in line for some of the transition there. And the final thing I'd say is I am concerned about this. One of the only things I offered as an unfunded priority back to the Congress this year, sir, was the construction of an aeromedical evacuation facility at Ramstein. Thank you for the opportunity, sir.
I appreciate that. Thank you for your leadership in protecting our nation. Thank you.
Here now
Mr.
recognize a gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Slotkin.
Thank you, Chairman. And I want to appreciate our chairman and ranking member for their bipartisan support for aid. We do need to get it over the finish line, and supporting it here in committee and supporting it out in the world is great, but we need to get it on the floor. We've heard this repeatedly. Speaker Johnson has a choice to make. I accept that it's a complicated choice. I accept that he's at risk of losing his job over that choice. But that's what leadership is. It's the big boy pants and making tough choices. I also want to note that there's a discharge petition right now on the floor of the House. It's the exact bipartisan bill that the Senate passed that includes Ukraine aid. We have one Republican who signed it on his way out the door. We need, I think, 2 more in order to have a vote that will pass on the House floor. So we're not without action here, or without actions that we can take to move this forward, even members of this committee. You've spoken eloquently about the consequences of not providing aid, about what Putin will do, or what he's proven to do. I mean, what he's demonstrated he will do. You've talked about how China is watching and the demonstration this is setting. To my knowledge, unless someone corrects me, the United States of America has never allowed a sitting democracy to be taken over by a sitting autocracy since World War II. Correct me if I'm wrong. So this would be precedent setting, and Ronald Reagan is right now spinning in his grave that we are giving up or threatening to give up on peace through strength. And I am super confused by the messages coming out of some of the members of the other side of the aisle, both here and in the Senate, about how Vladimir Putin should get a choice on who gets in NATO.
Big boy pants.
That somehow he has a veto over our alliances. And maybe that logic would make sense if we thought that it would prevent him from invading other countries. If a deal with him would prevent, but he's gone into Moldova and Georgia and Ukraine again. So like, he's done it, people. There is no deterring him unless we take a strong stand, and that includes U.S. aid. I saw a report in the Washington Post yesterday that made my breath vacate my body. That while we're complaining about how the rise of Iranian weapons are being used by the Russians in Ukraine, that out of desperation, the United States of America is now sending seized Iranian weapons from the Houthis, from Yemen area, to Ukraine. Please give me the details on that and help us understand just the depths of our desperation, I guess. ASD Wallander.
I can talk more about the details of provisions of specific capabilities to Ukraine, but we have used every opportunity to find ways since December to find extra stocks to work with allies and partners, and we have had to get quite creative, and the Ukrainians have made good use of that while we wait for a decision on the supplemental.
I think, again, if Ronald Reagan was spinning at our hesitance in providing arms to Ukraine, he is, I don't know what, exploding if he would see that seized Iranian weapons are now helping a partner, stave off further invasion of their country. Can you outline for us what you think additional air defenses could do? Or basically, can you outline what you think would be sort of the next things that we would want to provide in terms of not quantity but quality to the Ukrainians that might have a decisive impact? We have lots of questions about air defenses, but can you walk me through certain systems that in this next tranche that would be decisive?
So thank you for the question, because I want to highlight something that often gets missed, which is the supplemental would include not just PDA, urgent, the capability we can deliver next week as fast as UCOM can move it, but putting on contract things like Patriot systems, missiles for replenishment missiles for NASAMS, replenishment missiles for Patriots, and those are long lead times, but the sooner we can put them on contract, the sooner we can get them to Ukraine, so Russia knows that they can't wait us out, that Ukraine will continue to be able to defend itself. I'll turn to General Cavoli to speak about priorities, but I think those are the stakes as well.
Thank you.
In addition to that, it's the monies that provide the demand signal that creates investment in the defense industrial base, and that's one of our big challenges, getting our wartime production up, Congressman.
General
Yes.
Lady's time's expired. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Banks.
Dr. Wallander, DOD admitted last month that it underestimated the cost of replacing American weapons we've sent to Ukraine, leaving a $10 billion hole in our own stockpiles. The day after announcing that it was overdrawn, the DOD took $300 million that it found and immediately sent it to Ukraine. Why didn't that money go to filling the $10 billion hole in our own stocks?
Congressman, I apologize. I believe what we did was we assessed that we had overvalued the value of the stocks that were given to Ukraine, and that was what created, we hadn't used as much PDA authority as we had originally estimated. So the reference you made to that particular package was that there had been an overvaluation of what the material in stocks were, so it gave us more headroom to be able to provide capabilities to Ukraine.
What does that mean? The mysteriously
Why don't
funding the
you
$300
why don't you
million.
understand
You
that?
say overestimating. Unpack that more. What does that mean?
Overvalued.
Yes, sir.
you
The
stupid
procedures
prick.
are
Don't say
for
sorry to him
PDA
anymore.
is you're supposed to value it at the value of the existing stock, not the replacement value. The replenishment value is absolutely key, as you note, and the replenishment money in the supplemental is calculated at the cost of replenishing. But in terms of the value of under the PDA authority, I know it's very technical and mind-blowing, but the value of what we have authority from Congress to give
I know,
Ukraine
it's
is supposed to be
mind-blowing.
set
There's so
at
many
what the
good lines
value
in
of
this
the
hearing.
stocks themselves were.
Is this unusual? I mean, mind-blowing, $300 million seems like that would be very unusual.
That was over a period
No,
of
not
2
when you're talking
years
about
of
billions of
PDAs.
dollars.
So I can't give you the exact
Scale.
percentage of
It's
what that
called
was of the
scale.
value of the PDA, but I can follow up with you on that,
This
sir.
seems to me like funny math. So we overvalue $300 million,
No, it's
so
not.
we send more money
It's-
to Ukraine.
Have you been in a budgeting office? Oh my God.
I'm
the
trying to
shit
wrap
that
my head around
happens-
it, and I
Yeah,
can't.
I know. It's
We
because you
sent
can't
more, not money,
understand it.
sir. We sent more capability, more equipment.
Why
Yeah.
the emphasis on sending more money to Ukraine over replenishing our own stockpiles?
Oh my God.
There is not, those
That
go hand in
wasn't the
glove.
point.
In replenishing our stockpiles, we need the authority and the appropriation from Congress for the replenishment funds, as well as the authority for the PDA
You seem to
drawdown.
be more interested in sending our stockpiles to Ukraine instead
Oh
of
my
replenishing them here. I'm not trying to make
they're
a
two different
point. I'm just really
things.
confused by it. We
Well,
find an
then
extra
you need to
300
go
million,
back
we
and study
shovel it to
and
Ukraine.
maybe have your staffers
Again,
spend
that was the
less time on
authority,
their
and it
knees
is
and more
matched
time
by the
with their
replenishment money
noses in books.
that Congress has provided us, and that we need in order to be able to do more under the supplemental.
So after you found this $300 million, as you said, mind-blowing,
Oh my
is a
God.
great word for it. What
It's not a
did you do
word.
something to address that moving forward? That we're not going to find another, that the Pentagon's not going to mysteriously find another $300 million
What?
dollars in extra
Yeah,
money
we
next
fired
year? I
that
mean,
accountant.
how do you
Yep,
account for that
intern,
moving forward?
That
We
she was
do believe that that was
outta
a
here.
one-time opportunity that we were able to advance because of the waiting for the decision on the supplemental. We do not expect that there will be similar findings and savings.
So a lot of the public is hopefully paying attention to this hearing today, and they hear about the Pentagon. I mean, the media covered this as well. Headlines about $300 million found at the Pentagon.
$3 million.
Is that embarrassing to you?
No. She
I was
explained what
relieved that we
happened.
were able
You're
to
coming here
provide
asking for
capabilities to Ukraine.
more money to
Fucking
do
idiot.
more for
She explained
Ukraine,
how it
but
happened.
the Pentagon mysteriously finds $300 million in extra money that we can give to Ukraine. I mean, is that embarrassing?
I was relieved that we were
No.
able to find authority to be able to provide Ukraine with some artillery ammunition so that Ukrainian forces don't get overwhelmed on the front lines.
Your colleague
so
said last
suck it.
year that it would be bad to send $650 million of U.S. weapons to Taiwan without cash to replace them. Do you think it's dangerous to send Ukraine $4 billion in weaponry without the funding?
We would not send capabilities to Ukraine were it not for Congress passing appropriations for replenishment.
I got to say, I mean, I lose trust in you and the Pentagon when incredibly
Aw, do
mind-blowing
you?
$300 million
Do you lose
is found
trust?
and
Is that what happened?
sent to Ukraine rather than replenishing our own stockpiles. It's really bizarre.
Oh,
I yield
bizarre.
back.
Is it bizarre?
Chair, now recognize the
You know
gentleman
what's
from
bizarre?
Massachusetts.
How you
Mr.
got
Bolton,
elected.
For 5 minutes.
Jesus Christ.
Dr. Wallander, I have a question about disinformation. You warn in your written statement that Russia's cyber and disinformation campaigns continue to threaten Euro-Atlantic security. We know that Russia has interfered in U.S. elections since at least 2016, and it's likely that Putin will ramp up disinformation campaigns as we move towards November's presidential election. Is Russia's disinformation machine trying to undermine U.S. support for Ukraine?
Russia's disinformation machine is working not just in the United States to undermine support, but throughout Europe and indeed globally. And it is being magnified and picked up by disinformation operations in places like advanced by China as well.
Is Russia's disinformation machine trying to undermine U.S. support for NATO?
Russia's disinformation machine has been ramped up to undermine support for NATO, to try to raise doubts in Europe and in the United States about the value of the alliance to American security.
So would you say that when Republicans echo these sentiments, trying to undermine support for Ukraine, trying to undermine support for NATO, they're essentially echoing Russian propaganda?
I think it is extremely important to make sure that the American people know when they are being influenced by Russian disinformation, and exposing that disinformation is something that we work on in the interagency, not just DOD, but we work with state and with other agencies of the U.S. government, so Americans understand very clearly
Clip
where that
it.
disinformation is coming from.
Flip it.
Well, the Kremlin has made it very clear in a recently released trove of documents that they know exactly what they're doing in trying to get Republicans to support their cause. I'm also concerned about China's increasing willingness to conduct disinformation and electoral interference campaigns against the U.S. General Cavoli, how is China coordinating with Russia to spread disinformation throughout the U.S. and Europe?
Congressman, China coordinates both in general terms, that is sort of echoing and sort of spontaneously echoing. They echo each other's messages in that regard. And we also believe that there's some specific coordination, and in closed session, I think we could discuss the specifics of that. But your general point, I think, is absolutely correct. This is a concerted effort, and it's not a single nation doing it.
No, I mean, I want to be clear so everyone understands. Russia has a clear policy of trying to get conservative elements in the United States to trumpet their propaganda, and they're coordinating with China on this propaganda. So some members of Congress are becoming mouthpieces for Russian and essentially Chinese propaganda in the United States. I want to turn to a few lessons learned from Ukraine. The conflict is providing an important insight into ways that electronic warfare and drones are used on the battlefield, and obviously we have to learn from these examples. I mean, we've seen $5,000 drones take out $5 million tanks with ease. So, General Cavoli, what are some of the lessons that DoD is learning from the use and counter-use of drones and electronic warfare in Ukraine, and how are we quickly adopting those lessons for our own troops?
The Department of Defense and the services individually are very closely studying, what's going on in Ukraine through a variety of overt and not overt means, Congressman. We're studying it very closely at a technical level as well as at a tactical level. Drones do seem to be a feature of this war that is unexpectedly significant. I personally think that we have to be a little bit careful overdrawing conclusions about it. Many of the drones involved are not very destructive, especially the small commercially available ones or homemade types. And we don't yet see them being able to, drones being able to replace concentrated artillery fire, for example. But it's a great supplement to what's going on. With regard to electronic warfare, a lot of it we're familiar with. We've waged electronic warfare in the past, and we know how to defend against it. But the quantity of it and the ubiquity of it across the battlefield is important. And we're working on a lot of technical solutions, Congressman.
So, General, if I go and visit some of your troops training in the field, are they going to be training in an environment with a lot of drones and a lot of electronic warfare, or are they going to have a few token drones flying around?
Yes, I think throughout the Army right now, especially in the Marine Corps, the ground forces, you would find a great deal of experimentation as well as rapid fielding of small drones across the force. Both electronic warfare and drones are difficult to train with because of civil restrictions in airspace and things like that and spectrum management, but we manage to, and we're very enthusiastic about it.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Waltz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to talk today about NATO contributions to its own defense. And you both stated in your opening statements,
I want to talk about deadbeat
kind of
dads.
patting ourselves on the back that we're going from the pathetic number of 11 out of 30, 31 member nations contributing its bare minimum of 2% to its national defense, that, wow, we're going to 20 now. And we're on the right path. I think, frankly, that is the tyranny of low expectations, and it has infected our national security apparatus for many, many decades, including the many years that our European look. We can be friends and allies and have tough conversations, But if we don't start imposing real consequences, if we don't start using the
What are we
leverage
gonna
we
do?
have,
Oh, well, how about
we
we give the
literally
Russians
cannot
Ukraine? How about
afford
that as a
to subsidize
consequence?
European defense.
That's a good one, huh?
Any longer.
Oops. Is that a good one?
And what
Does that
we
work
often
for
talk
you?
about, I mean, we're talking about the
Let's do that.
frontline European nations. They're contributing. The Baltics, Poland. But when we're talking about France, when we're talking about Germany, when we're talking about Spain, when we're talking
Goddamn
about Italy,
France.
they're not.
Think they're so
And all of
special.
those heads of state will be
You guys talk all
here
fancy
in
over there.
Washington for the Washington Summit this summer. Dr. Wallander, how are we as a matter of policy going to go from 11 to 31, contributing the minimum, the bare minimum, not half, not a third, because we're continuously, and you're asking us to go to the American people again and again, and
Yeah,
we'll be
let's
having
talk
the
about
same conversation
Estonia,
at this posture hearing,
goddammit.
Mr. Chairman,
Frickin'
next year.
Estonians.
American people dig
Jeez.
deeper in your pockets.
Let's talk about
because
deadbeat
European
dads
politicians
all over
can't
Europe.
and won't get their people to dig deeper in their pockets. A good deal for them. It's a bad deal for the American people. This is pathetic. Half. Half is what we're congratulating ourselves
No, you know
for.
what's pathetic?
Do you think that's
all
a
the
good deal for
Ukrainian
the American
children that
people,
have been
Dr. Waller?
abducted. That's
No,
pathetic.
I fully agree with you. It should be 32.
And
we
all
press
the
What is
and
your,
work
the
people that
administration's
have been
plan aside
bombed
from asking
and are being bombed
to
right
get
now.
them to do it?
So the plan has already
That's
yielded
pathetic.
improvement, and we can share with you the updated numbers. There are, as of today, 18 NATO allies who meet 2%, which is 14 too few. We expect around several more by the time of the summit to announce publicly that they have met 2%, and we expect several other allies to
That
have
they've
credible
met
plans.
2% or that they're on some kind of future.
That they have reached 2%.
Pathway.
We expect the number to be larger by the summit.
We have
And
Chancellor Schultz in his famous speech in 2022, just after the invasion, promised to enshrine the 2% in law. The German chancellor, he did not. In fact, they voted it down in their parliament.
Yeah, that's what
Italian Prime
happens.
Minister Meloni promised in
Yep.
2023 Italian
Oh,
defense
yeah.
spending would
Let's
increase,
talk about
saying,
that.
quote, freedom
Let's
has a
talk about
price.
her.
Italian defense spending is actually declining.
Well, I mean,
Spanish Prime Minister promises by 2029, 2%. It'd have to double its defense budget. It's not. You know who is doubling their defense budget in relation to the threat? Japan is.
China.
Their
Oh,
prime
wait.
minister is here.
Sorry.
They're living up to their shared burden commitment. The European nations are not. Mr. Chairman, it's not only the defense spending. What they are giving is in horrible condition. I'd like to enter into the record. Ukraine rejects German Leopard tanks due to their poor condition.
Without objection.
In this article by Reuters, the tanks currently stranded in Poland constitute the second part of a large-scale supply of German Leopard tanks. By the way, these are the ones that they leveraged to give us to contribute ours. The tanks were retired from active service more than a decade ago. So our European allies are under-giving. What they are giving is often late. What you see in the charts are often commitments and promises. We saw that in Afghanistan for years. And then what they are giving late and too few is often in poor condition. Dr. Wallander, how are we going to get to 32? Will you commit to get us to 32
does she have
within
to
the
do
next
with it?
3 years?
How the fuck
Is that
does she
possible?
have control over that?
we will commit to work with
Fucking
those
idiot.
allies who have not met their commitment, their required commitment that they agreed to at Vilnius, and get to 32 one by one.
Gentleman's time's expired, although he makes an outstanding point. Gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Cheryl, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
God, he just sounds so creepy
and it's
and
really,
rapey.
I
Ugh.
think, as we've heard today,
Hate that guy.
necessary that we get a vote on the floor of the bipartisan supplemental. We have been waiting now for far too long, and every day that we wait, Ukraine suffers, and those fighting for Ukraine suffer. And it's estimated that since Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine, our allies and partners have actually committed around $44.3 billion
to direct security assistance to Ukraine. In fact, as a percentage of GDP, the United States only ranks at 16 among all of the countries in NATO. So our NATO allies have also made significant plans and commitments to improve the alliance's collective defense and deterrence through defense spending, improved capabilities, and
Badger, it's
nested
okay.
strategies.
I understand.
So we see many are, in fact, doing their part for the collective security of NATO and ensuring Ukraine maintains their right of self-determination. But Ukraine's running low on ammunition for essential artillery, air defense systems.
Those dudes are just
and all while
performing.
Russia's
They're just
receiving shells
performative.
from North Korea and Iran. So the Speaker has got to bring this vote to the floor. Time is of the essence, has been of the essence, and we must pass the supplemental. It is time for him to show true leadership, despite his own political concerns, and to really stop playing politics with this and start ensuring that Ukraine can effectively fight. Because our allies and partners have stepped up in the absence of U.S. support, but the United States is failing as a leader of the free world and a vanguard of democracies worldwide, and our adversaries around the world are taking note. So, Dr. Wallander,
We're
can you
repeating the
share your
1930s
assessment
all
of
over
what
again.
the inaction of this
That's what it
legislative
is.
body will mean, not only for the survival of Ukraine, but also the dangerous precedent that this would set for the status of the United States as a leader for democracy to our allies, partners, potential partners, and importantly, to our adversaries?
Thank you, Congresswoman. We are viewed and greatly positively by Europeans for our leadership in the Ukraine Defense Contact Group. But unfortunately, the fact that we have been unable to provide capabilities to Ukraine since December, when the previous supplemental funds were used up, has created a challenge in our leadership of that group. Fortunately, Europe has stepped up in the 4 months since we have been unable to provide capabilities and have announced billions of dollars of additional security assistance. That's not enough, as General Cavoli has made clear, but we have worked with Europeans and they have stopgapped us. However, they've stopgapped us in the anticipation that we will get that supplemental and we will get that capability for all the reasons that General Cavoli pointed out. They are unable to provide, especially the ammunition, the artillery ammunition, and the air defense interceptors that Ukraine requires. So we need to be able to do our part, because we haven't been doing our part in this collective support of European security through supporting Ukraine.
Thank you. And General Cavoli, can you share your assessment of Ukraine's ability to defend their territory and airspace without this vital U.S. security assistance?
Sure, Congresswoman. Their ability to defend their terrain that they currently hold and their airspace would fade rapidly, will fade rapidly without the supplemental, without continued U.S. support. And it will continue to fade until such time as somebody else is able to provide those munitions to the Ukrainians. As Dr. Wallander just pointed out, that production level is not in sight right now. We think it's at least months away, and that is why this is such an important time right now. That's why this is such an important time.
Thank you. And I have to say personally, to see members of the Ukrainian military in my district seeking medical help who have lost their legs, who have lost their eyesight, who have been on the battlefield for hours and lost a leg because they simply didn't have an armored vehicle to come pick them up is devastating. And to think that as a foreign adversary to the United States of America attacks a democracy, that we might stand in the wings and not fully support this is offensive to this nation's traditional support for democracy around the world. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would agree with my colleague that we need to stop playing politics. And
oh my God,
I would
I hate this woman
agree
so
with
much.
you, Dr. Wallander, but maybe not in the same perspective as you say. We haven't been doing our part. I take a little bit of offense to that. I want to talk about this article U.S. urges Ukraine to stop attacking Russian oil refineries, the report says. In this piece, the U.S. government sources are said to be concerned with Ukraine targeting of Russian
US
oil
government
production
sources.
facilities. Listen to this, because it could drive up gas prices. I quote, ahead of a knife-edge presidential election where prices at the gas pump are bound to be a contentious topic. This report seems to show that while the White
strongest
House
economy,
has
I think,
incessantly demanded Congress
among,
pass additional
I don't know,
Ukrainian
G20
funding,
or something? I don't
they
know.
are tying the hands
Some
of the
reporting
Ukrainians
recently about that.
for political purposes. And I agree, we need to stop playing politics. If the president truly cared about defeating Russia, he would
Is
be
that
acting
Epoch
as a
Times,
leader
or
and
what is
not
she reading from?
as a political hack worried about his next election. Mr. Chairman, this president has shown time and time again that politics are more important than our own national security. He is now giving Russia the green light to continue to destroy Ukraine. 6 months ago, this president said, October 10th, in his October 10th speech, he said, we stand with Israel, and we will make sure Israel has what it needs to take care of its citizens and defend itself. Now, the president has been threatening Israel if they don't stop defending themselves. On Iran, the president has chosen to side with their Iranian regime over all of our allies in the region. This decision has made the Middle East less safe, but American service members at risk, and given the regime room to provide
How much
deadly
money do you bet
drones
she brings up the
and
Abraham
munitions
Accords?
to Russia for their war in Ukraine. Again, the same war this president is demanding Congress provide more American tax dollars to. Right? I take offense that we haven't done our part. Our southern border, the president chooses to play politics with our nation's security by opening the floodgates to illegal immigrants simply because President Trump had the border secured. I want to remind my colleagues what President Obama's Secretary of Defense, Robert Gates, said about the then Vice President Biden in 2014. I quote, I think he's been wrong on nearly every major foreign policy and national security issue over the past 4 decades. A well-respected Secretary of Defense, a man who is held in high regards on members on both sides of the aisle,
Robert Gates,
has said our president is always wrong when it comes to our national security. Mr. Chairman, I think it is imperative that this committee investigate whether President Biden is playing politics with the lives of Ukrainians and our NATO allies and the rest of the rest of the Western world. I ask unanimous consent to include the article in the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
And with that, I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Waltz.
Dr. Wallander, we have statistics here that that our allies have contributed $44 billion in direct security assistance to Ukraine. And we've talked about the accounting differences in the Pentagon that have yielded $6 billion,
in the mail.
$300 billion. What's the common accounting standard? Does NATO have a common accounting standard for how it's valuing its assistance?
NATO does not have NATO doesn't organize or advance
do they have
assistance.
So it's conceivable that it could be overvalued as our equipment contributions were overvalued?
The values provided by the countries providing the value of the equipment.
So they could be using, I mean, we've got, 30 different countries. They could be using 30 different standards.
They could be like
I
using
cannot
a
speak
metric
to their national
system
standards.
or, I don't
these are
know.
democracies.
But
they are accountable.
you stated on the record in front of the American people, they're doing their fair share. We have figures saying they've contributed $44 billion, but you don't know how they're coming up to that $44 billion?
Those are the figures that they report to their parliaments.
So they're grading their own homework.
Oh, my
Fair?
God.
Yes, those are our allies, and when they report numbers, we take them seriously.
We just take it at face value.
Well,
we take them
just don't-
seriously.
Yeah, that's because we're grown up.
Mr. Chairman, I think we should look at legislation to understand what our allies are actually contributing. Is it replacement value? Is it new value? Is it some value that they valued? Because they think it's valuable. We just, maybe they want to appear to be doing more than they are.
Maybe they're just sending pictures of equipment.
I think this is
Did you
a
ever
serious
think of
issue, and I
that?
find it
Maybe it's
concerning,
just
Dr.
like
Wallander. We don't have a
pictures of
common
equipment.
standard for a number
maybe.
that we're putting out to the American people.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair, and I recognize the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to thank our witnesses. Thank you for your service to our country. We are definitely living through very precarious times, And it is disheartening to see politics coming from this dais and this committee at a time when we really need to be united around our common goals and united for our common vision for the globe. One of the
we should spend money
areas of
auditing
great
our
concern
allies.
that I keep
Wait a
hearing
minute, what?
about on cable
what?
TV and coming from members of Congress is, and
Who's gonna
I
fund
heard
the
it
audit?
today from the dais from one of our colleagues, that we are in effect sending bags of cash to Ukraine, that it is Congress that is being asked to approve money for Ukraine, when in fact, the truth is, we are approving funding to replenish stocks and munitions. I think it's really important for the American people to understand what supplemental funding goes to specifically, not specifically in enumerating everything that it is funding, but can you please explain to the American people what the supplemental funding request from the president would fund for Ukraine? Dr. Wander.
Thank you, Congresswoman. So there are three buckets to understand. First is presidential drawdown authority and the associated replenishment appropriation to replenish U.S. stocks. The authority allows for pulling capabilities from U.S. stocks based on an assessment that readiness requirements are maintained, and then the contracts are made to replenish those stocks
Is that
for
like
the American
Thunderbirds?
military forces to be able, therefore,
Freedom Cocks
to
like Thunderbirds?
move on to new production, new capabilities, in many cases more modern, new advanced versions of existing stocks. The second is Ukraine.
And who is building, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but I think this is an important point. Who is building the replenishment of the stocks?
That money goes to American defense contractors to supply the American military with the most up-to-date, capable requirements that the combatant commanders have identified and need in their stocks.
So that funding
Yeah,
is
it's kind
being
of a big head
invested
of the
in
snake
American
thing.
jobs,
Yeah,
American
it's a whole
companies.
thing.
Across 40 states of the United States.
Thank you. I
all
didn't mean to
taken together.
interrupt.
And then the second bucket, the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, is direct procurement from American defense industrial companies in those 40 states. So paying for contracts and capabilities that then on a longer term are delivered to Ukraine for building that future force for defense and deterrence. But again, that is not money that goes to Ukraine. That is money that goes to American defense contractors, to American workers in those
That's
in
such
those
a
companies.
cute little rooster
all that money
icon, Badger.
stays in,
It's so
in the American
cute.
economy.
I hope
And the
it shows
third
up on
bucket
everyone's
goes
screen
to
like that. It's so
support
cute.
UCOM, its operations, its presence, its activities in support of Ukraine, so they learn how to use that equipment, so they're trained, so they know how to repair it, so that they are able to field it, and also to support all the work that General Cavoli's team is doing in support of Ukraine.
Thank you so much. I think it is so important every time a member of Congress talks about sending money to Ukraine and uses that term. I think it's so important that we remind the American public where that money is actually going to, the jobs it creates in our own country, in our own states. Otherwise, this is part of, I'm concerned, it's part of the Russian disinformation effort to mislead the American public about that funding. Very, very quickly, the House has been frozen for months on this request. It's up to one man, the Speaker of the House, or colleagues on the Republican side who will sign a discharge petition. Only 30 seconds left. If we were to approve that supplemental request in the next week or two, how quickly would help get to Ukraine?
We would be able to, with UCOM support and Transcom support, begin immediately within a week or two to provide the ammunition, the artillery ammunition, to provide interceptors to Ukraine.
And I think it's important to underscore today the Ukrainian defense is being outshot 5-1. That will change pretty quickly if the House remains frozen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mills, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Did he just go?
You know, my colleagues have said a lot, and I just want to kind of make sure that we're referencing those comments. You know, our few of them said that all we need is a little democracy. Well, I wish that there was significantly important a vote by the Senate and Chuck Schumer to bring H.R. 2 Secure the Border Act when we got hundreds of thousands of Americans who are dying, fentanyl overdoses, child and human sex trafficking.
Where's
not
Crazy
to mention
Ivan?
178 plus
Where's
countries
Crazy
that are crossing
Ivan?
our border.
Who knew?
And over
Armed
400 plus
Services
known
Committee.
individuals on
I didn't
terrorist
call
watch
that
lists that are
one.
coming across.
That's-
But oh wait,
that's amazing.
That's not the priority. Let's secure Ukraine's borders. It's just politics as usual. I want to also go back to something one of my colleagues had talked about, which is in 1947, NATO was created for the ideas of stopping Soviet Union expansionism. And the idea was that we were so in fear of the idea that the Soviet Union would continue its encroachment, and yet the countries that are most at risk of this, Germany, France, Italy, others, for how many years wouldn't even pay 2% of their actual dues?
My God.
And America's left holding the bag at 3.47%, in addition to the $114+ billion that's already been allocated, with Ukraine, who on multiple occasions hasn't presented a military strategic plan that would show how they
Which,
win
by
this
the
war,
way,
or
helped
even
build
what is
the
the
U.S.
definition of what winning the
military-industrial
war
complex.
means.
Thank you very much. Thank
And
you
so
very
I have
much.
a big difficult problem
tip
with this,
your
not to
waitress.
mention
I'm
the
here
fact
all
that
week.
the EU member states, under David O'Sullivan, the EU sanctions chief, has admitted that they have frozen assets from Russia exceeding $206
you have to say
billion
it 3
US,
times
190
in a
billion
mirror.
euro,
Like, I think
that
you have
they
to turn
now
the
are
lights
netting
off.
profits on
Wait.
at $3.5 billion that should be utilized.
Wait,
if they're
do you
so
look in a
concerned
mirror,
with
turn the lights
a
off,
lack
and then
of
say it 3
ammunition?
I don't remember.
This premise that we're going to go ahead and spend this $60 billion in America, and that's somehow going to be great for the industrial base, they're still looking at the ideas that you're adding money in that we don't have, which increases our inflation. And one of the things that we just talked about, Dr. Wallander, you said that Russia's inflation is 13%. Is that correct?
That is, yes.
Can you tell me what America's is?
3%.
No, I cannot.
Would you want to take like just a shot in the dark at what you think America's
Why
inflation
don't you fuck off,
I
you
prefer not to
fucking
guess.
idiot.
Yeah, try about 20+%. And try $34 trillion. Oh, it's 18% plus 2% reduction in minimum wage. So we can go ahead and put those figures together. Not to mention roughly 27% an increase in fuel costs,
I just
cost
said
of good
3%.
allowances.
I know
Yeah,
it's not
inflation is
that,
one of
but
those
I think
things
it's lower,
that we
isn't it?
admit is bad for Russia and
Now I
also
gotta
bad
look
for
it up.
America. You also made a comment recently when you said that we have concerns on hitting civilian targets with oil terminals. Was that the same concerns that we had in the 2003 Iraq War when we were bombing oil terminals and we were hitting areas there?
That is the concern in our discussions with Ukraine.
Was that our concern when we were at war in Iraq?
I do not know, sir. I was not in the U.S. government at that time.
I was, because I was actually deployed to that war, as well as for the additional 7 years in Iraq, 3 years in Afghanistan, Kosovo,
Okay, well,
Pakistan,
thank you
North
for your
Somalia, blown
service.
up
What's
twice
your
in
fucking
06.
point?
All to do what? To play interventionism? To play neocon, neo-lib ideas that we don't understand the evolution of warfare is beyond kinetics and now into the ideas of resource economic supply chain and non-kinetic influence operations that have been not only vastly more successful, but also safer and not costly to the American people. You know, next year at $34+ trillion, we're going to spend more in interest payments than the entire budget for our national defense annually. We need to start thinking about 3 priorities for a change: America, Americans, and American interest. And if we're talking about building coalitions for allies, then we need to be putting the pressure that President Trump put on our NATO allies to say you need to be paying 2% of your GDP, which we agree now needs to be even more than that when you're looking at Russia's increase to 6%. But instead, we're continuing to play politics. Let's bring this vote to the floor, even though it's not a bill which has all the necessary things and hasn't addressed the corruption, hasn't addressed the failure for 100% audit on Ukraine funding, hasn't addressed what does success look like for Ukraine. And this idea that whatever happens in Ukraine is somehow going to happen in Taiwan, it's a false premise. It's the same idea as the George W. Bush model of we can fight them over there, we can fight them here. Well, guess what? Our borders are open, and we're allowing him to come in, not to mention this great successful airlift operation of the 2021 botched withdrawal in Afghanistan that actually brought over 73% of the people on that aircraft that wasn't vetted,
fucking right,
didn't have
all right?
biometrics, wasn't SIVs.
For ending March,
It's funny how we cherry pick what is beneficial, but we don't address the facts. I put America first, and I'm going to continue to put America first. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman
I
yields
get
back
that
chair,
the
and I
consumer
recognize the
price
gentlelady
index was
from
higher
Virginia,
today.
Ms.
Blah, blah,
McClellan.
blah, blah, blah.
Thank you,
Well,
Mr.
that's
Chairman.
corporate
Thank
greed.
you, Dr. Wallander and General Cavoli for
That's not inflation.
being
That's
here.
corporate greed.
Russia has sought to use irregular warfare and cyber weapons to bolster its aggressions in Ukraine.
something
and so
about unchecked
division and
corporate
undermine
greed.
democracy among our European allies,
Idiots.
and some would argue here. How is UCOM working to address this particular threat, and what do you need from Congress to support those efforts?
Thank you, Congresswoman. UCOM has a very active strategic messaging apparatus. We have teams that analyze news and spot disinformation, and then we get the truth to usually a country's public affairs apparatus, and they promulgate the real story. A very simple example would be if we were having an exercise and somebody falsely posted a picture of a bicycle accident and said that an American truck ran over that. We spot that, we get the truth to the country very quickly, they turn it around and put it out. I think more to your point, though, we work very closely with nations at both an overt and a secret level to help them analyze the information environment, and then to help them combat disinformation and misinformation. We do that country by country under the supervision of the chief of mission in that country, the U.S. chief of mission in that country, and we also do that regionally under my authorities and supervision. It's a well-funded program. We could always do more, but nevertheless, I think it's well-funded by the Congress right now, and it's very, very effective, Congressman. Thank you.
Thank you. With Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, Finland and Sweden have now officially joined NATO and drastically increased both the fighting force and defense manufacturing capability of the alliance. How is the United States working to swiftly integrate our new allies into the alliance, and how can we here in Congress better facilitate those efforts?
Thank you. First of all, NATO's primarily responsible for that integration. NATO has already pulled both of those countries into our regional plans, and we had been working with them for some months to prepare to do that. So that's going very quickly. As you're well aware, Congressman, both of those countries have very advanced and sophisticated militaries that have a long operational history with the forces in NATO. So their interoperability is already sky high. So it's very easy pull in that regard.
Things
the U.S. proper,
simply.
U.S. UCOM has conducted exercises with them to make sure that our interoperability is high. We have worked with them to gain access to their airspace to conduct intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance flights. Those have proven very successful. It's real estate that we didn't have too much access to previously. And in addition to that, we've made agreements with both countries for the pre-positioning of materiel in those countries. So not only are we helping NATO to integrate them, but they are helping us to integrate into places that we were previously unable to. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
I would just, our part of this at DOD is to support the policies required to enable General Cavoli to advance all the exercises, the capabilities, the diplomatic relationships. And I would just say that Finland and Sweden will, at the heads of state and government at the summit, be fully part of all the decisions on NATO's futures and the obligations and responsibilities of all the allies going forward.
Thank you. And I don't know if you'll fully have time to answer the next one, so if not, maybe if you could submit it for the record. But with Russia pulling out of the New START treaty, which is an incredible blow to the system of nuclear arms nonproliferation that has been a guiding light of the post-Cold War era, what does that decision mean for prospects for future nuclear nonproliferation efforts, and how concerned should we be about what this signals
concerning Russia's strategic weapons goals.
See, I was right.
I
in the
will submit a
70s,
full answer.
standing
The
up for
top lines would be, we are very
denuclearization.
concerned about the signal it sends to the international community that Russia does not respect or live up to its international obligations in the case of nuclear arms treaties, as well as the invasion and other instances. So, but I will submit a full answer.
And as part of that, if you could discuss the risk of returning to a nuclear arms race, I'd appreciate it. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady's time's expired. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. In 2014, NATO countries, as we all know, agreed to invest 2% of their GDP on defense. And that was a commitment that wasn't, unfortunately, followed through with expediency. There were a lot of words and not actions. And particularly, I feel what's egregious, and I think was touched on by Mr. Waltz, were some of the larger European nation states. Spain, Canada, Italy, France hovered around 2%, but you know, the greatest, I think, egregious violator was Germany,
so
the fourth largest economy in the world, and they weren't stepping up. So I have a
she's
two-part
texting
question
him right now.
for
You
General
stop
General
rocking in
Cavoli.
your fucking chair right now.
Let's live in a different world. 2014, that commitment was met with expediency, and our larger nation states in NATO followed through, the ones I just mentioned, with some timely decisiveness. Could the Ukrainian war have been deterred altogether?
Sorry, there's no takesies backsies here at Lolo's Lounge.
I'm
All this
sorry,
shit goes
Congressman.
on
Are you asking,
screen.
had
Sorry.
nations, especially the larger allies, been spending at or above the goal? Would that have deterred
if they had made their commitment with expediency, say in 2015 and 16, and said, you know what, particularly after Crimea, we're going to spend 2.5%, whatever percent, and they followed through with it, and Germany said, we're in a different world now, we're going to take the lead, and France followed as well, Italy, Spain, Canada. Do you think that Vladimir Putin would have invaded anyway in 2022?
Yes, I do. Okay. I do not think we were extending mutual or collective defense guarantees to Ukraine.
Do you think it would have given them some increased pause?
Sure, it would have.
Okay, so it would have been a good thing, but the lack of action certainly encouraged it. If you say you're going to do something, and then you don't do it, I think it's worse if you hadn't said anything else. You would have better off not saying anything at all.
Yeah, that's how we
NATO
do
in 2014,
geopolitics here. We just oversimplify it to the point of
they didn't do it.
ludicrousness.
And I think that was a breeding ground
ludicrosity.
for an authoritarian land grab, quite frankly.
Ludicrosity.
One other question, General. I notice that when you look at the closer you get to the threat, which is Russia, the more the defense spending tends to go up. In fact, I don't think there's a NATO country that borders Ukraine or Russia that has not met that 2% commitment. And the further you go away, it seems, the less spending you get.
What's your point?
Having said that, do you think it makes sense for us to move United States troops closer to the threat? So my question is, should we, in your opinion, make the Eastern European bases permanent?
First of all, Congressman, the
way
United
off
States
topic.
has and is moving forces closer to the eastern flank. As you're aware, we've got an agreement signed a couple of years ago with Poland before this conflict began in Ukraine. Signed with Poland Poland provides significant infrastructure, and we will rotate forces through there. The additional forces that we surged to Europe during the immediate aftermath of Russia's invasion, those have all gone to the eastern flank, principally the Baltic countries, again, Poland and southeastern Europe in Romania and Bulgaria. So there is an effort. There's also an effort on the part of nations in the alliance to go farther east. So in the immediate aftermath of the invasion, NATO, before I became the Allied Command Operations Commander, took the decision to establish new battle groups on a standing basis. They rotate, but they're permanently there. 4 additional ones, so there's a total of 8. But to design that they all can go up to brigade size at time of need. And a number of nations have elected to go up to brigade size earlier than that. So there is a definite shift eastward in the alliance, sir.
Thank you. Dr. Wallander, unfortunately, would you agree that the Western sanctions on Russia haven't worked, economic sanctions?
Western sanctions have imposed costs, but they have not stopped Putin.
Okay. I think they've unfortunately, they've been a dismal failure. I would love to have had them work, but when you've got nations like the Communist Chinese, you got Iran, North Korea, in some ways even India. Dealing with Russia, they circumvented us. So we talked a lot about Western European reliance, some call it an addiction to Russian energy. You would be in favor of the United States doing all we can to wean their dependence, our Western European allies in particular, off of Russian energy?
Yes, they've taken steps and they can do more, and we fully support that and actively work with them.
Because we have a lot of natural gas in this country, for instance. The number one customer for LNG is that we export is Europe. So I was perplexed, confused, and otherwise befuddled when this administration and President Biden put a, whatever you want to call it, suspension, stopping, pause on our LNG exports. Did you advise him to do that?
This is brought to you by the Oil and Gas
That is
Institute.
not my area of responsibility.
Okay, so would you agree that that was not
that is not her area of
wise,
responsibility.
considering that it was really and essentially a gift to Putin?
I cannot speak to that policy. It's outside the scope of DOD.
But you're a very intelligent young woman. I think that, and you have a DR
You
in front of
better
your name.
shut
I
the
do not.
fuck up right now,
Gentleman's time's
mister.
expired, and she is very intelligent. I agree with you. Gentleman from Nevada is recognized, Mr. Horsford.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers, and to the ranking member for holding this important hearing. It has been over 2 years since we saw Russia launch a brutal
Please
invasion of
eviscerate them,
Ukraine.
sir. Thank you.
But for many Ukrainians, this conflict began a decade ago with Russia's continued occupation of Crimea. It has also been 6 months since President Biden released a national security supplemental that would reinvigorate the United States defense industrial base while also providing much-needed support for our closest allies and partners. President Biden's supplemental request would provide billions in direct industrial investments in the United States, including over $4 million in my home state of Nevada alone. However, instead of putting this critical bill to a vote, the House majority has stalled and, even worse, repeated Russian propaganda on the House floor. It was reported this week that U.S. Central Command has sent a stash of Iranian munitions it captured from Houthi militants to Ukraine. General Cavalli, I understand that desperate times call for desperate measures. Can you provide examples on how Ukrainians are continuing to stay in the fight even as support from the United States has lagged? And can you expand on how crucial it is that Congress pass the National Security Supplemental?
Yeah, absolutely, Congressman. The first and most clearest and present example is the self-rationing of artillery rounds that the Ukrainians are using right now. So they know that they have a limited supply until we are able to begin supporting them again. And in the meantime, they have self-restricted the amount of artillery they use. This has significant consequences on the battlefield, of course. They're already at a 5-to-1 deficit in artillery fires as compared to the Russians, and that will obviously increase dramatically in the absence of a supplemental, sir.
Thank you. Assistant Secretary Wallander, several of our European allies continue to rely on Chinese-made logistics networks, ports, and 5G capabilities. I'm concerned that this leaves these countries vulnerable to economic pressure coming from the PRC. How are you assessing the threat of over-reliance on Chinese infrastructure in Europe, especially in the telecommunications space, and how can we work with our allies and partners to give them an alternative?
Thank you, Congressman. Yes, absolutely. Reliance on Chinese-provided technology or capabilities and logistics, as you note, creates a vulnerability among NATO allies, European countries. It undermines their resilience. It creates challenges for them to be able to advance strong policies. Countries like Lithuania, who have taken a very principled stand on China, have fortunately already divested themselves of those dependencies, and we use that as an example when we talk to European countries to show how reducing or even eliminating those kinds of dependencies actually is a security step. Often it's framed as an economic benefit, and what we work with them is to understand the security risk that they undertake when they follow that path.
Congressman, it might be useful to note also that US UCOM designs exercises or
Thanks,
aspects of
Jen.
its
That's
exercise
beautiful.
program specifically to test infrastructure and to flush out problems with its ownership. That gives us the opportunity to do everything from work on the networks, you know, the communications networks and infrastructure, as well as the physical infrastructure and the manpower of a port, for instance. And then we work very closely with the Department of State and the Office of the Secretary of Defense, specifically Dr. Wallander, to address our concerns with countries. It's actually a very successful program, I think, so far. But it is a big task that we're trying to push back on.
Great. And in my final time, General, what are the lessons that UCOM has learned about the use of these autonomous capabilities in large-scale combat operations, and has it changed the way we think about the use of unmanned capabilities specifically?
Not completely, not yet. It hasn't changed everything, Congressman. We're watching it very closely because there's clearly something there. But I would note that the principal decisions on the battlefield for both sides are made by legacy systems. It's tanks and it's artillery. All the drones and stuff have not yet produced that. The one area, two areas where I'd say are the most promising are long-range penetration from the air to substitute for ballistic missiles, and what the Ukrainians have done in the Black Sea with unmanned systems.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair, now recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Jimenez.
Those
you,
are
Mr. Chairman.
important answers.
Dr. Wallander, let's go back to energy. It takes money to perpetuate, propagate a war. What would you say? What is the leading moneymaker for
kidding?
Russia right now?
Come on,
It is
please.
oil exports and natural gas exports primarily to China.
Okay, so if the United States were to produce more oil and gas and drive down the costs,
She is not an energy
on a
expert.
worldwide basis,
So
would
there
that
you
affect
go.
Russia's
Sorry.
ability to perpetuate
Thank
this war?
you.
On the margin,
y'all.
it would, but China is a energy-hungry, greedy country, and it's willing to pay. It has long-term contracts with Russia, and Xi does not want Putin to fail.
All right, fair enough. Now, Russia has been targeting Ukrainians' energy, right? And sources of energy, et cetera. Is that true?
Yes, that is true.
Has Ukraine been targeting Russia's energy production?
There are public reports that Ukraine has done so.
Have we tried to stop them from doing that?
The U.S. has raised concerns with Ukraine, which is a sovereign country and can choose its own targets, but raised concerns about targeting civilian critical infrastructure.
Well, yeah, but the Russians have no problem in targeting Ukrainian energy production. Now, if the Ukrainians were able to disrupt Russian energy production, would that significantly alter their ability to perpetuate this war?
So far, the strikes that we have seen against Russian energy sources have not significantly altered Russia's ability to prosecute the war.
That's so far. But if they're actually able to do it successfully, would that alter the economics of this war?
I am not an expert on energy infrastructure, but the evidence we've seen is that the Russians have been able to rapidly repair the facilities that were struck.
What would happen if we don't support, General, what would happen if we don't support Ukraine and they actually run out of bullets?
In my military experience, Congressman, if somebody's shooting at you and you can't shoot back, you lose or you die.
Where's Ukraine now in terms of its armed supplies and ability to fight back?
Sir, could I tell you about that in closed session, please?
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you very much. Look, a lot of folks, even on my side of the aisle, somehow equate the lack of the Biden administration securing our border being a reason why we can't help Ukraine secure their border. The facts are that the Ukrainians are spilling their blood to secure their border. And then the fact that our administration does not secure our border shouldn't be the reason why we don't help people that are trying to fight for their freedom. As somebody who came over from a communist country some 60 years ago, somebody who's not a fan of Russia, I think that we need to support the Ukrainians. All they're asking for is our aid.
Okay.
All they're asking for
sometimes
is
I
bullets
get confused by these guys.
and armaments. And for the life of me, I just don't understand why we don't support them, and we should. Some analysts believe that the F-16 could help Ukraine. Do you share that, General?
The F-16 will help. You know, any aircraft will help, Congressman. It's a particularly difficult jump to go from the older Soviet era stuff, aircraft that the Ukrainians had been flying, especially had been maintaining and supporting. It's tough to go from that to a modern fourth-gen aircraft like the F-16. As you know, we're working on it with them. There's an entire coalition of countries working on it with them. But ultimately, it will be a valuable thing for them to have.
I understand that we're actually training them to fly the F-16s, and that there are some countries that will be supplying F-16s to Ukraine. Is that true?
Both are correct, yes.
Okay. Why isn't the United States giving them F-16s?
We are supporting the provision of F-16s by European countries, and the numbers that they are going to provide meet the requirements for the Ukrainians at this time.
All right, thank you. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes a gentlelady from California,
Wait, but
Ms.
the
Jenkins.
other guy just said that
Thank
they
you,
didn't.
Mr. Chair. And first, I'd like
Wait,
to
they
thank
could
the
use
chair
any
and ranking member for
I'm
their
confused.
bipartisan support of the security supplemental. I think it's incredibly important that we get Ukraine the assistance that it needs, and also that we make sure that humanitarian assistance in that supplemental package is passed. I was just on the border of Chad and Sudan and saw the Sudanese refugees whose food is running out because we haven't yet passed that humanitarian assistance. General Cavoli, I want to ask you, in the Operation Atlantic Resolve quarterly report to Congress, it stated that the Security Assistance Group Ukraine reported that it had no information to suggest that the Ukrainian armed forces were using U.S.-provided weapons and equipment in any way other than intended. Can you provide more details about the reporting mechanism utilized to monitor the usage of U.S.-provided weapons and equipment? And are there mechanisms in place for independent verification or assessment of these findings regarding the usage of U.S. assistance?
Yeah, Congressman, thank you very much for the opportunity to talk about this important topic. First of all, it continues to be the case since the publication of that report, or since the authorship of that report, that we just don't have evidence that this is that there's widespread diversion or anything like that. Now, I have to admit that that's different. That's different from whether or not things get efficiently from the stockpiles to the soldiers' hands in the squad on the front line. But we do work on logistical distribution with our partners in Ukraine quite a bit. So things leave the United States accounted for by the service that provided it, in the case of something from a PDA, where we're giving something from our stockpile according to the amount of money provided under the authority, and then receiving money to replenish that, right? So that comes out. That's accounted for by the services, and I think we have a very, very good control over that. When things hit the ground in Poland, either by truck, plane, or train, they come into the hands of our soldiers in southeastern Poland. They get accounted for there, and I'm very confident. We had some missteps early on when we were rushing to get things done, but we've got systems in place. We know what we've got on our hands and that it's faithful to what was sent. Then we consign it to the Ukrainians, and they sign for it item by item. So I know as it goes on to trucks that we've accounted for it. After it crosses the border, it gets harder for us. So we barcode things, and we have issued the Ukrainians scanners. We have automated the process of tracking things as it goes forward. We share our databases with them, and they share theirs with us so we can track. It's really when you get down to the tactical edge that it starts getting a little bit harder, ma'am. And it's complicated by the fact that we can't go to a lot of those places simply because of the level of danger, and we've restricted ourselves from doing that. So in those cases, we do ask the Ukrainians to self-report. An incredibly important part of this system, though, is contractors that we hire to provide for us an outside view on frontline units accountability. Those contractors are paid for with supplemental money. And when the supplemental, if it's not renewed, I won't be able to perform that level of fidelity of outside third-party verification of what the Ukrainians are claiming is their accountability. I hope that answered your question, ma'am.
That is my understanding of the system, and that we also then have a duty at DoD to report those findings and that tracking to Congress.
Thank you. I also wanted to ask about the Joint Rapid Acquisition Cell. Could you just talk about how we're working with Ukrainian defense manufacturers to most effectively use the assistance we're giving?
We are working with the Ukrainians and a number of European countries to create reassurance about the size of contracts, because what we need is for potential investors in Ukrainian defense industries to see not just the immediate need, but a multi-year requirement. So we are working with Ukraine on locations, on what is required. On our embassy works with potential investors to support those capabilities in Ukraine, and we are also sharing with them the lessons we have learned on rapid acquisition, on multi-year contracts, to inform them from the lessons of our success with congressional support that we've experienced over the last 2 years.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's good to see you both here today. I have some specific questions that actually arose from some of your statements earlier. First, I will address the Supreme Allied Commander, which I think is the coolest title ever. This is an important question. When it comes to Ukraine, which I think is an incredibly strategically important country in the world, is this war for the Allies winnable?
Yes, it is in a couple of ways. The first, if we go back to what Secretary Wallander was talking about earlier, denying the Russians a strategic victory or imposing a strategic defeat on that in itself is a victory, even if a temporary victory for the alliance. So in that sense, it is winnable. We can do that with our Ukrainian colleagues.
So I would agree, and here's my point on this, because I think this is really important. You mentioned the F-16s, and what's being supplied is adequate. I don't like that word adequate, because that doesn't go back to what we learned in command and staff and in War College, which is overwhelming force, Clausewitzian warfare. We have a GDP of around $25 to $27 trillion. Combine that with Europe, around $45 trillion. Russia has $1.77 trillion for a GDP. This shouldn't be a contest. It shouldn't be. But we're slow rolling our support. Not just what we already committed, which has been slow rolling, getting our tanks over there, getting our airplanes over there, getting our munitions over there, the things we've already committed to, but also we continue to hold this up in Congress, which drives me crazy, because this is a winnable war. This idea that's being propagated on both sides of the House that we can't win this war is insane. We outnumber them dramatically. But quite frankly, Ukraine, with a GDP of only $200 billion, has been able to hold out against a first world country army and sustain 50% casualties to their armor and 350 casualties overall, with a third-rate army that's very ill-trained. That's success by my measures. And if we give them surge capabilities, which, by the way, in Iraq and Afghanistan, I don't know if you'd agree with me, General, but we didn't do very well until we had surge capabilities, and we are the big boy on the block. But we didn't succeed until we had surge ops.
I was trying to
and
find
we're
where
the first
death
world
was on the
country
screen.
when it comes to military capabilities. How do we expect a third world country to succeed against a first world army if we don't give them surge ops
Looks like it's all
in
right.
real time? We can't give them adequate. We have to give them superiority.
I'll keep looking.
That's my point. Nobody's talking about that right now. We have to give them what it takes to get this done. This is a winnable war. Would you agree?
Yes, I agree. I agree, Congressman. And much of the conversation, much of my testimony today has been about the minimum, about avoiding defeat for Ukraine, which does not necessarily immediately lead to the accomplishment of our strategic interests. Yeah.
And when you talk about strategic interests, Mr. Secretary, Would you agree that Ukraine is probably a top 5 country when it comes to resources? You're talking about 70% of European grain. You have titanium, you have steel, you have cobalt, you have rare minerals, and including
Oops, I was
some
sick.
of the radioactive stuff that actually powers the world. All in this country
Patrick, I'm
that could be
sorry.
taken by Russia, and then that stuff could be moved over to China, North Korea, and Iran instead of our allies. It will have consequences for generations to
Now
come
you've done
that
it,
people aren't really
Badger.
taking into account when they talk about the economic impact of
Now
this.
you've given.
I think you've laid out the stakes extremely well,
Kids a
Congressman.
reason.
I agree.
Great. So I think if we're going to fulfill our word, by the way, that's the third part of this, we actually gave our word, not just in one time, but actually real time.
I don't know
NATO,
which one. Which are you talking about?
a unanimous
which,
vote, said we're going
whatever?
to support you during this. I think it's unwise to turn your back on the rest of the world.
senator this is? I
Reagan,
don't know.
40 years ago at the 80th or the 40th anniversary of D-Day, from Normandy talked about the consequences of isolationism, how it's a failed policy, especially against an expansionist Marxist government, which is exactly what NATO was made for. This is the time to stand now. I agree with both of you. This is a winnable war and strategically important to the future of the world. We have a 50%
still
increase
looking for the
necessary in
original
food stores by 2050. We have to secure our resources. This is strategically important, and it's important to us to fulfill our word to our allies overseas. And with that, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from the great state of Alabama, Ms. Sewell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to add my voice to the chorus, thanking you, Mr. Chair, and our ranking member for your bipartisan support of the Ukraine supplemental package. As we've heard today, Congress must act. We must act to get Ukrainians the tools they need to defend their country. It's a strategic ally of ours, and to allow the necessary tools not to be given is just unacceptable, frankly. You know, I had an opportunity last year, General, to visit Poland on a bipartisan delegation to see firsthand the tracking and accountability systems that you all have put in place in order to make sure that we, the American people, know that the resources that they're sending to Ukraine are being utilized. I get that you can't see once it's past the border, but overall, have you been pleased with that system, and what can we do to strengthen it?
Thank you, ma'am. To be clear, we don't go blind when it goes across the border. We have folks in Kiev who inspect depots. And we have folks in Kiev who venture out farther, like to Odessa and places like that, to inspect depots. It's really when it gets down to front lines that it gets a little bit tougher for us, and I explained how we're doing that. Am I satisfied? No, I'm not satisfied. I mean, you know, in the U.S. Army, when you change over, you know, command of a unit, you have to sign for every single screwdriver, every single screw in that unit. You have to account for it, or you have to pay for it. That's where I'd like to be. We're just finding that it's difficult to be there right now. I am satisfied under the conditions that we're doing a good job. I'm not satisfied under the conditions that we're doing a perfect job or even the best job we can, and we strive to improve it every single day.
Of course, we strive to improve it. I just want my constituents in Alabama to know that we are doing everything we can to track it and to be accountable. One of those NATO allies, an anchor of stability in the region, is Romania. And last year, the Alabama National Guard and Romania celebrated 30 years as partners through the State Partnership Program, which has enhanced both of our countries' armed forces. As part of this program, the Red Tails at the 187th Fighter Wing in Montgomery, which I am so honored to represent, partnered with the Romanian Air Force to share best practices related to the F-16 and the F-35 now, as Romania modernizes its fleet. So, General, can you speak to the benefit that the Alabama National Guard's partnership has on Romania's military readiness, and how does this partnership bolster our position in the region?
Ma'am, first of all, just for all members from all states, the State Partnership Program is just an incredibly valuable part of our strategy to be able to support the alliance and to create strategic bonds between the United States and given countries. In many cases, it pays off tenfold in terms of access, in terms of basing, in terms of influence and things like that. It's extremely practical, but it's also just strategically valuable. I work very hard with Dan Hokinson on making sure we've got exciting new developments in the state partnership program. It's helping us consolidate the position of formerly neutral or neutral and wondering about it countries right now. My Sergeant Major, Rob Abernathy here, routinely engages with the soldiers from the various states, and he routinely attends the state partnership conferences and everything like that. It's extremely important. With regard to Alabama and Romania, particularly a huge success story, right? So the Romanians are having a moment, their economy's doing well, and it's going into their military. They've beaten back a lot of corruption problems they had. Their military is surging right now. It's going to become really an anchor of our alliance in the Southeast. They're spending well on defense. They're buying all U.S. equipment, very high-end stuff. But to use that equipment, you've got to have a mentor. It's not just a member of going and learning how to fly the F-35 or learning how to use this piece of equipment. You really got to understand how to employ it in an organization, how to take care of it. And the Alabama National Guard has been fantastic in that regard, in all domains, by the way, on the ground as well, working with multinational Corps Southeast to put that together. So I can't thank Alabama enough, or the National Guard in general enough, for what they do. It has a material impact on the combat readiness of our alliance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make sure that we were supporting these state partnerships. It's really the Alabama-Romanian partnership is a model to be followed. Thanks.
It is. Chair, I recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates.
Dr. Wallander, you've testified that the goal in the war is Russia's strategic failure, right? So I want to drill down into what that specifically means. Does Russia's strategic failure require repatriating Crimea back to Ukraine?
Bison grass.
That is for Ukraine to decide whether that is their absolute required achievement to define this war.
You're a senior administration official in the Biden administration. I just want to know, to you, does Russia's strategic failure require the repatriation of Crimea?
To me, reinforcing the international law that borders cannot be changed by force.
Did you see the Kevin McCarthy
is
clip?
Absolutely vital to teaching
calling him
Putin a
out
lesson.
on,
so ultimately,
quote, sleeping with a 17-year-old. Did you see
that? The
that?
objective of the United States through your eyes, and granted, Ukraine can have their own objectives, totally concede that, but in your eyes, as you testify to us, until Crimea has been repatriated, we have not achieved what you say is the goal in the war, which is Russia's strategic failure.
But that is, now you're just switching up your question,
Russia
you
does
stupid
not
ass.
gain territory through the use of force is a strategic success for Ukraine and for
But I just
the
want
United
to,
States.
I know, but that's very amorphous. I'm talking about a specific piece of geography, Crimea. You're testifying that Russia's strategic failure has not been achieved until Crimea is back under Ukrainian control. I think that's what you've said. I want to draw the finest possible point on it.
I appreciate that. I said that Russia will not succeed in seizing territory and having that recognized through the use of force.
All right, so now let's do the Donbas. And is your testimony the same, that Russia's strategic failure can only be accomplished through a repatriation of the Donbas region back to Ukraine?
Russia's strategic failure requires that Russia not gain territory in Ukraine through the use of force.
And they've done that in the Donbas, right?
We do not recognize that, and
I
Ukraine does not
cannot wait for
recognize
that
that. So no, they occupy the territory.
I'm really interested in how Ukraine has historically recognized the Donbas. Have you ever heard the Donbas described as the ungoverned region by Ukrainian officials prior to the invasion?
The Donbas?
Incels
You mean
will
Donetsk and Luhansk?
clench
Yeah. I personally
across
have never
the
heard that.
globe.
Really? I have. I heard the Ukrainian ambassador describe it as the ungoverned region before, and now we're acting as though its repatriation is necessary to achieve Russia's strategic failure. Do you think setting such a high bar, like the repatriation of Crimea that's been under Russian control for some years now, and the repatriation of the Donbas region, do you think that's a really high bar for us to achieve?
I think that Russia is going to fail. I think the international community writ large does not support this, and they see a stake in an aggressor being able to invade a neighbor and slice off territory and claim it as its own.
Here's what I think. I think that we're never repatriating Crimea back to Ukraine. And I think that if you set that as the objective, then we perpetuate this
are
new
you
forever war
negotiating now
that's going
on
to have a
behalf
lot of
of
death and a lot
Vladimir?
of destruction.
Are you no
and,
negotiator
it's
for
for an
Putin?
unachievable goal.
Oh, wow.
And I
I'm
worry,
now
I
part
worry
of
that's
the
driving our thinking.
You're negotiating. Where's your
You know,
FARA?
General, you said any
Have you
aircraft
filed
will
a
help.
FARA
I
registration?
take some exception with that. I don't want to quibble with that.
Well,
right? Like,
have you filed a
aircraft that can't
FARA?
fly don't help,
I
do
guess
they?
registration is part of the title.
Right?
There are aircraft that can't fly, and those
Okay,
would
yeah,
not
so
help
they wouldn't
others.
help. And then if you weren't able to properly operate an aircraft and it were to create some sort of escalatory accident, that would be problematic too, right? Okay, so just for the record, Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent to enter an April 5th
An
publication
Epic
from
Times.
thedefensepost.com, F-16 fighter jets
defensepost.com.
no longer relevant, according to Ukrainian official.
Without objection, so ordered.
Do you have any reaction to that reporting, General?
Sure, that's not what the Ukrainian officials I talked to think. That's not what they think.
Well, yeah,
Thank you.
I guess then we shouldn't represent that there is unanimity on that position. There are some who think they'll be helpful, some that think they won't. Just real quick, you guys are going to have
I'm not
folks
looking for
leaving
unanimity.
Cyprus
I'm
and
just
going
working
to
with
these
my
operations in the Eastern Med in Gaza. And I think the Biden administration wants us to become the port authority in Gaza, presumably forever. But do we know yet where we're going to
There was
build
just a little
this
catch
pier
in his
in
throat
Gaza?
on that one, wasn't there?
So that's not my area of
breathing so
responsibility,
easily,
sir.
are we,
Okay, so
Maddie?
you're not supporting that out of Cyprus just because on page 15 of your
No,
testimony.
no,
it talks
I'm
about
supporting it.
Okay.
Yes, I do know.
Well, do you know where it's going to be since you're
I do
supporting
know
it?
where the pier is going to go, but it's not my area of responsibility, and I'd refer you to General Carilla, sir.
Okay, I'll check with him. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
It's a fascinating world we live in because I actually agree with Mr. Gates on something around Ukrainian policy, which I would not have thought of. And this is a really important point. Right now, what we need to do is get money to Ukraine so they can defend themselves. I'm 100% with you on that. I think all the arguments that we've heard today dance around that fundamental reality that giving Putin Ukraine is an enormous mistake, and not giving Ukraine the money right now to defend it, that's giving Putin Ukraine. But we have got to get off of this Crimea trap that we walk right into like you just did. Realistically, Crimea is not coming back to Ukraine. And we can absolutely win this war and absolutely make a difference even in that reality. We do not have to have Crimea to make it 1,000% worth it to give Ukraine the money, okay? We need a sovereign, democratic Ukraine that can survive. We have a sovereign, democratic Ukraine that can survive right now. We do, all right? But if we are telling the world, you must support us, Ukraine taking it all back, that is an entirely different proposition. And I have never liked, I've heard this phrase over, nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. Forgive me, that is a ridiculous thing for any U.S. diplomat or person in U.S. policy to say, okay? We got partners all over the world, and yes, we listen to them. But when we're footing the bill, when we are spending so much money over there,
Who's this
we
guy?
have a say. And to act like we don't, I get it.
Wait,
I know why you don't
who
want
is
to
this
act like
guy?
you're bullying Ukraine into something, but let us walk down that road, as Mr. Gates just walked you down that road, and see that that initial instinct that's saying, well, we're going to just make sure that Ukraine has the say is a problem.
A golf
So
cart.
I don't really want an answer to this. I just want everybody listening within the Biden administration to walk down that road a little bit more effectively from this point forward so that we don't wind up abandoning Ukraine because we're defending something that is largely theoretical, basically, and we get ourselves in that trap. And I just wanted to get that on the record at this particular moment. I yield back to the chairman.
I completely agree with the ranking member. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Panetta.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member, for your comments. Dr. General, thank you for being here. Appreciate your testimony today. I also want to harken back to the gentleman from Georgia's testimony. I appreciate how he did sort of sum it up in that, last summer we sort of had high hopes about potentially using the vernacular of winning. But unfortunately now we're sort of in a situation where we're definitely not as optimistic, and we're getting to the point where we're going to be very, very pessimistic. I had a conversation with a couple of my colleagues who had just traveled to Ukraine last week, and their attitude was that the situation was tense, stable, but they're very, very worried about what's going to happen. Like I said, last summer we had high hopes that Ukrainian troops could punch through Russian lines. But unfortunately, the counteroffensive failed, and we got to a point where we started to accept that Ukraine was settling into a stalemate.
Thanks.
Now
Freedom
we're starting to
Fox.
worry it's going beyond
I
that,
just,
especially
I'm a
with
little
the
confused
potential
by
for
that.
a big Russian
Just a
push
little
this summer
confused.
that could punch through Ukrainian defenses and deep into the country.
Okay, yes,
What we're
thank
seeing
you,
is that
Valiant,
Ukraine is
aka
suffering from
Siegfried.
quote-unquote
Siegfried
shell
is
hunger,
Valiant in
where
the
Russia
chat
is
is
firing
Siegfried,
5
everyone.
shells for
It's
every one Ukrainian
she's
shell
having some
that
issues
Ukrainian
with YouTube,
that
so
Ukraine can fire.
that's our
In
Siegfried.
addition, Ukraine is low on air defenses.
Yeah, I think I might
low
be
on
on
air
for a
defense
little bit,
interceptors, they're low on
Badger.
cruise missiles, they're low on tanks, they're low on fighting
Maybe.
vehicles. It's not just leading to a stalemate, it could be leading to a loss.
I want to do some sound
Straightforward
testing
question.
and shit like that.
What can
so,
Congress be
yeah.
doing so that we change not just the vernacular, but we change the outcome?
What we need right now to prevent Russian success and Ukrainian defeat is passage of the supplemental. It is critical for the reasons General Cavoli has made clear. We are able to get to a longer-term solution by working with Europe. That is well underway. But none of that work that we've done for 2 years in investing in Ukraine's future will pay off unless we get them through the next few months.
General.
Cool.
Congressman, I really don't have anything to add to what Dr. Wallander just said. I thought it was very well put. We've spoken at length today about what the critical steps are and why it's the U.S. So a very valid question that I've heard from members.
I'm so sorry.
Both
That really
in the
sucks.
hearing today and previously, sir, is why can't somebody else fill in this requirement? And on those two items, the artillery shells and ground-based interceptors, we are really leading the world in the production of those right now for 155, especially for the NATO standard. Nobody else is producing it in the quantity necessary. They're trying to get there, but they're not there yet. So this supplemental at this time to get us to that day when others are going to be able to be producing, to include Ukrainians producing their own, which is their and our goal together, I think that's really why this is a critical moment for this supplemental, sir.
Thanks to both of you. General, obviously what we've seen, and I think you talked about this earlier in one of your answers, the war in Ukraine has been one of both advanced technology and conventional warfare. The Russians have been relying on the age-old tactics, including mines, tanks, and layered defenses, but Ukrainians have actually been merging both advanced technology and conventional warfare. In some cases, Ukraine has been losing some of these technologies in high volumes to combat Russia's sheer number of firepower. What is your assessment of Ukraine's use of emerging technology to reduce some of the asymmetric advantages against Russia's military and war economy, and how do you anticipate that this can be sustained?
It's quite innovative, Congressman. They successfully brought into their military in the very early stages a large number of engineers and scientists from what was a very highly developed technical education base. So their tertiary education
I first
system
read
was
that,
very long
Siegfried,
on
as
engineers
I am
and
Siegfried
scientists.
with a question
and,
mark.
those folks have made a big
I am
help
Siegfried,
inside the military. Adapting
I am Siegfried
technologies,
too.
both new
Number two.
military technologies and grafting it onto old systems, or civilian technologies and finding a military use for them. Very innovative, very useful, difficult to scale.
Great.
Difficult to scale.
Thanks again to both of you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I would advise members and their staff that are watching that after
is that
Mr. Davis, we're going to recess and go to
invitation?
2212 for the classified
There,
portion
deep
of this
state
hearing. But right now,
marauder,
recognize the
Ivan
gentleman from North Carolina, Mr.
Rakelin.
Davis.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chair,
Like
and to the
bake light.
witnesses here today, Dr. General.
Thanks for that
Seymour
invite.
Johnson
Maybe I'll take you up on
Air
it.
Force Base is a crown jewel in eastern North Carolina. Plays a key role in our national security and defense. General Cavoli, can you explain the role that Strike Eagles in particular are playing in the European theater, and in particular, how divesting a fighter squadron at the base would impact operations in Ukraine?
Look, it's
So
Old
the
Home
Strike
Week,
Eagle is a very
ACB,
capable
famous
aircraft.
maggot
It's
among the
one of
chats
it's at the
here
very top end
to
of the fourth
drop
generation of aircraft.
drop
It carries
the
a very large payload
turd.
and
Do
can
you
deliver it
honestly
in
believe
very,
that?
very
Believe
difficult,
what?
difficult places. So it has
Facts?
proven its worth over
Are
the
you-
years, sir.
are you
It
rooting
is one of
for,
the aircraft that figures heavily
an
in my
anti-democracy
plans and the plans
aggressor?
at US
You
Yukon.
fucking
It is
weirdo.
an aircraft that
Why are you such a
that,
fucking weirdo?
it will continue to be valuable for some time. I do recognize that the Air Force is trying to replace them with more capable aircraft.
Learn something
and
about
it will be very
geopolitics, you
important
fucking
for us
weirdo.
not to have a gap between
Jesus.
the retirement of one
I'm
and the
so done
arrival
with
of the
stupid.
next. With
I
regard
mean,
to
if
the
there was any
particular
intelligent
squadron
argument,
Seymour,
it'd be
sir,
one thing, but
Seymour
there's
Johnson,
just nothing.
I don't know off
They're
the
just
top
like,
of my
oh,
head,
is that what
and
you
I would
think?
refer that question to the Department of the Air Force, and I'll get that
Yeah,
to them if you'd
whatever
like,
is
sir.
right. That's the limit of what your
Just to follow up
response
here,
is.
how
Get
do
the
they have
fuck
the
out of here.
TE station in particular, Lincoln
Loser.
Heat directly
Fucking anti-democratic
support or
loser.
indirectly support Ukraine right now?
Go send your orange god some more
They
money.
form an invaluable
He fucking
part
needs it. He's
of
got some
our
big
air
fucking legal
policing,
bills
our air
coming.
defense system, and that's proven very important in a couple of locations where where it's been necessary to have an active missile and air defense. And I'd like to be more detailed about that in closed session if you can. And if you're not going to be at the closed session, sir, I'd be happy to answer you in a classified setting elsewhere. There are other very important uses for it.
Which is kind of amazing since he doesn't have
I
unlimited
visited
time.
Ukraine a few weeks ago, and one of the takeaways for me, and
Ukraine in my
sticking
bio,
along this
bitch.
aircraft
It's the fucking
theme,
front of
so to speak,
democracy, ACB.
and that is
I'm
not just
unhinged.
the
Oh my
aircraft
God,
that
this is
receiving,
what
but
we've
going
got,
to do the
people.
training,
I'm just
getting
gonna let
their
him go ahead and
trained
do his thing
pipeline.
because he's gonna show you his whole entire
speak
ass right
towards
now.
your knowledge
ACB,
of
show us your
all
whole entire ass.
of
Well, you
are
already
we
have,
able
but that's
to,
okay. You know, there's no bottom.
help
So
get
go ahead.
through, help the Ukrainians get through this
Knock
process
yourself out.
that is meaningful in a way that's
Loser.
still going to help us meet all the demands
Yeah, I am.
in terms of the national security
Ate
demands.
paint, well, who ate paint chips as a child?
Sure, Congressman. The first, it's worth
That's not
pointing out,
my
I think,
handle.
that we're not the only ones
I
training
know. That's
Ukrainian
okay. I
pilots
guess they're
and
bored.
working on fourth generation aircraft for them.
And yet here you
co-lead
are
of the
boosting my
coalition that
algo.
OSD has put together
boost it
with
more,
our allies
baby.
are Denmark and the Netherlands, and they're doing
Boost my
the
algo,
preponderance of it
baby.
right now. We are training some pilots in the U.S.
Boost my algo, baby.
And we're working on some of their maintenance programs and everything in the U.S.
And yet
also.
here you are.
Just a couple of notes. An important feature of this, believe it or not, has been English language capability and English
My take is that
language
this has
training.
been a very informative,
If
very
all
eloquent
the
hearing by
manuals and
two
all
members
the
of the
instructions and all
Department
the
of
buttons
Defense
are written in English. You at least
who
got to
have
know
been
that
able
much
to
English. By the way, it's
explain
also the international
the
language of
urgency
flight, and so
and the
it's just
situation
necessary
very
to
well.
have some level of language skill. That's the first step. The second step is to determine whether or not the pilot has sufficient basic pilot training. If the person is an accomplished pilot already, go straight to an F-16 transition, and that brings some challenges about it because these are very different aircraft from what they've been flying in the Ukrainian Air Force.
My Eclipse is
Otherwise,
untethered from its
you
speed.
go to basic flight training, and we do have some aviators in basic flight
what?
training as well in
Oh,
a
yeah,
couple of
okay,
different countries, and then they'll
I'll
graduate
stop.
to an F-16 transition. I hope that answered your question.
And just one follow-up here in the few seconds left. Do we have the capability, the capacity to train more Ukrainian pilots, in your opinion?
Yeah, the limiting
Not sure
factor
the rudder's in
on
the
how
water.
many we're training right now, sir, is Ukrainian pilot availability.
Not sure the helm is
Ukrainians
steady.
have carefully calculated how many pilots they can spare and still maintain an adequate
Not sure the
level of
sextant
combat
is
activity inside
operating.
Ukraine.
I don't know what a
And that's what's
sextant, like,
driving the
okay, so what do
actual-
you do?
the
Like, you
actual
look at a
size of the
sextant,
pipeline, how
right?
many
Like,
are
you
in the
look in
pipeline.
it, Is that what
Thank
you
you.
do?
Yield back, Mr.
Wait, what?
Gentleman yields back.
How do you use
The
a
committee will
sextant?
now stand in recess for 5 minutes as we
Okay,
move
great,
to
good,
room
because we need to look up
2212
some
for the
shit about
closed portion of this
sextants.
hearing.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. Thank y'all. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. So let's go ahead and figure out. Hold on. Let me just do this one thing. Okay. Hold on. Let me just hold on. Just hold on. Hold on, everybody. How do you use a sextant? How does a sextant work? Oh my gosh. Here come the helicopters. All right. All it is a device that measures the angle between two objects. The sextant makes use of two mirrors. With this sextant, one of the mirrors, okay, well, there's a diagram, but I can't show you, is half silvered, which allows some light to pass through. In navigating, you look at the horizon through this mirror. I'm very confused. I'm very confused about that. Anyway, so that's what? You got the sextant and the consent. Wes Clark. Wait, what? The reason, man, my eyesight is really a little bit what? Yeah, I understand what it is, you stupid idiot. No, I'm just kidding. I wanted to know how it worked. Jesus. Oh my gosh, you really are a follower, ACB. You're like a super fan. I fucking love this. I love it. You are a super fan. I did say sextant. I like it. I like it. You're changing your mind, aren't you, ACB? Yeah, you're becoming a Democrat, aren't you, little tiny bit? Little tiny bit. Little teeny tiny bit. Line up the horizon, aim the thing at the sun. The math is all done for you. I mean, baby, you're a super fan. Come on now. You just need to admit it. You need to give it up. Give it up for Lolo. Give it up for Lolo. Come on now. Come on now. Give it to me, baby. Isn't a sextant a tool to navigate? Yeah, it's a tool to navigate. Yeah, it's a navigational tool. I just wanted to know how it worked. Like, what end do you look through? What are you looking at? What are you looking for? That's what I was thinking. Are there any Dems left? I don't know what you mean. Give it to me, baby. Feets will foot. Give it to me, baby. Let's see. Wait, hold on. I wanna wait. What? What? Let me see. Hold on, everybody. Hold on, just a minute. Ouch. Give it to me, baby. That was my point. Thank you, Siegfried. That's my point. That was my point. All right, wait. Wes Clark Jr. Okay, wait. Because my little system-y, I have to go like upside down. Boy, you turned me inside out and round. Okay, wait. What now? Let's see here. Are you talking about the FISA? Sorry. Wait, what? A FISA. Yeah, what's going on with the whole FISA thing? The story is like... Hold on. Presented so far. I'm sorry, gal. I have a problem, like, using the links right now. Upside down. Oh, it's the FISA thing? Yeah. Alexa, tell Siri how to Google sextant. Siri, which tweet did Gal mean? The FISA, yeah, I mean, well, through the church committee. Yeah, what is that? What? Okay, wait. So let me show you that one. Hold on just a second. Hold on. I think I have it pulled up. We'll find out, won't we? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, wait. This one? Wait. This one? The reason. Whoops. Oh, fuck. The reason many GOP politicians are flustered. Let me put this a little bigger because I can't read it. Many are flustered with the fees and would like to continue doing so. Oh, Deep State David. Oh, oh, oh. Is that the one that you meant? You pasted above what he said above it. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm not very good today. The reason, oh, yes, are flustered over FISA. Yes. Now, isn't that just like, I saw those like repetitive spammy tweets, the spammy tweets by, all of them, right? Oops, oh shit, man. What? Adjourned? What the fuck? No, it's not. Oh. Wait, hold on. I'm sorry, kids. Hold on just a second. I gotta fix something over here. Hold on just... Oh, dear. Oh, dear. They were only taking a 5-minute break, and they ended the entire... What? Oh, my God. Hold on. 12:15. What, that's 9:15. What time is it? I'm so confused. Isn't today the 10th? Okay, well, you know what? I'm just gonna... 2 hours? They're coming back in 2 hours? I thought they were only coming back in 5 minutes. I'm confused. What happened? Okay, wait, here we go. FISA and related laws and EOs and it set explicit parameters, always overrun by exigency and NatSec arrogance. I haven't followed too close since disappointed by the people who advocate reform of the Obama era. I haven't followed that either. But I have seen so much mentioned recently that I think that makes sense. So wait, is that over? Aren't they coming back like sooner than, but it says it has a thing for 2 hours from now. Wait, hold on, let me show you what I'm looking at. It says in 2 hours. And there's nothing else on their little like website. It's kind of weird, huh? I don't know. I know. Well, and Carter Page was really like what is that? What's like a catalyst kind of thing? Well, but I think he was used as an excuse, right? To deflect from the fact that he actually was trying to engage in some kind of collusion. Okay, this is my hot take, all right? So calm down. But this is my hot take. Absolutely, ideological capture, yeah. My hot take is that, my hot take is Carter Page was part of the fuckery machine, right? Like little butt sniffers who were trying to get the, not important people like Carter Page, George Papadopoulos, I don't know, a bunch of them. Just the fact that he probably did try to collude and probably was just like super bad at it, right? I think there probably was, obviously, a court found that there was technically things wrong with his FISA warrant or whatever, or I can't recall now the exact details of that, but given the fact that that actually is, that those things are true, I think they ran with the technicalities and the FISA thing, which was easy to do. It gave him great cover for the fact that the dude probably actually was trying to collude with other nations to advance a political candidate. Everyone should watch this series on ABC Australia on the Russia story. It was super informative. Oh, Four Corners. Hold on, let me find that. Hold on. There are bases in Guam. Hi, Kathy. How are you? Good to see you. Find Four Corners on YouTube. It's a 4-part series. Hold on, I'm gonna find the link for that. Hold on. Hold on a minute. Hold on just a second. I'll do it. I'll look. That's from Bird Box. I'll do it. I'll look. Bobo and I say that to each other all the time. I'll do it. I'll look. All right, Four Corners. Hold on. Oh my God, I remembered something. There we go. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Hold on. Boy, there's a lot around Four Corners. Oh, I see. That's the series. Okay, sorry. Wow, that looks like a great series. First of all, let me go ahead and find the frickin' channel, and I'll share the... Oh, shit. Okay, stop. God, oh, lordy, Lord. Lord, those things give me such goosebumps sometimes. Okay. So here is the link to their YouTube channel. Do 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 do. ACB is a well-known troll. He was a maggot that kind of simped off the chuds, and didn't realize he was taken for a ride because he's too dumb to realize it, and then now he's relegated to coming in here. So you know what? I win. And he's just a troll because he knows he's too dumb to have an actual argument. Anyway, there's the thing. There's the link. My buddy Felix Sater. Felix Sater, my buddy. Yeah, the whole energy lobby. I can't. Okay, I'm going to say this again. I have a few not shorts, but I have a few videos on my channel from Saturday, from this Pennsylvania Leadership Conference, and it was fucking scary, okay? And that's the ground game that's happening right now in states across, wherever. And, whoops. And that is what we're, oh yeah, Obama button. Okay, you know what? If you're going to continue to be stupid and then you're going to bother my friends, you're really going to be kicked out, okay? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know, and here you are. Here you are, boosting me. I love that. I own you. Dance for mama. Anyway. No, it's been a while. Let's see. It really is Jim Karen. Magnifilo. That goes into depth about why the trial is a lot more important than people think it is. That's interesting. Agnifalo. I really love her. She's my favorite. If Midas Touch has I don't really like all the Midas Touch people that much because I'm really sick of really sick of it. But yeah, she is amazing and really smart. Wah, wah. Wah, wah. ACB just wants to be noticed. That's all. Don't worry about him. Really. No, I'm telling you right now, this is a chud simp you're dealing with. This is not no. We're not doing high level trolling here, okay? So ACB may learn something, and that would be just the best thing that ever happened. But yeah, I'm not worried about them. There can be no damage done by that troll. I believe it's a he. He is out of his league. I think he's identified as a he. Who? Oh, maybe has you blocked. Anyway, Magna Follow. I know. I actually think that's a better name. That's a better name for her. Magna Follow, because she's pretty awesome. National Enquirer Trump scam. I know. That's the thing. I actually tweeted about that like 6 months ago or 7 months ago. Like, what about David Pecker? What the fuck happened to David Pecker? Okay, what happened to him? Low effort troll. Drowning. Oh my God, Cam. I didn't know that. Jeez. Good. I'm glad you're here for the laughs. I'm a comedian. I'm happy. Good. Wow, you really are my bitch. And anyway, what was I gonna say? God, that was something really good too. Oh, you know what? I have oh, never mind. I'm not gonna do it now. The name of the Trump. Oh, the name of the book is Trying Trump. Oh, you know what else I watched the other day? Hey Cam, how are you? You know what else I was watching it. I didn't watch the whole thing. I need to kind of actually come in and I need to watch more episodes. But the Brennan Center for Justice has like really good deep dives on the Trump trials. I think just yesterday, maybe the day before yesterday. I'll find the link to it because it was really good and it was really interesting. Thanks for your support. That's right. Vote Biden. Biden-Harris 2024, babes. Exactly. Right? Right, Pert? Oh, ouch. Ouchie magouchie. Okay, wait. Let me see if oh shoot. Wait, what was that thing? Shoot. What was I just talking about? I can't remember. I just can't remember. Hold on. Let me just make sure that I haven't missed like where they're gonna do this stupid ass booty pop. Do. Hey, really worried about people on the Gulf Coast. Be careful with this tornado shit happening. Take care of yourselves. Watch those storm chasers. Okay, so that's not. I don't see anything happening. I guess they went down to the floor to talk about things happening on the floor. I didn't know that though about. Gosh, every time I show like 60 minutes or something, I just hold on. Okay, wait. Actually, literally. Did you guys see the fucking thing? Okay, wait. I need you guys to see this. Hold on. Hold the phone, Joan. Hold the phone, because this kind of freaked me. I mean, it didn't freak me out. It's already done by the way. Okay, well, all right. If you're gonna just be like a complete idiot, I'm sorry. I can't. You know what? I gave you a chance to just come in and be not weird, and here you are being fucking weird. So guess what? Oh my God. Bye. I gave you a chance, and then there you go. Womp, 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 womp. DHS on YouTube Live. Wait. Department of Homeland Security? Hold on. Oh, Donna. Oh, the DHS one is done? Shit. Oh. We could watch that one. Oh, I wanted to, oh no, I'm not going to. I keep saying that, and then I don't do it. Wait, Okay, this is the thing. I need this. I need everybody to hear this right now. Hold on. I need you to hear this right now. Here we go.
You made a lot of concessions in the negotiations.
Oh wait, hold on. Oh shit. Did I do this? Oh,
because he
God
slept with a
damn
17-year-old.
it.
An ethics
Hold
complaint was
on.
started before I
Sorry.
ever became speaker.
I suck.
And that's illegal.
So was it this? You made a lot of concessions in the negotiations.
No, I didn't. Okay.
Okay, is that
Let's
the
get to the bottom of that.
Right?
That is such a misnomer in life. Let me give you the truth about that now. And I'll give you the truth why I'm not speaker. It's because one person, a member of Congress, wanted me to stop an ethics complaint because he slept with a 17-year-old. An ethics complaint that started before I ever became speaker, and that's illegal, and I'm not going to get in the middle. Did he do it or not? I don't know. But ethics is looking at it. There's other people in jail because of it. And he wanted me to influence it. And you know what? So then they come out and they say, because I kept government open. I'd do it all over again. We're not going to pay our troops? No, I'm going to pay my troops. You can't do the job? Okay. When it comes to the concession, the motion to vacate about one person being able to make that motion, how long has that been in the rules? Forever. The only time it was changed is when Pelosi became speaker the second time. And she put the power with the minority leader. I think it's wrong. I think you elect, let them govern. Now, it takes 218 to have the rule package. There's nothing I can do there. But I had 5 people who never voted for me anyways in the process. I had 8 at the end that did the other. But everybody had to live by it. I lived by it. I think today, if you went back to the people that voted, they think that was a smart vote? I don't think so. I had the choice of having that vote of motion to vacate where you just put the cards in and walk away. No, I made everybody stand up. Because I think historically, it'll be viewed as a very bad thing that happened to our Congress.
Do you think it happens again? I mean, there's now talk that it could happen to this speaker.
No. 2 things. The Dems will never let it happen. The interesting part is, you want another inside story? Okay.
Not this crowd.
So I knew I needed to win the majority by 20 votes or I'd have a problem. So I knew on election night I had a problem. But I had tried for speaker before, and I made a bad interview, and I had to pull out. But as leader, I had never lost a race. I helped us win a majority. I expanded it. I thought I was best prepared.
Wow. Thank you, Kevin. That freaked me out. That totally freaked me out. At your leisure, Gal Squad, could you point me to the most dense, concise occasion of your discussion of resources for reaching out to chud-washed loved ones? It is not really my style or option, but got friend noticing demeanor changes in siblings. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'm sure that there can be some sharing of resources in that from my more productive friends. Disbarment hearings. Okay, listen, I'm going to admit that I recorded a couple. Now, I haven't shown them, obviously. But I did record a couple of screen captures of some testimony during the Jeff Clark hearing for my own perverse pleasure. So, heard it on his face, yes. Yes. Oh, I'll have to think back. I'm sure Gal knows what you're speaking of. I think it is actually concerning that there is so much exhaustion with the. I mean, this is my hot take, so forgive me, But my hot take is there's so much exhaustion with the messaging that it's easy for people who don't want to or who want to I'm not saying that, like there's a personality judgment on those people. I'm not trying to make that type of personality judgment, but I can see the desire to turn that part off, the critical filters to some degree, if that serves your life in other ways, right? Like if it either kind of speaks to part of your worldview or merely resonates with whatever anger or frustration you might be feeling about whatever aspects of your life might be in disarray, or I don't know. Brainwash rubric doesn't explain chuds. Yeah. Your chuds. Yeah. But Buddy's description of sibling sounded straight out of the anecdotes of Jim Galolo's bases. I only had one friend who started spouting chemtrail QAnon narratives, now ex-friend. Yeah, see, this is the thing. There's so many like soft lines of people who have had doubts about one thing or another, whether it be chemtrails or Hollywood or, whatever, that Q, the proponents of Q, Mike Flynn as one of the key proponents of Q, it benefits them to paint those as collectively belonging to a larger worldview. Because then if you're on the fringe, you've found a home. And there's people in that home that at least believe part of what you believe, if not everything. So you feel validated. But, I mean, that's the, right? I know. I don't have time for that either. I mean, I feel very lucky. I feel really lucky to have people in my life that are kind of clear-headed about what's happening. But I know that's not everyone. Not everyone has that luxury, and it's very painful to have kind of core disagreements with someone who you love, right, or who you care about. That's a loss. And there's just been a lot of loss, right? Like, I think that, since 2020, since COVID, since the post-truth kind of world we've found ourselves in, it kind of increases your profound sense of loss, I think. Again, totally my hot take, so apologies in advance. But I think that is inevitably one of the sources of this discord. You know what I did? When I was, I referred friend to Mindfuck film and outlined premise. I think that film is very good, and we should show that again. I showed that a year ago, I think, or something. Jim's documentary, and we should show it again. It still is very timely. And there's this weird kind of like rejection of, I don't know, like this is what, like when I was listening to the Pennsylvania Leadership Conference on Saturday, that's what struck me, is that it's like this post-truthiness, this post-truthiness that we have, the post-truthiness world we live in. It's allowed unfettered to surge. And what I did a couple, like when right before I had my surgery, I had this sign made because I want like one pre-printed sign with a certain message for Democracy Dino. And then I will do like, customized signs for whatever the particular situation is that I have, but I'll have like, certain messages. And truthiness. I know. Wasn't that a Daily Show thing? Wasn't that a Jon Stewart thing? I can't remember what I was saying, but it doesn't matter. Dude with the long hair who goes around getting people to register to vote. Oh, Scott Pressler. Scott Pressler. Scott Pressler. I don't either, Pert, but somebody has to. Yeah, I mean, I think that, yeah, he's terrible. He's a terrible person. He's a horrible, horrible person with a really weird worldview. Yeah, no, he's a horrid, horrid person. I think that I know. I still don't kind of understand the leap from no, it's fine. It's fine. No, this is great, actually. You guys are bringing up really good stuff. But I think that I don't understand the leap from, I was talking about fringe groups. I don't really understand the leap from crunchy. I guess I understand the anti-vax thing, but even anti-vax people to me seemed right-wing. Does that make sense? Like I worked in a school in Palo Alto, and that's about as crunchy as it gets, right? And I don't recall any of them having the worldview that their child couldn't get vaccinated. You know what I'm saying? And one of them fucking owned a yoga studio. So I don't understand like the whole switch between crunchy to MAGA. I understand fringe groups like men's rights. I understand libertarian, like foundational Black Africans and other groups that are looking at that, at the libertarian aspects of deregulation and other things benefiting, right? I understand what's in it for them kind of thing, but I don't really understand what the crunchy, except for just the whole vaccine thing. But wouldn't they have a problem with the other shit? I don't understand that. I just don't understand that. Can the Amish use voting machines? I don't know. He's going after the... Okay, here's the other thing, though, Siegfried. He might be going after the Amish. But I'm just not worried about that. I'm not worried. He, to me, is a shiny object. Now, he's very good at what he does. He is very good at what he does. Hi, JFK. How are you? Oh, thanks. I'm glad. I'm glad, because this is a pretty fucked up place, if you really think about it. The MMR stuff spent about 30 years. I know. You're right. You're right. You know a lot of anti-vax Dems, Paulina. I guess maybe they just hit it really well. That might be. That totally might be. General anti-authority posture. Right, exactly. Thank you. That's really what, it's those groups. I see that. I guess I just didn't see the immediate. It just seemed like such a jump to me. Trump supposedly has another kid floating around. Oh my God. I want to find out what I want to talk about David Pecker. Okay. I don't care about Trump's love children, whatever those are. By the way, I just want to remind everybody that not only is Tiffany Trump the organ donor and prison stand-in for Ivanka, but bitch has a law degree now. So I don't know why Trump is hiring her to be their lawyer, because what was the point of her even going to law school if she wasn't going to be fucking... What use are you, woman? What use? I know, Jim, you say that all the time. You go to that watering hole, it's all MAGA. They were bragging about buying lots of Trump media, Truth Social. Hey, buy low, sell high. That's what I heard. That's what I heard. It could not possibly be that he shorted the stock, could it? No. It is hard to remain critical of NatSec institutions while the enemies of democracy are attacking. I see. This is the thing. That's a very good point. I'm not a big fan of the military-industrial complex. And I'm not a fan of aggression, armed aggression. I'm not a fan of that at all. I'm not a fan of blind wars. I'm not a fan. Welcome to the movement. Welcome to the movement. What took you so long, all you anti-establishment MAGA? We've been anti-establishment for decades. Where the fuck have you been? Oh, you've been sucking on its teat. I get it. Okay. But now it doesn't taste as good anymore. What happened? You passed the age. You were lurking on their forum when they all started buying that stock. Many of them never bought stock before. Yes. Thank you. I hope they bought it on margin, which means with a loan from their broker. I hope their broker talked them into leveraging margin to buy more stock. Oops. I wouldn't want to do that margin call. I wouldn't want to make that margin call. Ho, 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 ho. Yeah, I mean, I have to kind of like I don't want to, I'm not like a super nationalist, like, oh, USA, USA. I'm not into that. I mean, I'm into order. I like a good structure. But I'm not crazy about, blah, blah, blah. But I'll tell you, what they want is privatization. And I'm way more scared of privatization than I am of trying to fix what we've got in place. So I differ from my some of my more stronger leftist brethren and sisterin and thetherin, that I might not want to burn it all down. But I understand the sentiment. I don't know. Why? Oh, yeah. Why would you invest? Because, Jim, you're not reading the prospectus, okay? You're not reading the prospectus. Yeah, Valiant, Siegfried. I was in Soviet Russia. Now, granted, it wasn't that long, but I was there long enough to get a taste of what it's like to be followed by the government and having all your moves tracked to the point where you can't visit people who are mutual friends because you'll be drawing attention to them. That's how stupid that was. That was 1984. No, wait. Yeah, it was 1984. And then I was in Russia, in Moscow, in 1998. And it also was still very, I was there with a boyfriend at the time whose brother worked for Gazprom. So we had plenty of discussions about what it was like to live in 1998 Moscow as a British citizen. So I know what it's like. I'm not an expert, but I have a bit of on-the-ground experience. So I'll take a little bit of dysfunction and some more perfect union any day of the week. Yeah, I was there when they were preparing for the presidential election in Liberia. And that's a democratic country, supposedly. They have some pretty anti-democratic activities. like the mayor of Monrovia deciding every year that she's just going to bulldoze all the street merchants because they're as part of the city beautification. And then what she did was parade child sex slaves, whom she called prostitutes. She paraded them through the street. That was 2014. So I can tell you what, I got a little tiny bitty baby taste. So fucking figure it out. Not that, not that we have to worry about that stuff here. Except for the fact that a 160-year-old fucking law Jeez. I just don't know. Like, I'm Rose gone. I don't know. That to me is like the reddest of alerts. I don't get it. Because that's just like talk about dominoes. I don't get that. I do not get that. They stacked the Supreme Court days before an election. What in the fucking world is it going to take for this fucking country to understand that they figured out they can get away with shit? So now they're going to put the smarter, quote unquote, people closer to the decision making. Because they almost were shocked themselves when it worked so well last time. They finally figured out that if they just said what they wanted out loud and insisted that that was normal, that enough idiots would believe them and vote against their own interests, which is everyone in the country, by the way. Whoever voted for him had interests that they voted against. So, media literacy. It is important to vote. It's important to make sure people are registered to vote. It's important to do whatever you think is important in that, I think. And it's never enough, like that's understandable. I guess this thing isn't coming back. Boy, I'm really disappointed in these idiots. I might hang out, though. I don't have anything else to do. I was just going to rest today. But why not come on here and rant? No. I actually have this other thing. Like, I set up this... I'm trying really hard with the audio stuff, so I had this little, thing. But it has sounds. I don't know what it is. Wait. Did you even hear that? Oh, I don't think it was... wait, what is the... Is that it? Oh, no, that's not it. What's that? Oops, no, that's not it. Oh. Okay, wait. Here we go. Okay, let me tell me if you hear this. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Wait. Oh my God, yes. Timothy Snyder's 2-page article. People would understand just how careful we need to be. Wait. Okay, wait. I'm going to find that. I love Timothy Snyder. Did you guys hear that, though? Would be demoralized testifying in front of a big array of empty committee. Oh, my God, right? Oh, you did hear it? Good. Oh, good. Yeah. I know. Well, I wanted to, like, oops. Okay, cool. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, let me find that. Let me find the Timothy Snyder. I've got things I wanted to read. I've just been really, this is stupid. I've just been really exhausted, but it's on his Twitter page. Okay, hold on. I'll get it. I'll get it. I'll do it. I'll look. I'll do it. I'll look. Timothy Snyder is amazing. Timothy Snyder, you're amazing. He really is. Oh my God. He's so good. So good. He's so good. You're so vain. Is it the opinion piece? Or wait, hold on, let me come back. Is it the opinion piece? You're so vain. You probably think the song is about you. You're so vain. God, I hate. You know what I hate? I hate ads on, I feel like if you do a lot of online shopping, you should be exempt from ads because you already do enough online shopping. On his Substack, it says, opinion piece, Congress must let Ukraine win, say Barbara Streisand. Oh, well, no. Okay, this is not what I was. No. Hold on. Maybe. I think this is. Oh, this is signed by him. Maybe that's not it. Hold on. Hold on. I'll do it. I'll look. You're so vain. Nope. You're so vain. I can go to his Substack. Come over to my Substack. No thanks. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. Can I just complain for a second? Just organize your page with the most recent thing on top. Okay, please. Please and thank you. No, I don't think it's on his Substack. You're so vain. Let me hold on. Hold on. I'll do it. I'll look. This is what I found. Okay. Well, let's read it. Congress must let Ukraine win, say Barbara Streisand, Sean Penn, Imagine Dragons, Timothy Snyder, and other luminaries. Editor's note. In this appeal to Congress, more than 35 artists, activists, scholars, and others call for funding to Ukraine. Together, we call upon Congress to do the right thing. Ukrainians are fighting for their existence. On territory that Russia occupies, it tortures Ukrainian citizens, kidnaps Ukrainian children, and murders Ukrainian leaders. On territory Russia can reach with its weapons, it strikes civilians and rescue workers. Russian missiles, drones, and bombs destroy churches and monuments to the Holocaust. Russian occupation threatens Ukraine's Muslims, the Crimean Tatars. Russian leaders say openly that their goal is the destruction of the Ukrainian state and the elimination of Ukrainians as a people. Russian propagandists threaten genocide almost every day. Right now, Russia is using missiles and glide bombs to destroy the ancient and beautiful city of Kharkiv, once home to 1.5 million people, just as Russia destroyed Mariupol, Aleppo, and Grozny. Ukrainians are also fighting for our safety and for everyone's freedom. By resisting Russian dictatorship, they show that democracy can defend itself. By defending their borders, they are protecting the international order and holding off chaos. By fighting Russia alone, they protect Europe. By showing how hard offensive operations are, Ukrainians make a Chinese war in the Pacific less likely. By fighting a conventional war against a nuclear power, they are making nuclear proliferation and nuclear war less likely. A woman stands among the rubble in her apartment hit by shelling in Donetsk, Russian-controlled Ukraine, on April 2nd. The Ukrainian armed forces are defending basic American interests. They are doing things that Americans cannot do for themselves. By absorbing the entire Russian attack, they are making other wars in Europe impossible. They deter China without in any way provoking Beijing. By showing that a nuclear power can be resisted, they teach other countries that they need not build nuclear weapons. For 2 years, Ukrainians have protected us as well as their own people. Most Americans understand this and want to help Ukraine, and most elected representatives do too. But we are letting the Ukrainians down. It has been more than 470 days since Congress passed legislation to support Ukraine. That is most of the time since Russia invaded in February 2022. During the period of our inaction, Russia has reconstituted its army. It is preparing a new offensive, testing Ukraine across the front and illegally using CS gas to drive Ukrainian soldiers from their trenches. If Russia breaks through, this will be our fault, and then we will understand what we have lost. Everything that Ukraine is doing for us can be reversed. If Ukraine is defeated, we will find ourselves in a far more dangerous world. It will be a world where we can expect war in Europe and war in Asia, a world in which Russia can cut off the food to the Near East and Africa that Ukraine now supplies, a world without rules, and a world full of nuclear weapons. And then it will be too late to do the thing that, right now, is easy. Help an ally that is in the fight of its life by passing legislation in Congress. Spend about a nickel of the Defense Department dollar, about a penny on the overall budget dollar, most of which, in any event, stays in the United States. We should not let our allies down. Around the world, everyone looking on believes that Ukraine is an easy choice for us. It is a democracy, and we claim to support democracies. Its soldiers are doing for us what we cannot do for ourselves. Ukraine is fighting by itself and not asking for American troops. What America must do to support Ukraine is minimal. If we cannot keep to our commitments to Ukraine, no one will believe that we will support any of our allies in the future. That will lessen us and create a world of war. And Ukrainians are impressive allies. They are fighting well across a very long front. They have cleared the Black Sea of the Russian Navy, allowing Ukrainian agriculture to feed the Near East and Africa. They have developed and deployed their own weapons. They are doing everything humanly possible and taking painful human losses every single day. But they need things that only we can provide to keep up the fight. Ukrainians are giving us a chance for Americans to do the right thing, for them, for us, for decency, for humanity. Ukraine can protect itself and bring stability around the world. If we allow Ukraine to lose, though, we are inviting catastrophe for them, and catastrophe for ourselves. Congress returned to session this week. Time is short and new dangers can arrive very quickly. Together, we call upon Congress to do the right thing right now. Support Ukraine. And there are the people who signed it. There you go. So that's that. The name of the article is called Strong Man Fantasy. Ooh, okay, I'm going to find it. Hold on, I'll find it. Well, but it was a good one. So thank you for that break. Let me see if I can find it. Strong man. Timothy Snyder. Oh, here we go. Do. I need this to be just a bit larger. I'm a little blind. Okay, here we go. I found it. There it is. Okay. I'll do it. I'll look. Okay, so here we go. This is Timothy Snyder, March 17th. Oh, it was St. Patty's Day. Oh, he wasn't having a few drinks. He was writing a big essay. 2024, March 17, 2024. The Strongman Fantasy and Dictatorship in Real Life. Here we go. Settle in, kids. Mama's going to read to you. All right. Thank you. Thank you to Siegfried, a.k.a. Valiant, for bringing this to our attention. Wait, let me check in with you guys to make sure that I haven't lost any of you yet. Okay, cool. Oh, nice. Thanks. Well, I hope you enjoy it. Although it doesn't seem like a very enjoyable topic. Okay. Quite a few Americans like the idea of a strongman rule. Why not a dictator who will get things done? I lived in Eastern Europe when memories of communism were fresh. I have visited regions in Ukraine where Russia imposed its occupation regime. I have spent decades reading testimonies of people who lived under Nazi or Stalinist rule. I have seen death pits, some old, some freshly dug. And I have friends who have lived under authoritarian regimes, including political prisoners and survivors of torture. Some of the people I trusted most have been assassinated. So I think there is an answer to this question. Strongman rule is a fantasy. Essential to it is the idea that a strongman will be your strongman. He won't. In a democracy, elected representatives listen to constituents. We take this for granted and imagine that a dictator would owe us something. But the vote you cast for him affirms your irrelevance. The whole point is that the strongman owes us nothing. We get abused and we get used to it. Another pleasant illusion is that the strongman will unite. Okay, just a minute. Another pleasant illusion is that the strongman will unite the nation. But an aspiring dictator will always claim that some belong and others don't. He will define one group after another as the enemy. This might feel good so long as you feel that you are on the right side of the line. But now fear is the essence of life. The politics of us and them, once begun, never ends. We dream that a strongman will let us focus on America. But dictatorship opens our country to the worst the world has to offer. An American strongman will measure himself by the wealth and power of other dictators. He will befriend them and compete with them. From them, he will learn new ways to oppress and to exploit his own people. At least, the fantasy goes, the strongman will get things done. But dictatorial power today is not about achieving anything positive. It is about preventing anyone else from achieving anything. The strongman is really the weak man. His secret is that he makes everyone else weaker. Unaccountable to the law and to voters, the dictator has no reason to consider anything beyond his own personal interests. In the 21st century, those are simple. Dying in bed as a billionaire. To enrich himself and stay out of prison, the strongman dismantles the justice system and replaces civil servants with loyalists. The new bureaucrats will have no sense of accountability. Basic government functions will break down. Citizens who want access will learn to pay bribes. Bureaucrats in office, thanks to patronage, will be corrupt, and citizens will be desperate. Quickly, the corruption becomes normal, even unquestioned. As the fantasy of strongman rule fades into everyday dictatorship, people realize that they need things like water or schools or social security checks. Insofar as such goods are available under a dictatorship, they come with a moral as well as a financial price. When you go to a government office, you will be expected to declare your personal loyalty to the strongman. If you have a complaint about these practices, too bad. Americans are litigious people, and many of us assume that we can go to the police or sue. But when you vote a strongman in, you vote out the rule of law. In court, only loyalism and wealth will matter. Americans who do not fear the police will learn to do so. Those who wear the uniform must either resign or become the enforcers of the whims of one man. Everybody, except the dictator and his family and friends, gets poorer. The market system depends on competition. Under a strongman, there will be no such thing. Strongman's clan will be favored by government. Our wealth inequality, bad enough already, will get worse. Anyone hoping for prosperity will have to seek the patronage of the official oligarchs. Running a small business will become impossible. As soon as you achieve any sort of success, someone who wants your business denounces you. In the fantasy of the strongman, politics vanishes and all is clear and bright. In fact, a dreary politics penetrates everything. You can't run a business without the threat of denunciation. You can't get basic services without humiliation. You feel bad about yourself. You think about what you say, since it can be used against you later. What you do on the internet is recorded forever and can land you in prison. Public space closes down around you. You cannot escape to the bar or bowling alley, since everything you say is monitored. The person on the next stool or in the next lane might not turn you in, but you have to assume they will. If you have a t-shirt or a bumper sticker with a message, someone will report you. Even if you just repeat the dictator's words, someone can lie about you and denounce you. And then, if you voted for the strongman, you'll be confused. But you should not be. This is what you voted for. Denunciation becomes normal behavior. Without law and voting, denouncing others helps people feel safe. Under strongman rule, you cannot trust your colleagues or your friends or even your family. Political fear not only takes away all public space, it also corrupts all private relationships. And soon it consumes your thoughts. If you cannot say what you think, you lose track of what you believe. You cease to be yourself. If you have a heart attack and go to the hospital, you have to worry that your name is on a list. Care of elderly patients is suddenly in jeopardy. That hospital bed or place in retirement home is no longer assured. If you draw attention to yourself, aged relatives will be dumped in the street. This is not how America works now, but it is how authoritarian regimes always work. In the strongman fantasy, no one thinks about children, but fear around children is the essence of dictatorial power. Even courageous people restrain themselves to protect their children. Parents know that children can be singled out and beaten up. If parents step out of line, children lose any chance of going to university or lose their jobs. Schools collapse away since a dictator only wants myths that justify his power. Children learn in a school to denounce one another. Each coming generation must be more tame and ignorant than the prior one. Time with young children stresses parents. Either your children repeat propaganda and tell you things you know are wrong, or you worry that they will find out what is right and get in trouble. In a dictatorship, parents no longer say what they think to their children, because they fear that their children will repeat it in public. And once parents no longer speak their minds at home, they can no longer create a trusting family. Even parents who give up honesty have to fear that their children will one day learn the truth, take action, and get imprisoned. Once this process begins, it is hard to stop. At the present stage of the strongman fantasy, people imagine an exciting experiment. If they don't like strongman rule, they think they can just elect someone else the next time. This misses the point. If you help a strongman come to power, you are eliminating democracy. You burn that bridge behind you. The strongman fantasy dissolves, and real dictatorship remains. Most likely, you won't be killed or be required to kill, but amid the dreariness of life under dictatorship is dark responsibility for others' death. By the time the killing starts, you will know that it is not about unity or the nation or getting things done. The best Americans, betrayed by you when you cast your vote, will be murdered at the whim and for the wealth of a dictator. Your tragedy will be living long enough to understand this. Well, I'll put the link to that. And I get that, I certainly don't want to be over dramatic, right? I'm not here to be, that's actually not my goal. There's the link to that Substack article from March. In Zaire, Mobutu's portrait was everywhere, on all the money, in every room. Murals covering, yep. That's the way it was in Liberia, too. Ellen's face was everywhere. I was perplexed by that. I really was. I was really like, when that happened, like, there was a couple things, you know. But the mayor was like, I was just shocked. I was just shocked. I was like, what the fuck? Wait, what? I don't know. I don't have a background in geopolitics either, so I really don't have a lot to say about it. I was there to make sure that the Liberian staff knew how to run the financials of the school. That's what I was trying to. That's the only thing I knew about. But I was shocked, and I was like, "What the fuck is happening right now? Why are we doing this? Why are you victimizing your own people? Why are you taking away your economy? Like Liberia, like Monrovia, the capital. And like it's a complete economy built on little stalls, you know." And I get that they don't like that because they can't tax it or whatever. I don't know what I don't actually understand the economics of that. But I'm imagining they feel like they're cut out of something. So once a year, she just bulldozes all these stalls all over the city. I'm not kidding. This is it's on the media. And the whole thing about the bribery thing, that's endemic in Liberian politics anyway. My experience with the Ministry of Education, with the Ministry of, what was it? It was something like child safety or something. I can't remember now what it was called. Those were the agencies I worked the most with. And, and the police. And bribery was just part of the economic system. It augmented people's income. It wasn't even looked down on. And I'm not even judging. I'm just saying that was really just the reality of the situation. Nobody was judging anyone for it. It was a survival tactic. And it was perfectly acceptable. So, you know, I'm not judging that. Actually, it's unfortunate because it just makes it more difficult for people to navigate and get services. I mean, just our house alone, the electric company turned off the little tower or whatever outside our home, and for 3 months we didn't have electricity because they kept saying we needed to pay more to get them. Yeah. So, I mean, it's like that's just like, well, okay, fire up the generator, you know, like, okay, you know, so it's just like, that was it. Yeah. Bribery of the police. That's totally normal. I had to do that when someone got their computer stolen out of the staff house, and when we reported it, what they ended up doing was arresting members of staff that didn't have anything to do with it. And I had to pay to get the staff members out, and it took all fucking day of going from room to room of negotiating, quote unquote, or just waiting to be told what the amount of the bribe was going to be. That's really what it was. And we paid it and we left. It's called poverty. I don't know. I mean, it's more complicated than that, but it definitely is called poverty. So anyway, I don't know. I judge more the politicians who bulldoze fucking food stalls. I'll pay the bribe. I would like to have children not fucking march through the streets, being victimized again after being victimized. I'd take that. I'd take that over. I'll pay plenty of bribes. But Timothy Snyder's point is well taken. That you can't, you can't allow that. Oh, is it? USAID? Where is that? Hold on, let me go. Oh, okay, yeah, let's do Samantha Powers testifying. Sweet. We'll do that. 7 minutes. 7 minutes. It's just in 7 minutes. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk about international development. Apologies in advance for my hot takes. I'm sorry. I'm really not an expert. I'm just telling you what I observed and what I think, and it doesn't matter what I think. Really. Oops. Oh, shit. Sorry. I'm trying to fix this so everybody can see everybody. Can you see everybody? The cops would say, buy me a beer. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I know. Take it out. The world is different. The world is different. The world is different. Yeah. The world is different. Thank you, gal. Do 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 do. That changed. That experience changed my views of international development. I was like, we gotta get out of here. We're not helping. So that and working in anti-slavery and interacting with USAID and the UN and DFID. It's a lot of wasted money. I have to record that song. Stuck in the midst of a coup. Here I am, stuck in the midst of a coup. I have to record that. I'm just starting to kind of get my voice back. It's alive. It's alive. Okay, wait. Let's try one more thing here. Hold on. Oh, look. Magic. Hold on. Oh, I like that one. Oh, sorry about that. Oh, boy. I didn't know that was even there. Hey, everybody. I didn't know that. Oh, yeah. Okay. That's weird. Stop it. Oh, I like that one. What's this? Oh, that makes sense. Oh, wait. Let's see what this...
What is that? Oh.
Ooh, I don't like that.
Okay. Okay, I do like that.
Okay, I like that one too. Okay. Oh, it sounds like that. That's cool.
Ooh. Oh, I like that.
Okay. Oh. I don't like that one. I don't like that one. I didn't like that one. Oh, what's that? Oh, oh, that's a good. I gotta. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll stop. Sorry. Dum, 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 dum. 2 minutes and 40 seconds until liftoff. Happy April 10th. Happy double-digit day of April. What is today? Wednesday? Is it Wednesday? Yeah, it is Wednesday. Wah, 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 wah. Ooh, 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 ooh. Hope everyone has like what they need today, like weed and shit. I hope everyone gets what they need. You can't always get what you want, but if you try sometime, you might get what you need. Get what you need. Wait, what was it? I saw her today at the reception. A glass of wine in her hand. I may not make up words. She was master of the art of deception. Blur, 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 blur. What is she? USAID. Oh, yeah, the bada. USAID. Speaking of USAID. On standing? No, I'm not going to put a question mark. Tell you what, my chat gets stuck. Yes, I'm ready. I was going to play around with it. Not as potent as the little containers of the top shelf of Maximize brands. The weed store has adorable packaging. Old pal, which is like, oh, that's cute. Ground flower, that's cute. But yeah, I get your point. Wait, what's the NY? Oh, okay. Those links, Gal, the NPR link and the New York Times link, is that about the Samantha Powers unmasking was done for Mike Flynn's benefit? Ooh. This is interesting. Haven't thought of it. Gosh, why isn't it on your mind every day? Jeez. No, yeah, I get it. It's been on my mind. When can I sing that? I haven't tried to sing against the track, though, yet. I'll let you know. But, I mean, I love it. I was actually going to mix the two. Is that crazy? What if I mixed both those tracks together? I mean, what if I just laid them on top of each other? What do you think would happen? Cacophony? Dogs and cats living together? What do you think would happen? I better make sure this is like gonna happen. I still don't know how a sextant works, by the way, so just so you know. But I'll figure it out after the broadcast. I mischaracterized it a bit. It's been a while, but it's a Flynn thing. Yes, I know what you meant, though. A weed store. How civilized. It is, darling. I like my drugs from the weed store. You know, my delivery service is like 30%. What do you mean, what, two? There was one that was kind of synthy, and then one that was... Am I wrong? I thought you did too. Are they the same thing? Am I crazy? I might be crazy. I thought one was more synthy than the other. Maybe I'm probably wrong. What the hell? Did I spell that wrong? Jesus Christ. I got a real problem with my eyesight. I got blurry eyesight. Well, now I'm embarrassed. I thought they were two different tracks. But, I mean, in all honesty, it's been a couple weeks since I listened to them. Two different versions might be okay. Probably synth voices will wash out. Oh, stop. Well, I don't want to... Stop it. Crappy. Nothing's crappy. I thought it was great. I want the analogs. But I gotta try and sing to him and see what's going, what happens, what I can do. What is it that I can do? Can I add anything to this? I don't know. I still don't know if it should be a duet. Because technically there's two parts. Depends on who wants to say the grandma line. Because technically that could be either. Hey, everybody, you're late, okay? Just so you know. You're fucking late. You're freaking late. It's literally 11:04. It's literally 2:04. Oh, God, get out of there. I usually think of them as drafts, the latest. Oh, yeah. Okay, I get you. I hear you. I hear you, guitar man. I hear you, music man. Well, let's see. Is there any other stories I need to tell you? Let's see. Let's see. Well, let me tell you a little bit more about this Pennsylvania Leadership Conference, okay? See, here's what my concern is. Well, actually, this is going to show my ignorance, but I'm willing to sacrifice my dignity to share this with you. I have been of the mind to be more active in my local Democratic Party, in my case, West Hollywood, for quite some time, and have never taken the guts to just go to a meeting or do something that puts myself out there because of a ton of reasons, most of which is anxiety. However, and major depression. However, but I really need to do that because I need to put my ass where my mouth is. Wait, what? Frighteningly. So Because I need to figure out how Dino or something can help increase voter registration. And I always need help. If I go to a weed store, I need help from the people that work there. Otherwise, I don't really know where to look. I just go in and say, what is the strongest weed you have? Because I have an incredibly high tolerance. So knock me out. And they usually laugh and then sell me that. So let's see. Wait, what was I going to say? Yeah, doesn't matter. Yeah. Oh, I know what I was saying. Well, you know what's interesting about weed shopping here in Los Angeles? And I don't know why this is, but it's been my experience now for a couple of years. My weed delivery, which is Kushfly, by the way, Kushshfly, Kushfly. I don't know if they operate anywhere else, but my purveyor of weed is strictly delivery. But literally, it is always at least 30% less than prices in weed shops consistently. So it's not even more expensive for me to get shit. Well, okay, let's talk about Democracy Dino. Democracy Dino make a difference. Eat MAGA influencers. That's what I need. Yeah, we need turnout. We need people not to take it unseriously. We need people to take it seriously. But yeah, so Democracy Dino, I think, well, actually, I want to do actual work for them too. Not like, I want to be helpful. I don't want to just like, I'm Democracy Dino. What do you want me to do? No, that's not. I mean, Democracy Dino will show up wherever she needs to show up. But I would like to register. I mean, I would like to at least like somehow use it to draw more attention to registering to vote, obviously, and then help them out like with whatever they need. Maybe they need like stuffing. I don't know what they need, but maybe they need that. So I was thinking of doing that. I could do door-to-door. In Dino. Come on now. Door-to-door in Dino. That sounds kind of fun. Maybe I'll propose that and see if they need door knockers that are in dinosaur suits. I think that's a great idea. And then I could go to like a super like red county or something and do it. You know what I mean? Raise money and support campaigns. That's a great idea, Kathy. Bring awareness to candidates who are really fighting an uphill battle for democracy in their districts. That's an excellent idea. I wonder if there's a website. That has like candidates and how they're, the ones that are struggling the most. That would be really interesting. I had a person show up at my door wanting me to read a Nielsen household. Really? I know. Door knocking is like, I don't like door knocking at the same time, but I'm not afraid to talk to people. But I know it would be the main attraction. I know. I feel like that would be interesting. I don't know, like go down to Orange County and knock on some doors and just like talk about it from like have something clever to information wise to share so that you make people laugh, right? Maybe they're more open if they're laughing. Maybe it's not as mean as if they're laughing and the dinosaur makes them laugh. I know not everyone will laugh. And sometimes people don't want people to knock on their doors. I understand that. Summarize local candidates' biographies in a song and dance routine. I think that's a great idea. Hey, vote for Kelly. She is ready to represent you today. Represent you today. Vote for Kelly. Vote for Jenny. They are going to do a great job for you. Dut, dut, dut. This thing is not happening. I guess Samantha Power said, forget it. I don't wanna. I don't wanna. I don't wanna. Yeah, vote for Kelly and vote for Jenny. They're doing a great job. No. Yeah, it's not about the dino. Farmers markets would be a good venue for the dino. I know. Dinograms. Hey, Mr. Republican, we think you're an asshole. Stop being so mean. Yeah. Doot, doot, doot. I think it's a good idea. I'm liking this. Actually, now I'm inspired. Now I'm inspired to get off my ass and reach out to my West Hollywood Democratic Party and find out how can I be of assistance, and will you give me some forms to register people, and I can set up a table. I can set up a table on Hollywood Boulevard and give people information on how to check their registration and how to vote, how to be in media literacy. I need a media literacy handout. This is the thing. I'm not very good at like the information, but I need a media literacy handout. How we fight disinformation. I should show you guys a picture of the sign that I made. Hold on, let me see if I can pull that up. Because that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Okay, nobody's doing anything. Okay, hold on just a minute. Bum, 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 ba, bum, bum, bum. Where is it? Where is that? Where is that? Bum, 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 bum. Vote for Kelly. Vote for Kelly. Dun, dun, dun. I hope this is it. Oh, I got new stickers, by the way. I'm not selling anything anymore, though. Oh, shit. Come on. No, you're not gonna... You can't just show me my fucking thing. No. I want to edit. Okay, fine. Okay, so this is... I'll just have to show you this. That's fine. Okay. Okay, so I made this foam core sign. Yeah, Democracy Dino can't really sit. I mean, I think I could actually. That's not true. I think I could. The Weekend Show just had a really good episode with someone named Rosenberg, all about how Dems plan and or already are getting out the vote. Very inspiring. Oh, that's a great idea. I'll take a look at that. Okay, so this is the sign that I made. It's a big foam core, like 2x3, you know. And like I figured this will be like the basic sign, and it has, oh, you know what though? This no longer works. I should probably cut that off. I ended all my like merchandise and all that stuff. Anyway, but this goes to my, the link goes to my Twitter and my YouTube. Oh, actually, that's what it does. It should go to the YouTube channel. Good. Anyway, but here's what my sign says. Oh, wait, I should go closer. Hold on. Oh, it won't go bigger. Okay, well, that's fine. Anyway, it says, arrest the traitors. Disinformation is division. Don't believe the hype. Media literacy, vote more perfect union. Arrest Mike Flynn. Arrest Roger Stone. Arrest Steve Bannon. So that's like my basic sign that Democracy Dino will have all the time. And then I will have a special sign for when, you know, for whatever I'm doing. Which, by the way, I just want to say that there is an event on April 22nd in Tustin, California that includes, wow, that's just not showing. I'm just looking for the other thing, the event. DHS 11:30. Oh, okay. Wait, what? Okay, I'm going to stay on this one for a minute. On April 22nd, Doug fucking Frank. You all know who I mean, I hope, if you've watched me at all, if you've been my friend at all for over a couple years, you know how I feel about Doug Frank. And that motherfucker, what does a casual passerby find should they enter those hashtags in their electronic tethers? I don't know. That's a good question. That's what I should be programming what those come up with, shouldn't I? Good point. Good point. Yeah, it doesn't give the whole story, does it? I don't know. I need help on my slogans. Anyway, good point. Oh wait, here. I'm going to add this. Hold on. Where's the image? Do not make it visible. Let me find this. Oh shit. I don't know if I know. Oops. Oh, I hope I didn't not copy it. Oh, where is it? Shit. Oh, here it is. Yes, motherfucker. Yes, motherfucker. Okay, let me show you what is going on here. Oh man. Oh. Okay, you see this? Do you see this bullshit? April event flyer. 7 steps for taking back our elections. Monday, April 22nd, 9 to 12. With that motherfucker. You see where it is? It's at Denny's in Tustin. Guess who's going? I have been talking about this man since April of 2021. 3 long years I've waited for a moment to ask him a question or two about his data. I cannot wait. I don't know if it will be Lolo or if it will be the dinosaur. I don't think it'll be the dinosaur. I think that would be too aggressive. I think Democracy Dino would be perceived as aggressive. So I shan't. I think I will be Lolo. No, not a secret. This isn't a secret. I've got other secrets. Don't worry. I mean, I should be able to go. I don't think he gives a shit if I go or not. I'll be real honest with you right now. And I don't think anybody that he knows is a person I would be worried about. At a Denny's. Moons over my hammy, anybody? Mm-hmm. Oh, yes. Mm. A little side of hash facts. I'll have my hashed facts extra well done. So yeah, no. I want to see this man in the flesh. I'm not gonna do anything to him. I'm not gonna bother him. I just have a couple questions about his data. He doesn't usually take questions. That's unfortunate. Well, that's just downright un-American. What in the world? What in the world have we come to? Is this Russia? The expert doesn't take questions about his algorithms. Well, maybe I'll put them on a board and hold them up at the back of the room as I enjoy my as I enjoy my biscuits and gravy. Yeah, Denny's. We never close, we never clean up. Can anyone rent a Denny's out? I don't know. Maybe I should just, maybe that's the angle. The angle might be just protesting the Denny's Corporation. We're harboring insurrectionists. Hey, y'all, come to the corner booth for a political rally. One-day hand-marked paper ballots and a side of fries. Vote like the Amish. That's what he says, by the way. This is Doug Frank's fucking line. Vote like the Amish. Stupid motherfucker. This is one of Mike Lindell's gremlins. This was a hell unleashed on us by Mike Lindell. Will be wild, yeah. Will be live streamed. I wonder if I'll make it the whole 3 hours. Do you think? It's kind of a long drive, so I hope I make it a little more than just, a few minutes. I guess I need a shirt. Oh, you know what though? They're gonna kick me out. If I walk in with some kind of stupid ass shirt, they're gonna kick me out. I gotta think about it. Don't worry, Doug, I'm coming. Hold on. I'm coming. Hold on. I'm coming. Hold on. I'm coming. By putting the black or the white stone in the bucket. Oh my God. Yeah, probably. Give him half a chance. I mean, I write out my ballot. I don't know about you all, but I use pen and paper on my ballot. Hold on, I'm coming. Hold on. Well, you know what? Nobody wants to start on oh, no, he has 5 minutes. Okay. Sorry. Mr. Mayorkas, what are you doing? What are you doing, Mr. Mayorkas? Layers. At a Denny's. I actually, some Denny's have good biscuits and gravy, I guess. I'll stay long enough for the biscuits and gravy. Sneak attack with a MAGA hat. Yep. Hold on, I'm coming. Hold on, I'm coming. I just pray mine. Dear baby Jesus, the little white baby Jesus, like the one that's sitting in the manger right now, that we have up 365 days a year, 366 on the devil year, on that leap year. This is a devil year with the eclipse and the rapture that didn't happen. Or maybe it did. Maybe it did. I haven't heard from Carol all morning. She might have been just right up raptured, and I have no idea. So, dear baby Jesus, the white one that's sitting in the manger right now. Please, little baby Jesus. Please let the man who will just make all the decisions for us, like we're just little lambs. Little lambs. Breakfast is probably safe. Yeah. You can always say it's hard to fuck up breakfast, but then you'll end up having a bad breakfast and you'll go, what? Wait, what? wait, what? Wait, what? Teresa! Just wear a flag shirt. MAGA's always wearing flags as clothes. I don't think I have a flag shirt. I don't think I have a flag shirt. But I think, yeah, I'll have to think about it. Take back our flag, yeah. I could wear a Biden-Harris 2024 shirt. Probably really embarrassing to die normally during the rapture. I know, right? I think Carol, I don't think Carol died from the sea. I think she was raptured. Virginia was telling us that she died of the sea, but I don't think so. I think she was raptured. And I think we've all just been left behind. When are we going to be left behind? Because we're such good Christians. Even though we hate everybody that isn't like us. Oh no, it's not actually that we hate everyone. No. It's just that we don't want them to be themselves in public. If they could just be quieter about who they are, like I wouldn't know. Until it's time for, like a Broadway show or something. Like one of them shows. Yeah. Then I think they could, then I think it's funny. But otherwise, I think they just need to be like, quiet about it. Just be a little quieter. I know. You're good at that, gal. You're much good. You're much better at being like undercover. This one, I actually have questions. I realize he will not actually allow me to, if you're finding 3-body problem really confusing, I heard that. I want to read the book, which I also heard is confusing. It's very science heavy. I'm surprised that I didn't find it confusing. Oh, you didn't find it confusing. Not watching. Really like the book. I think it would be nice. Like, I think I think it's worth watching. Yeah. If you all did cause, I'm totally lost on this. Oh, well, I gotta watch it, actually. Pun wasn't intended. Yeah, I heard that. But I would watch it for the visuals, if you know what I mean. Yeah. I would watch it for the visuals. Why does this keep going out? Sorry if my mic keeps going out. Yeah. The Leftovers, but 3 bodies is very confusing. Yeah, I've heard that it is. I've heard that it's heady, like it's very science-y. But you watch it for the visuals. Never mind. Anyway. How do we get on that? How do we get on 3-body problem? Yes, they are stunning, aren't they? They are. I really do. I have to watch it. Ouch. I suppose this is going to start. Although a podcast review would probably really help. Oh, that's an interesting idea. Actually, that would be helpful. And I know this is not anything like comparable, but I remember watching, like, when you watch The Walking Dead, if you watch The Talking Dead afterwards, actually that was kind of helpful. Granted, I could have kept up with what was happening on. Oh, wait, you raptured? Where'd you rapture? Raskin was talking somewhere in a committee. Which one is on? Oh, wait. Okay, hold on. Let me find. Hold on. Let me do some work here and actually be helpful. Hold on. The leftovers. Oh. Are you talking about Left Behind? Carol was left behind. Hold on. Do. Well, we've got the Iowa Supreme Court is arguing. That one hasn't started yet. Oops, let me go there. U.S. Foreign Aid Chief testifies to House. That's delayed. Okay, Committee on Foreign Affairs is delayed. Just saw that. Hold on. That's not happening. Okay. Yeah, I don't see any. Yeah, I don't see anything other than what we're trying to watch. God, everybody's late today. What's the matter with everybody? Why are you guys all late? What's the matter? HBO. No, it's called The Leftovers. Oh, okay. It's on HBO. Okay, I'll take a look at that. I am so behind on stuff. What was I gonna... Oh, I was gonna tell you guys something. Can't remember. Oh. Well, where's this one? God damn it. What? Hold on. Jesus Christ. I just saw like a full exposed breast, and I'm just...
I want to use the rest of my time here today to address two elements.
Oh, here we go. Sorry.
First, this budget, even with this proposed increase, is not enough to secure our border and manage the unusually high levels of immigration to the United States that started not in 2021 or 2022, but in 2019. Not when President Biden took office, but when President Trump was president. This budget doesn't provide enough money, and this budget, by definition, cannot update the immigration laws of this country, which are outdated and broken. But do you know what did provide enough money? Do you know what did update and fix our broken laws? The bipartisan border bill negotiated by myself, Senator Lankford, Senator Sinema, with help from Senator McConnell and Senator Graham. It would have provided $20 billion in extra emergency funding to buy 50,000 detention beds, to hire 4,300 new asylum officers, 100 new immigration judges, 1,500 Border Patrol agents, 1,000 new deportation officers. The list goes on and on. In addition, our bill would have made a massive down payment on fixing our broken border and immigration authorities. It would have given the power to the president to close portions of the border to ordinary asylum claims during periods of high crossings. It would have elevated the screening standard for asylum claims to make sure that only truly meritorious claimants enter the country. It would have reduced, maybe most importantly, the time to process an asylum application from 10 years, in some cases, to just weeks or, at worst, months. It would have eliminated the use of 235A parole at the border and greatly narrowed and refined the uses of humanitarian parole. That is just the tip of the iceberg. If passed, this would have been the most significant, most serious reform of immigration law in 40 years. And it would have been effective at greatly slowing the pace of arrivals at the southern border and making sure that our system of legal immigration, a key to American greatness, is not abused. And that's why it's not the law. It's not the law because it would have made a big down payment on fixing the problem. Republicans rejected this bill because they didn't want to fix the problem. Donald Trump and Republicans decided that they would be better off with the border a mess because it would help them politically. That's not me saying that. Here's what one honest Republican senator said: "The border is a very important issue for Donald Trump, and the fact that he would communicate to Republican senators and congresspeople that he doesn't want us to solve the border problem because he wants to blame Biden for it is really appalling." Now, I'm eager to hear about the president's budget request, but we could have done something together in a bipartisan way to give the real levels of adequate funding, real changes in law to protect our nation. The second thing that hangs over this hearing is the political impeachment articles that are about to be sent to the Senate. There's not a single act of impeachable misconduct alleged by these articles. The process was an embarrassment to the House of Representatives. These articles are laughable on their face. One article accuses the Secretary of a high crime and misdemeanor for failing to stop millions of non-citizens from being released into the United States. Let's be clear. Despite Congress's inability to respond to this crisis, the Biden administration and Secretary Mayorkas have removed, returned, or expelled more migrants in 3 years than the Trump administration did in 4 years. The annual apprehension rate is the exact same between the Trump administration and the Biden administration. Another impeachment article rages about the immigration court backlog, a backlog that has existed in Republican and Democratic administrations, a backlog that is the consequence of Congress's unwillingness to adequately fund a solution, a backlog that, wait for it, would have been solved by the bipartisan border bill that the House Republicans, so honestly concerned about the state of immigration, killed. But what makes me most angry about this impeachment is its attempt to personally impugn Secretary Mayorkas. His life is one of public service. The youngest U.S. attorney confirmed by the Senate, the former director of USCIS, the former deputy director of DHS. He has sought out the toughest, most controversy-laden jobs in government. He was in the room personally for nearly all of our 4 months of torturous negotiations. Why? Because Republicans and Democrats trusted him, because Republicans asked for him to be in that room because they knew that he would be an honest broker. So we are very lucky, in my mind, to have Secretary
I'm a
Mayorkas
little
protecting
rusty,
our nation.
and that
He shouldn't
didn't
have to
start from a
endure
very
this
high-functioning
process, but
place,
we are
so
glad that he is
sorry.
here today. We have a number of opening remarks. I'm going to turn it over now to Senator Collins, to be followed by Senator Murray, to be followed by Senator Britt, and then we'll turn it over to you, Secretary Mayorkas, for opening comments.
Thank you very much, Chair Murray and Ranking Member Britt, for your courtesy and for holding this important hearing and allowing me to make a few brief remarks. I also want to welcome Secretary Mayorkas. I apologize that I have to leave very shortly, as I'm scheduled to speak at a very exciting and momentous Congressional Gold Medal ceremony for the Rosies, the Riveters, in just a few moments. Before I leave, I want to express my concern that the President's fiscal year 2025 budget request does not do nearly enough to address the flood of illegal migrants and fentanyl entering the United States. The U.S. Border Patrol reported a record 2.5 million encounters of foreign nationals entering our country along the southwest border without authorization in fiscal year 2023.
This is
and
live
the numbers
right now.
only continue to rise. Migrant encounters have also grown dramatically, albeit from a much lower base, at the northern border, increasing 73% in fiscal year 2023. In November, and I've discussed this with the Secretary, a group of 20 Romanians were arrested crossing the border into Maine illegally, 2 of whom were flagged as transnational organized crime matches. Similarly, just in February, 3 Chinese nationals were intercepted attempting to cross into Maine illegally. We've also seen staffing shortages as Border Patrol and other officers have been transferred to the southwest border. And that brings me to the question I want to ask the Secretary today. Mr. Secretary, last year I raised with you a problem whereby CBP refused to provide services to an international ferry service between Bar Harbor, Maine and Nova Scotia, Canada. it is requiring the ferry to pay the full annual salaries of 4 CPB officials, even though the ferry only utilizes them for a few months of each year. Now, it appears that CBP officials have informed the city of Eastport, Maine, a town a couple of hours away from Bar Harbor, that the agency cannot accommodate just four, planned international cruise ship arrivals in Eastport this fall, even though CBP staffed a larger number of international cruise ship arrivals in Eastport last year, and Bar Harbor is seeing a reduction in international cruise ship arrivals. The cruise ship industry is vital to many Maine communities and delivers millions in economic benefits to our state annually.
Susan?
This is the
Susan,
flip
are you
side
clutching your
of
pearls,
the problems that we're now seeing on the southwest border.
You want to make sure
creating
DeMillo's
also
has a full
problems
reservation
on
list.
the
Is that it,
northeast
Susan?
border and northern border in
Susan,
general.
is that what it is?
Mr. Secretary, what I'm asking from you today is to look into this staffing issue and follow up with me to try to
Mr.
resolve
Secretary,
this
look
problem.
at these 4 positions and follow up with me, please.
Thank you, Senator
you.
Collins.
That
Senator
was
Murray.
very
Thank
important.
you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary
that was
Marcus,
not
for
very important,
joining
but
us
that's okay.
today.
It could have
I'm
been
really
an
glad we have
email,
this
you know.
opportunity to talk about how we can get DHS the resources it needs to fulfill its mission to keep our communities safe and our nation secure. And I hope that we can all agree the Department of Homeland Security does essential work that should not be undermined or shortchanged by partisan infighting. The FY24 Homeland Funding Bill that we just passed provided critical resources for the department. But we know the needs and for this department and other agencies far exceed what we were able to provide under very tight spending caps. For the better part of last year, Democrats have been laser focused on meeting the department's increased operational needs and addressing the serious challenges that we have at the border. Chair Murphy spent months relentlessly negotiating a set of bipartisan policy changes and resources to meet the existing needs and fund new authorities were added to those policy changes. That package, of course, never made it out of the Senate. Everyone here knows why. But we must continue working together to actually address the problems that we're facing and make sure DHS has the basic resources that it needs to manage our border in a humane, orderly, and fair manner and carry out its truly wide-ranging responsibilities. Secretary Mayorkas, I'm interested in hearing from you today, as we all are, about the pressing funding needs of your department. I hope that all of our colleagues will work with us to meet those needs, because, you know, our economy really depends on our ability to ensure that countless goods, as well as people, can move through our borders in a safe, orderly, and timely way. And our security depends on our ability to do all of that while effectively stopping threats like drug smugglers and fentanyl, sex and labor traffickers, not to mention cyber attacks, are the very real and growing threat of white supremacy. And as we do all of this, we've got to make sure we do the utmost to make sure people are being treated humanely and continue our long tradition of welcoming people from across the world who are seeking safety from persecution or conflict and opportunities for a better life. This is vital to us as our reputation as the leader of the free world and land of opportunity, and because, as we have seen throughout history, immigrants do make our nation stronger. So we look forward to your testimony today and the opportunity to ask you questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chair Murray. Senator Brett.
Chair Murphy, before I start, just a point of personal privilege. Need to give you a public congratulations. Our 2 teams faced off in the Final Four. I am incredibly proud of the Crimson Tide and all the players and the positive impact they made both on the tournament and have for the state. Everybody from Grant Nelson, who John Hoven always tells me is from North Dakota. He doesn't let me forget that. Nick Pringle, Mark Sears' mom, who may be our true MVP. But Nate Oates did an incredible job. But at the end of the day, obviously, y'all came out victorious, not only in the Final Four, but in the tournament for the second year in a row. Pretty incredible. So while I'll never miss an opportunity to say Roll Tide, I have to tip my hat, say congratulations and go Huskies.
Well, and Alabama, to their credit, gave us our closest game in 2 years. Excellent. We only beat you by 14 points.
There you go.
Right.
We'll take it. We'll be back. We'll be back next year. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you for holding this hearing, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for testifying today. I am pleased that we were able to avoid a year-long continuing resolution when it came to the FY24 Homeland Security Appropriations Bill. The FY24 bill took incremental steps to start moving away from merely managing the border crisis created under this administration and actually included significant steps to strengthen our border security and immigration enforcement on our nation's interior and right there at the border. In particular, it was great to see the FY24 funding for over 2,000 new Border Patrol agents, as well as additional ports of entry officers and ICE officers. The final bill also importantly included a 22% increase in detention beds. A major increase in funding for removal operations was also something I was pleased to see. Disappointingly, President Biden's FY25 budget request for the Department of Homeland Security does not follow this model, and instead repeats the same mistakes of his previous budget request. Once again, this administration has proposed cutting the DHS base budget. The FY25 presidential budget request would cut base DHS funding by more than $1.25 billion, a reduction of 2% from the FY24 levels. At a time when our country undoubtedly faces a national security and a humanitarian crisis of historic proportions at our southern border, this is completely nonsensical. Considering that President Biden has proposed increasing the EPA budget by roughly 20%, it clearly shows something like it's a real this administration's priorities are.
I don't think she understands what a mic drop is.
It is clear that this administration's budget requests in recent years are designed to merely manage the border crisis it created and will not actually solve the problem. Nor will border policy legislation that doesn't take away President Biden's ability to continue
about
to
election
use
integrity
tools and loopholes
and
that
I would
fuel
like to
and
ask him some
facilitate
questions
the entry
about
of
his data.
inadmissible aliens
I
into
have a
the
couple
United
questions.
States, including the unprecedented abuse of the presidential parole authority. The truth is that we have a president who could take executive action, and if he wanted to, he would. If reports that we're seeing today are accurate, the president has finally, after over 1,100 days into his administration, admitted that he does have the authority. Unfortunately, rather than reversing course, this inadequate budget request for the Department of Homeland Security only doubles down on the failed policies of the last 3 years.
But your friends
Across the board, the
negotiated it.
administration is
Sign
failing
it.
to put its
Stupid.
money where it matters. This includes the ongoing fentanyl crisis. Fentanyl is responsible for more than 200 deaths every single day and is the #1 cause of death for Americans ages 18 through 45. I want to commend the brave men and women of CBP, ICE, and the U.S. Coast Guard who are on the front lines each and every day to interdict fentanyl and other deadly drugs. But the numbers are increasingly shocking. In FY23, ICE Homeland Security investigations seized nearly 42,000 pounds of fentanyl, while CBP seized an additional 27 pounds of fentanyl, almost all of it at the southern border. These numbers are roughly
in the Ukraine
double
hearing,
the
and we got
amount
fentanyl
seized
here
in
in
the
the border
previous
hearing.
year. While
Fentanyl,
President
fentanyl,
Biden's
fentanyl,
budget
fentanyl. Where's
request
Crazy
includes
Ivan?
many references to commitment to countering fentanyl, its actual funding request is sorely lacking. The request includes no new funding for non-intrusive invasion inspection equipment at ports of entry, and only marginally new investments, increases marginally new investments for counter
No, but the
fentanyl
dildo
labs,
shop has
technology,
been
and
notified.
staffing. The cartels continue to evolve their activities to stay ahead of our best efforts, and a budget that makes only minimal new investment to combat fentanyl will fail to make the progress we need in order to protect American
She's reading what
families
Stephen
and
Miller wrote for
communities
her
from
staff.
this poison.
So
Mr. Secretary, for the fourth year in a row, this administration has submitted a Homeland Security budget that fails to provide sufficient resources to allow the men and women of the department to protect our nation and the many threats it faces. At a time when migrant encounters continue to set record after record, when the number of migrants released into the interior of the United States is overwhelming, the ability of local communities to absorb them, and when
It's the
fentanyl and
inappropriate
dangerous criminals
breathiness,
continue to flood our
right?
nation
Her
and kill our
breathiness is
citizens,
all weird.
it is unacceptable that this
Yeah,
administration's
trad rad.
response is to
Rad,
cut
trad,
base
rad.
funding
No,
for
trad,
the
rad.
Department of
Why?
Homeland Security.
Your time is up.
I look forward
No.
to working with the department and my
you
colleagues
have
on the
5 minutes.
Appropriations Committee to enact a budget for FY25 that builds on the steps taken in FY24 to strengthen our border security, increase immigration enforcement, and crack down on the cartels that are trafficking these substances into our country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back my time.
Agree. Well, not with her.
Thank you very much, Senator Britt. I'll now turn it over to Secretary Mayorkas for your opening comments.
Chairs Murphy and Murray, Ranking Member Britt, distinguished members of this committee. Every day, the 268,000 men and women of the Department
It's
of
like an
Homeland Security
amateur
carry out our mission to protect the safety and security
acting,
of the American people.
running lines.
They protect our shores, harbors, skies, cyberspace, borders, and leaders. They stop fentanyl and other deadly drugs from entering our country. They lead the response to maritime emergencies. As we speak, they are engaged in the response to the tragic Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse in Baltimore. They help communities recover and rebuild after a natural disaster. They combat the scourges of human trafficking, forced labor, and online child sexual exploitation, and so much more. All this despite a perennially insufficient budget. The dedicated public servants of DHS deserve full support, and the American people deserve the results a fully resourced DHS can deliver. The
Yes,
funding
the
opportunities
Funzy
outlined in the
baby
President's
voice.
fiscal
Yep.
year 2025 budget for DHS are critical to meeting both goals. I welcome the opportunity to discuss this proposed budget and highlight some of its key proposals with you today. When our department was founded in the wake of 9/11, the threat of foreign terrorism against high-visibility targets was our primary concern. That foreign terrorist threat persists, and the U.S. continues to be in a heightened threat environment. We now also confront the terrorism-related threat of radicalized home loan offenders and small groups already resident here in the United States. This budget provides for an $80 million increase to our department's nonprofit security grant program and additional funds for targeted violence and terrorism prevention grants so that DHS can better help communities prevent tragedies from occurring. As lone actors, the nation-states increasingly target our critical infrastructure and our data. The President's budget provides CISA with needed funding to improve our cybersecurity and resiliency. Fentanyl is wreaking tragedy in communities across the country. DHS has interdicted more illicit fentanyl and arrested more individuals for fentanyl-related crimes in the last 2 fiscal years than in the previous 5 combined. We must do more. The President's budget includes critical funding to advance our strategy, including funds for non-intrusive inspection technology and targeted operations. During a time when the world, including our hemisphere, is experiencing the greatest displacement of people since World War II, DHS has toughened our border enforcement and is maximizing our available resources and authorities. In the last 11 months, we have removed or returned more than 630,000 individuals who did not have a legal basis to stay, more than in every full fiscal year since 2013. The President's budget would further expand these efforts. It provides $25.9 billion for CBP and ICE, including funds for hiring more enforcement personnel. A separate $265 million would be used by USCIS to bolster refugee processing as we continue to expand lawful pathways and ensure that protection remains accessible for those who qualify under our laws. Our immigration system, however, is fundamentally broken, including our asylum system that so significantly impacts the security of our borders and the processes we administer at them. Only Congress can fix our broken and outdated system, and only Congress can address our need for more Border Patrol agents, asylum officers, and immigration judges, facilities, and technology. Our administration worked closely with a bipartisan group of senators to reach agreement on a national security supplemental package, one that would make the system changes that are needed and give DHS the tools and resources needed to meet today's border security challenges. We remain ready to work with you to pass this tough, fair, bipartisan agreement. Finally, extreme weather continues to devastate communities. And let me turn, if I may, for a moment, chairs and ranking member Brett, to Senators Kennedy and Hyde-Smith. I am tracking very closely the extreme weather that has struck both Louisiana and Mississippi, flooding in Mississippi, a tornado touching down in Slidell, Louisiana, and our FEMA personnel are ready to deploy as the needs of your constituents so require. Last year, FEMA responded to more than 100 disasters. Our budget provides $22.7 billion to assist community leaders and help survivors in the aftermath of major disasters, and additional funds to invest in resilience strategies that will save lives and taxpayer money in the decades to come. Essential to our success across all mission sets is our department's ability to recruit and retain a world-class workforce. In addition to the frontline border workforce I mentioned, the President's budget includes $1.5 billion to maintain our commitment to fairly compensate the TSA workforce, continuing the long overdue fiscal year 2023 initiative we work together to implement. I look forward to further discussing these critical missions and our department's needs for both the coming and current fiscal years. The recently passed 2024 budget, though welcome and helpful to many of our operations, was enacted too late to implement an appreciable hiring surge. It reduced by 20% much-needed support for cities dealing with migrant-related challenges, and it cut critical research and development funding, the compounding effects of which our department will feel for years. I am eager to work with you to address these and other shortfalls in the weeks ahead, as I am eager to deliver, together, the sustained funding, resources, and support that the extraordinarily talented and dedicated public servants of DHS need and deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. Thank you for your comments. We will begin rounds of 5-minute questions. I'll begin. I have first a personnel question for you. Jeff Resmovich was nominated to be the Chief Financial Officer of DHS last year. His nomination has been pending for some time before the Senate. Of course, his nomination is especially important to the Appropriations Committee. It doesn't make a lot of sense to have an agency this large without a CFO for this long. I assume you would agree with me that his confirmation, the ability to get a CFO working with you at the department is of the utmost importance.
It most certainly is, Mr. Chair. I have worked very closely with Jeff Resmovich for about 7 years now. Previously when I was a deputy secretary, and let me say unequivocally that he is pure gold as a public servant. I should also note that the woman over my left shoulder, Ann Tipton, who is serving as our Chief Financial Officer, is also pure gold. We need a Senate-confirmed CFO for the stabilization that it provides our department.
You heard me testify to the amount of resources that would have been allocated in the emergency supplemental that included $20 billion to surge to 50,000 detention beds, to hire over 4,000 new asylum officers to attack the backlog, 1,500 new Border Patrol agents and officers. Can you talk for a moment about what those kind of resources would have allowed you to do had both Republicans and Democrats come together and supported that bipartisan supplemental package?
Chair Murphy, my first encounter with the immigration system, the broken immigration system, was in the 1990s when I served as a federal prosecutor in California. And I learned then that the system was fundamentally broken, and it remains so. This piece of bipartisan legislation would have been the most transformative change to our broken immigration system, not only for the resources it provided, but for the changes in the law that it delivered. It would have brought such extraordinary fairness and speed to a system that has suffered backlogs and interminable timelines in the processing of claims. It would have plussed up our personnel in an unprecedented fashion, as you have commented. It would have allowed us to adjudicate asylum claims that now take more than 7 years to run through the courts in sometimes less than 90 days. Absolutely transformative, not only from an efficiency perspective, but also fundamentally from a security perspective.
Let me ask you specifically about how you achieve and increase deterrence. I think there's a perception here that by just loading up on detention beds, you can have an appreciable impact on deterrence. But what the bipartisan bill tried to do, at your and others' urging, was to provide more immediate certainty on asylum claims, to adjudicate those claims in a handful of days or weeks instead of what happens today, 5 years or 10 years. Now, that's just the right thing to do for the country. It's just fair to have that outcome at the border rather than 10 years later. But tell us a little bit about the elements of this bill, including that element, that would have had an impact on deterrent, that would have stopped people from ever contemplating the journey to the border, and how that can only be achieved by changes in law, not just changes in funding levels.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. So fundamentally, the risk calculus of intending migrants would have changed dramatically, because right now what they see is a broken asylum system, and they understand that when they are encountered at the border and make a claim for asylum, their claim is ultimately adjudicated, sometimes in more than 7 years. Our backlog is immense, and it's been growing year over year for well more than a decade. And what happens is, in those 7 years, they work. Sometimes they have United States citizen children, and they gain a sense of footing in the United States before their claim to stay here has even been adjudicated. Under the bipartisan legislation, that multi-year process would have been transformed to as little as 90 days and sometimes even quicker. And given the denial rate for most asylum claims, an intending migrant would have the calculus of deciding, should I take that dangerous journey? Should I place my life savings in the hands of smugglers only to be turned around upon arrival in the United States within 90 days? An absolute game changer.
Finally, let me ask you about a topic that we've spent a lot of time talking about relative to the fentanyl trade. The fentanyl trade between the United States and Mexico is a circle. Fentanyl comes into the United States, money and guns leaves the United States. That is why, on a bipartisan basis, we have provided additional money for outbound inspections so that we are catching, not all, but an appreciable amount of guns and money as it leaves the United States. This trade can only work if the guns and the money leaves and the fentanyl comes back. What percentage of traffic today is subject to outbound inspection, and what's a realistic projection for how we're going to expand outbound inspections in this fiscal year?
Chair Murphy, I'll have to get the precise numbers to you subsequent to this hearing, but let me say that CBP, U.S. Customs and Border Protection, and Homeland Security Investigations, the investigative arm of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, are working in tandem to address the outbound flow of both money and guns. In fact, Operation Without a Trace, I will provide the data to you, has been an extraordinarily effective operation to curtail the movement of guns and money. We also have deployed transnational criminal investigative units to Mexico to work with our law enforcement partners in Mexico to address this issue. And we are, of course, very well and closely aligned with our United States Department of Justice.
Great. We'll look forward to that update. Senator Britt.
Thank you, Chair Murphy. Mr. Secretary, one of the criticisms we've heard from you repeatedly when it comes to Title 42 expulsions is that expulsion doesn't result in the delivery of a real consequence in the way that deportations or removals do. And removal is, of course, the ultimate consequence for violating our immigration laws. That being the case, do you agree with me that the approximately 1.3 million illegal aliens in the United States who have received due process and have been given their final orders of removal by an immigration judge should be expeditiously removed from the United States?
Ranking Member Britt, I'm not familiar with the numeric figure that you cite, but an individual who's been provided due process, who has a final order of removal, should be removed from the United States. When we adjudicate the fact that they do not have a lawful basis to remain in the United States, they should be removed.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I am so glad we agree on that. Over a 3-year period, the Biden administration has actually removed fewer people in total. So the first 3 years, so not the last 11 months, the first 3 years, removed fewer people in total than both Presidents Obama and Trump removed in each individual year of their administration. So I am hopeful that we can have the appropriate resources there, and we're able to remove the 1.3 million people who have been given due process. And on that note, if you had more ICE officers, more funding for officers there, would that be a helpful tool in being able to remove these individuals that have been given their due process?
2 points, if I may, Ranking Member
Yes.
Britt. In response to your discrete question, the answer is yes. More personnel would assist us, not just the officers and agents themselves, but of course, the support personnel upon which they rely. But with respect to the data that you cite, I should note that we have removed on a monthly basis more aggravated felons resident in the United States unlawfully than in the prior administration on a monthly basis.
Okay, and obviously we're not talking about felons. We're talking about those people who have been given due process and are set to remove. We need to go ahead and remove them because that serves as a deterrent in talking about what we were discussing before. So as you probably are aware, with respect to due process, the Syracuse University found in 2021 approximately 200,000 immigration court cases were dismissed because DHS failed to file a notice to appear with the court. Are you aware that that number is 12 times higher than the number of cases dismissed for the same reason during all the years before FY24 up till FY 2020 combined?
Ranking Member Britt, my understanding is that that number may or may not be accurate, so we are looking into that, number one. Number two, it is not necessarily that the notice to appear was not filed, but the notice to appear might have had a deficiency. That has been an issue for years in the Department of Homeland Security, and in fact, we have used technology to improve the accuracy and correctness of notices to appear.
Good.
And I think we have data with respect to the success of those notices to appear that is more current.
So does DHS intend to reissue the notice to appear in those cases?
Yes, most certainly.
Okay,
it is our
great.
responsibility.
Excellent. All right, there are more than 7 million migrants on that non-detained docket when we were talking about, so double the number at the start of this administration. When you look at that and you look at the record-shattering numbers of people who have entered this country illegally and released into our interior, do you believe that that represents an increased risk to public safety in this country?
I think it is a powerful reflection of an absolutely broken immigration system. And let me share with you data to evidence the fact that this has been years long in the making. In 2010, the average...
I only have a minute and 50 seconds left, so I'm going to have to continue moving on. But I do want to say that ICE has detained more than 32,000 migrants here with criminal convictions and another 11,000 with pending criminal charges. Some of these criminal records, those with criminal records have actually been released by ICE into the United States. And a couple of examples that I want to make sure we get out there. There have been 4,700 with convictions for assault, 450 of whom have been released. There have been 5,200 with convictions for drug crimes, 261 of which have been released. There have been 1,100 with convictions for weapons crimes, 92 of which have been released. There have been 1,200 with convictions for sexual assault, 46 of whom have been released. And there have been 490 with convictions for homicide, 50 of whom have been released. So I am hopeful that we can agree that when we have this type of chaos at our border, that it does increase the risk for our public safety here in the country. And so with my last 42 seconds, I do want to ask you a quick question. When it looks at the CHNV program and what we're seeing, we've got some data that says that DHS approved approximately 97.6% of applications that were received under the CHNV program. And so that approval rate to me is indicative of applicants not receiving that individualized case-by-case consideration that's required by the law. And your response to that, do you feel like there is just a blanket kind of a blanket gift of the CHNV program into the interior, or do you feel like those are being mindfully looked at individually?
Ranking Member Britt, those cases are reviewed on an individualized basis. In response to your earlier point, I look forward to providing you with the data which reflects an increased focus on individuals in the interior of the United States who do not have a lawful basis to stay and who have suffered a criminal conviction, because our success rate is far greater than in the prior administration.
Thank you.
Senator Tester.
Thank you, Senator Murray, and I want to thank you for coming before the committee today, Secretary Mayorkas. Look, all you have to see is what's gone on the southern border, and you know that we're in a situation that needs immediate repair, immediate fixing, immediate overhaul, whatever you want to call it. When I visit with the folks in Montana, look, it's kind of like a Reagan philosophy for them. Legal immigration, they're okay with. Illegal immigration needs to end, and needs to end yesterday. I've made clear that both the President, you, and Congress needs to step up to address this problem in a very proactive way. Should have done it a long time ago. We are seeing a high number of encounters
used to not taking
at the southern
advantage
border.
of people and paying them shit wages
We all
to
talk about
work in
fentanyl coming
fields
into
and
this
work
country.
in the service
And quite
industry
honestly,
and work
all the way
in
up to the
private
northern border,
homes
by
or
the way,
whatever
it's
else
affected
people have
Montana
to do
in a
to
big
survive
way.
in this fucking country.
This poison is killing a lot of people.
So while they're complaining about illegal
as the
immigration,
chairman of this committee
perhaps
pointed
they
out,
could
a
start
couple months
complaining
ago,
about wage levels and
Congress had
ensuring
its
that people have a
opportunity to
decent
do
work
something about
environment.
the southern border
Maybe
and
they
the
could care
northern
about
border,
that
I
a
might
little
add.
bit
And
more.
Montana being a northern border state, that's
A little
important.
bit
and I think
less
you know
about something
they'll
that
go to the
doesn't
weakest
really
link in the fence.
exist.
And Congress decided to play politics with it. And in the last 60 days, I can tell you, the week after we failed to pass that bill, there were at times where 6,500 people were coming across that border, and they could have been stopped if we would have passed this bill, and we chose not to play politics with it. And if you want to see how it's being played politics with, come to Montana and turn on the TV. The fact is the border needs to be fixed, and we need to step up as Congress. The administration needs to step up. You need to step up. And I think if we're able to do that, we can fix it. But it's going to take continual due diligence on the border to make it happen. After Congress missed their opportunity to help fix this problem by changing the asylum rule and bringing technology to the southern border and bringing manpower to the southern border, I called on you and President Biden to use your executive powers to do whatever you could do to secure that border, as many of my colleagues have talked about here. So my question for you is, does the administration have any plans to use any additional executive powers to address the situation at the southern border?
Senator Tester, we continue to consider what additional executive actions we could take that would survive legal scrutiny and have an impact on border security. And I should note that the effort to close the border through executive action is something that the prior administration tried, and they were enjoined from doing so. So the real enduring solution is the bipartisan piece of legislation that was negotiated intensely over several months, but we are and continue to look at what executive actions we can take.
Well, it's apparent the status quo has not worked and is not working.
Oh, wow.
Currently.
Tester,
And I would
who
also
has your
say
balls in
that,
a vice right now? What's the
this,
matter, Tester? You feeling the heat up
This
there in
proposal
Montana?
for funding for Homeland Security is inadequate, and we need to work on this. I will say the same thing, by the way, about the Defense Subcommittee budget. It is inadequate. I don't know about the others, but we've got to figure out a way to fix this, because the threats at the southern border and the threats we see in the world through the Defense Committee are entirely connected. And so that if we see folks coming across the border, you know, they aren't necessarily from the countries we assume
That's
they're
right.
from.
It's a net positive.
We've had folks that
absolutely.
potentially could be terrorist
People
threats.
who immigrate
and
here
if they
are
get into
a
the country,
positive
it's a
impact on
problem.
this
So
society.
I would call on all my colleagues on the Appropriations Committee to work together in a bipartisan way to try to get these budgets up to a point where they really will do the job that the American people expect in the southern border and the northern border, and the Department of Homeland Security, whether it's a hurricane in Louisiana or whether it's people coming across the border, need the resources to get this done. You know, the National Border Council, which represents thousands of Border Patrol agents to keeps our borders safe, they endorsed that bill that the Congress decided to play politics with 2 months ago. It said it would drop illegal border crossings nationwide. It would allow our agents to get back to detecting and apprehending those who want to cross our border illegally and evade apprehension. You talked about the border bill and how important it was to get across. Let's just assume for a second, in an ideal world, that we, as congresspeople, quit taking our instructions from people who want to play politics with policy and actually pass good policy. Is there anything else that needs to be done if we were to pass that border bill that the chairman of this committee and Langford and Sinema negotiated out?
That bipartisan border bill would have been transformative in advancing the security of our border.
Anything else need to be done other than that?
In the immigration system writ large, the legal immigration system, there are many other fixes that need to be made. But from a border security perspective, this was an extraordinary legislative measure. Extraordinary.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a few more questions, but we'll present for the record. Thank you, and thanks, Senator Murray.
Senator Murkowski.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here. I, too, am concerned about the border, as we all are. But I'm going to talk to you about that other border that's a little harder to identify, and that's what happens on the waters. I want to talk about the Coast Guard, because I'm concerned
I thought you was going to talk
our Coast
about
Guard.
like
We are asking our
cyber.
Coast Guard men and women to do more, to take on more, whether it is trying to intercept across the southern, in the southern waters there, not on land, but in the border areas on our waters. I note in your testimony before the committee today, you don't reference the Coast Guard at all in your oral comments. You do mention in your written testimony the expansion that the Coast Guard presence will take in the Indo-Pacific region. I recognize that, but I will tell you, Mr. Secretary, I worry. I worry about what we are putting on our United States Coast Guard in terms of enhanced mission. In addition to what you want to do in the Indo-Pacific, you've got an Arctic that is wide open and getting wider and more open all the time, and you know that the resources that we have up there to cover that huge expanse are not sufficient. And yet I look at this budget, and I'm not sure who's not advocating for our Coast Guard. Sometimes I think our Coast Guard does not advocate for their budget sufficiently enough. But I am very worried about whether or not the Coast Guard actually even belongs in the Department of Homeland Security, because as I look at your org chart here, a lot of boxes, and here's the
What are we
Coast Guard
talking about
hanging
now,
out
Lisa?
at the very, very bottom, kind of on its own. And then I look at the budget, and I feel like it's almost orphaned within the department. And our reality is that the priorities
I should have given that
just
joke
continue.
more. Think
So
I'm gonna not refill
let me ask
prescription
about
for
this.
phenomenal and start taking
We are
street
in
acquired.
a place
Fuck it all.
where, again, the demands are even
That's
greater.
funny. No, that's funny.
We did not see the Coast Guard included in the President's border or national security supplemental funding request. That disappoints me a great deal. We have seen the Coast Guard resources basically being cannibalized, for lack of a better word, for funding other agencies within the IHS budget. And then again, the budget anticipates an expanded area of emphasis in the Indo-Pacific. Well, I think the efforts in the Arctic are left languishing. And you know as well as I do the issue with the icebreakers.
Now we're doing it. Now we're getting to it.
We
now
were
we're getting to the
able
local.
to prevent another unforced error this
Hey, I'm up
just a
here in
couple weeks
Juneau,
ago
and I've
when
got
it
some
comes
news
to meeting the
reporting here to
Arctic
do. And
commitment
today,
by
Lisa
securing
Murkowski
funding
really
to
stood up
procure
for the
commercially
Alaskans.
available
Yes, she
icebreaker.
did.
That
That's
funding
right.
had been taken
Lisa
from us
Murkowski was really
in the prior
concerned in
fiscal
Congress
year, so we had
today.
to fight
That's
to keep it
from
in. We were
Juneau.
successful
Bye
with
bye
that.
now.
But we're looking at the Polar Security Cutter line. Admiral Fagan states that the PSC is the top acquisition priority, and yet the FY25 budget reflects zero funding for the program.
What's the guy that
In fact, the
froze to
program
death up
received
there? I read that
$150 million
book. What was that
rescission.
thing? The guy that
we worked
froze to
hard
death
to
up
limit
there?
that. I appreciate
What was
working
his-
with the
what was his
chairman on
name?
this.
What was
She
his name? I'm trying to
understands
get
very,
all
very
over it.
well.
What was his
but
name?
Again, we've got FY24
Stansbury.
rescission.
What's the guy who froze to death up in the
FY25 would have been the
Arctic?
second year in a row for
can't remember
funding
now.
on that program that would have
Oh.
been paused. So
Anyway.
I would like you
Back to
to
Lisa.
share with the committee whether or not you feel that our Coast Guard is receiving the necessary budget support given the increased
Well, I
operations
think you can assume
that
he's
they
going to say
face.
no.
And second, if you can speak to the issue of the icebreakers and whether or not the PCS is viewed as a top acquisition priority, and really give it to me a
What,
little
they're
more
going to
broadly.
play two truths and a lie?
Are the Coast
The
Guard
icebreakers?
budgets
Is that the kind of
being
icebreakers we're
reduced
talking
at
about?
DHS level? Because that's
Let's
that's
see.
how those of
I
us that
have
are following
14
Coast Guard are
tattoos.
feeling. So I'm going to let you talk now.
Uh,
I've taken 4 minutes to shape it up for you, but please help me out because I'm worried about our Coast Guard.
Okay.
Senator
I can't think of
Murkowski,
any.
I share your concern because, in fact, more and more is being asked of the United States Coast Guard, and remarkably, they perform more and more every single day. As this hearing is proceeding, they are in Baltimore responding to the tragic collapse
Probably
of the
gonna
bridge.
be in Louisiana,
there.
too.
And they will be there as well, and they were in Hawaii on a search and rescue mission following the tragic fires there. Let me assure you, with respect to your institutional point, I believe very strongly that the United States Coast Guard belongs in the Department of Homeland Security from a mission perspective, number one. Number two, I fight vigorously for the budget for the United States Coast Guard, and I have encouraged the leadership of the Coast Guard across the country, not just in headquarters, for them to fight for the budget as well. I can only echo the concerns that you have expressed, that the Coast Guard is underfunded, and it is specifically underfunded when it comes to execution of the Arctic strategy. Russia has between 30 and 50 vessels capable of navigating through the Arctic region. They vary in capability, but there are 30 strongly capable vessels, and we fight with 2 antiquated vessels, and yet our Coast Guard personnel work magic with them. I would be eager to work with you to plus up the Coast Guard's budget. We work under statutory caps. There are trade-offs, but I would welcome the opportunity to work with you to increase the Coast Guard's budget quite significantly. And we're incredibly grateful for, I believe it was $140 million to obtain the commercially available icebreaker. That is the tip of the spear of what we need.
Well, it's a gap filler. I'd like to talk to you about the one polar class vessel that is in the water. Apparently, Polar Star has suffered some damage. I just learned about this. I don't know what the status is going to be, but it's a reminder to me that as an Arctic nation, when we have one operational polar class vessel and it doesn't even get to the Arctic, we are woefully behind. Mr. Chairman, I want to work with you on this and what we can do to better help our Coast Guard. I know it's important to you as well.
No, absolutely. Thank you, Senator McCaskey, for your commitment and vigilance on this issue. Look forward to working with you. Chair Murray.
Thank you. Thank you again, Mr. Secretary. Let me just say I have been very frustrated by recent reports on the overuse of isolation from the general population at ICE facilities, including at Northwest ICE Processing Center in Tacoma. University of Washington researchers found that over the last 5 years, half of the 10 longest placements in administrative segregation across ICE's national population were at that facility. And I want to stress how concerning it is that ICE continues to use this practice so frequently for so many individuals and reportedly does so without consistent, accurate documentation of its use. What steps has ICE taken to make sure its contractors are following ICE policy on the use of administrative segregation?
Chair Murray, this is an issue that I am underway in reviewing with Immigration and Customs Enforcement, with ICE. The use of segregation sometimes is at the request of the individual detainee, him or herself, by reason of circumstances in a facility. Sometimes it is for the safety and security of our personnel or other detainees. It's a very case-specific issue, but I am meeting with members of the community as well as the workforce, and I just need about 3 weeks to circle back with you and give you a full report on the path ahead, because I know it is an issue of concern to you and to others as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would really like you to commit to an independent investigation conducted by an entity outside of the department to inspect the conditions and practices at that ICE facility in Tacoma. Would you be willing to do that?
I would be very pleased to consider that. Chair Murray, if I may, we have a new leader of the Office of the Detention Ombudsman, an office that was created specifically for this purpose. Her name is Michelle Branet, and I think she would be extraordinarily capable in conducting this review if that would be satisfactory to you, and I'd be pleased to discuss it with you.
Okay, I will talk with you about that, but I really strongly caution that ICE needs to take these unsafe, inhumane conditions we have seen documented actually over the last 2 decades very seriously when you consider renewing the contract at that facility. It expires in 2025, and I will continue to talk with you about that.
Thank you.
Secondly, over the last 6 months, the President has repeatedly sought support from Congress to fund critical needs on our border. It's funding that provides a humane environment for some of the most vulnerable people in our hemisphere. It is funding that supports the critical work of the agents and officers who safeguard our border, and critical resources to improve the detection and seizure of narcotics, including fentanyl, preventing these threats from entering our communities. Most recently, that included our bipartisan effort in the Senate that combined both policy changes and new resources. Given the recent FY24 appropriations provided to the department, along with the ever-evolving threats on our border, are there additional resources the department needs in fiscal year 24?
There are. Chair Murray, we continue to believe that the resources and the legislative changes that were contained in the bipartisan legislation are greatly needed by our department and would really advance our mission.
Okay, thank you. And our committee will work with you on that as we move through this year's process. On a different topic, habitat restoration projects in my home state of Washington and really throughout the country are really key to recovering our endangered species like salmon and upholding our tribal treaty rights. However, the current standards for FEMA's National Flood Insurance Program do not differentiate between requirements for important habitat restoration projects and development projects like a parking lot or a strip mall. So as a
It's
result of
insane
that,
to me
habitat
that
restoration
we have one
projects that
department
pose
that
minimal
handles
risk to
immigration
people or structures often
and
experience very lengthy
natural
permitting delays and
disasters
millions of dollars in cost
and-
increases. And in some cases, our local partners have given
don't
up
get it.
on pursuing any kind of habitat projects entirely because of these FEMA rules.
Is that like the catch-all or
How can
something?
we work with your office to ensure that these important projects can move forward in a timely and cost-effective manner?
Chair Murray, I am not tracking this discrete issue. I will pay close attention to it and then
Okay, if
return
we
to
could
you.
get back together on that, it's become a real challenge for us. And finally, I know the senator from Alaska asked you about the Coast Guard, also critical to my state. They are continuing to try to modernize their fleet and replace older vessels that are now working far beyond their expected service lives. Many of those programs, like the offshore patrol cutter, require investments in shoreside infrastructure to adequately accommodate their needs. With so many capital investments needs across the service, how does your FY25 budget prioritize those investments to make sure the Coast Guard continues to have the assets and capabilities it needs to execute its mission?
Chair Murray, I remember very well when you and I visited a Coast Guard facility in your jurisdiction when I served as the Deputy Secretary. The FY25 budget does provide for 2 additional cutters to begin that process, but I do believe that Senator Murkowski is correct that we need to fund the Coast Guard at a greater level than historically has been the case.
Very good. And I'll just mention quickly, I'm out of time, but on child care, it's an issue near and dear to me, and we've just provided new authority in the 25 appropriations bill to use operations and support funding across your department to fund and employ emergency backup child care program. If you can get back to me on how that's going to be implemented and how that's going to be used, I would really appreciate it.
Most certainly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Murray. Senator Kennedy.
Mr. Secretary, I don't hate anybody. I look for grace wherever I can find it. And I certainly don't hate you. My chairman talked about the woolly mammoths in the room, and I'm glad he brought that up. The chairman's immigration bill was negotiated by 2 members of my party, Senator Langford and Senator McConnell, and I don't speak for either one. They're both good men. The chairman said that the Republicans who negotiated his bill trusted you and wanted you there. And I'm not doubting his word. It gives me no joy to say this, but most Republicans don't trust you. And a vast majority of the American people don't trust you.
I say, son.
That's why
Foghorn
you've been
Leghorn. That's my
impeached.
Foghorn Leghorn impression.
Now, my Democratic colleagues are going to try
Now,
to
you'd think that I
sweep
would be
your
for this
impeachment
country.
under the rug
Oh, for fuck's sake.
and
Dude,
violate
you
200
lost.
years of Senate precedent in doing it.
You fucking lost.
I don't think that they will be able to sweep the issue.
Mitch
Maybe your
Mitch
impeachment,
McConnell,
but
who
not the
stopped
issue
the
under a
impeachment of
rug as
the
big
former
as the
guy.
United
You
States of
fucking
America.
cocksucker.
Again, it gives me no joy in saying this.
Oh, for fuck. It
I
gives me
think
such
well
joy.
more than a majority of the American people think that as a result of your behavior and President Biden's behavior, our southern border is an open, bleeding wound. I think they believe that
Did he just giggle?
our southern border is chaotic.
You would think Senate would have a dental
I
plan.
think the vast majority of
That's
the
a good one,
American
Jim.
people believe that a lot of it is political. I think
Oh,
a vast
honey, I
majority
believe
of the
100%
American
of you is
people
political.
believe that it is
Believe
chaotic by
me.
design.
No.
And that,
no,
and
it's
that,
chaotic
that all
by
of
your
this
design.
is intentional.
In your head.
And I think while a vast majority of the American people
I got the
who don't trust you
Leghorn blues.
believe in legal immigration, they don't believe in illegal
I got the
they think you do.
Leghorn blues.
And they think President Biden does. And they think that's why the border is open.
I don't
And they
think
think that your attitude and President Biden's attitude is that while they may be poorer under President Biden, that they're stupid enough to believe you and the president when you say that it's not your problem. I think that needed to be said. Isn't it a fact, Mr. Secretary, that the number of illegal immigrants that you and the president allow into our country counts for congressional district reapportionment?
What?
Senator, I'm not sure I understand
Senator,
your question, but I can
nobody's following
surely
you.
share with you that I disagree with its phrasing.
Isn't it true, Mr. Secretary, that the number of illegal immigrants that you and President Biden have allowed into our country counts for allocating electoral votes?
Same answer.
You don't know?
I don't understand your question.
Never crossed your mind?
The notion, Senator, that we intend to allow illegal immigration is nothing short of preposterous.
Exactly.
So you do understand my
Disrespectful,
question?
and if I may, it
You
is
know,
disrespectful
we understand your question.
to
It
the
is disrespectful.
extraordinarily hard work
Thank you.
that we perform, and
That's right.
far more importantly, that the personnel in the Department of Homeland Security and across this administration perform to stem illegal immigration, build lawful, safe, and orderly pathways, and invest in a working system. And we only wish that bipartisan legislation, about which I have not heard a critical term,
Mr. President,
would
Mr.
have
Secretary,
passed.
you're using up my time. You do this every single time. You do this every single time.
He answers your question.
And it's a fact, and you know
Really?
it, and I know it,
I got
that the more people you allow into our country illegally, the more people are counted for reapportionment. And the more
What?
people that
Have
you
heard
allow
of
into our country
gerrymandering?
illegally,
Have you heard of that,
the
Foghorn
more
Leghorn?
people are counted
Senator
for
Leghorn?
allocating
Have you heard
electoral
of
votes.
that?
Now, maybe that's
Have
a
you heard of that,
coincidence,
Senator Leghorn? Can I just
That's fact.
interrupt you a moment, sir?
and you know that.
I got
And you've
the
done nothing for 4 years. Nada. Zero.
I get
Zilch.
paid by the syllable.
And in fact, the only people I know in this country who are better off today than they were 4 years ago are illegal immigrants. And that's as a result of your policy.
Oh, my Lord.
I don't hate you
I
for
think
it.
there is a place in hell
I don't hate anyone. But that's why
for
you've
the
been impeached.
blues.
And my colleagues may try to cover it up. They're going to try to cover it up. But they can't cover up the facts.
I got the Leghorn.
I've gone over my time. I'm
Yeah,
sorry, Mr.
so stop him.
Senator Peters.
He doesn't even have anything else
Well, thank you,
to
Mr.
spout.
Chairman, Secretary Mayorkas. It's wonderful to see you here today, and I'm going to see you again next week when you come before my committee, the Homeland and Governmental Affairs Committee, and it's good to have an opportunity to ask your questions. I've always appreciated your candor, your professionalism, and your dedication to the mission. So thank you for the work that you do each and every day. In this year's appropriations bill, I was able to secure
initial funding with the help of my colleagues here, including great help from Chair Murphy, for the Northern Border Coordination Center. This center is going to play a critical role in coordinating our efforts to better secure our nation's northern border. So my question for you, sir, is how does the department plan to use this funding to address the threats that exist on our northern border?
Chairman Peters, we're very grateful for the funding and for the concept of the Coordination Center, because what it does is it allows us to take a step back and take a look at the northern border writ large and decide where we need to allocate our resources, how we need to allocate it, and make sure that we're being as strategic as well as tactical as possible. I have asked to meet with our CBP team to get the Coordination Center moving, and I've already spoken with the team about how we can use it to recalibrate staffing, because I know you and other senators actually on this committee have expressed concerns with respect to staffing of the northern border.
Thank you. Yeah, we definitely have to make sure that we have the people there and the coordination, so I appreciate your efforts in setting up that center as quickly as possible. Mr. Secretary, I was pleased to see the notice of proposed rulemaking published by CISA, as was required by my Cyber Incident Reporting for Critical Infrastructure Act. This legislation, as you know very well, and the implementing rule will ensure cyber incidents affecting critical infrastructure are reported to CISA so that they can help companies prevent similar attacks. However, FY24 appropriations for this program were set at $24 million below the requested level. So my question for you, sir, is how will this funding shortfall impact the department's ability to implement this critical program, and are there other resources necessary in order to execute this rule as was intended by Congress?
Chairman Peters, this is a transformative piece of legislation that is really going to, when implemented, enhance the cybersecurity of our country. I just met with cybersecurity professionals from companies all over the country yesterday to talk about the notice of proposed rulemaking that we issued and to solicit their feedback on the CIRCIA implementation. One of the responsibilities that we are going to have as a department is to actually receive the cyber incident reports, to be able to really analyze them and assess them and communicate to the community, the public and the private community, our findings and our best practices. To fund us insufficiently is really going to handicap our ability to realize the full benefits of this transformative legislation. We do need to be properly resourced here. It is a very significant undertaking.
Right. Well, we're going to work to make sure that that happens. I totally concur with you. I know that Senator Murkowski, as well as Chair Murray, shared their concerns about Coast Guard funding, particularly with infrastructure, icebreakers and cutters, et cetera. But as you well know, Coast Guard plays a vital role in the Great Lakes as well. And unfortunately, the Coast Guard is facing personnel shortages that are impacting their activities in the lakes. For example, personnel shortages recently hindered essential operations at 7 small boat stations along the coast in Michigan. So my question for you, Mr. Secretary, does the President's budget include necessary resources to address the Coast Guard's workforce challenges and ensure that it has personnel that are absolutely needed to effectively serve Michigan as well as the entire Great Lakes region?
Chairman Peters, I've got to take a look at the budget and confer with Coast Guard about the implications of the budget for Michigan specifically and the facilities that the Coast Guard staffs there. Forgive me for not knowing today that geographic specificity, but I will circle back with you.
I appreciate that, and we can follow up with you. Finally, I was pleased that Congress provided TSA with sustained funding to ensure that TSA frontline staff receive the pay and benefits equivalent to counterparts throughout the federal government. The department's FY25 budget request, if granted, would ensure that TSA personnel continue to receive equivalent pay and benefits, and I look forward to working with my colleagues to deliver to TSA the pay and those benefits that they deserve as they keep us safe every single day at airports across our country. My question for you, sir, is as TSA continues to screen record numbers of passengers, how does this pay increase improve TSA's operations, workforce morale and retention, as well as your recruitment efforts?
I have spoken with the Administrator, David Pekoski, on a number of occasions. The pay increase has had a monumental impact, positively, of course, on both recruiting and retention, as well as, of course, morale.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Peters. Senator Hyde-Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Mayorkas, it's my understanding that the delivery of the first Polar Security Cutter, originally planned for 2024, may now occur no earlier than 2028 due to delays. The committee also has concerns regarding the accuracy of the Polar Security Cutter's estimated procurement cost. Given its size and complexity, it's a lot of moving parts there. However, I'm hearing great progress is being made right now between the shipbuilder in my state and the Coast Guard in getting the security cutter program on track. This is very good news since the Russian ice-breaking fleet is the largest in the world, and the U.S. only has one nearly 50-year-old operational heavy icebreaker. The success of this program is very vital to our national security and economic interest in the Arctic region. I hope the department and the Coast Guard are working to support the shipbuilder however possible so we may get these assets into the fleet as soon as possible. With that being said, I'd like to receive assurance that progress will continue to be made. So please give me your position on the status of this program.
Senator Hyde-Smith, I am familiar with the challenges that we have had with the development and execution of the contract for the Polar Security Cutter. We are fully invested in that Polar Security Cutter. It is, for the reasons you identify, very important to the United States Coast Guard, to our Arctic strategy, to our national security. And we are working very closely with the contractor to make this relationship work and deliver that Polar Security Cutter as quickly as possible. We are fully vested in it.
Thank you for that. And the U.S. Coast Guard in September 2023 informed me of what it calls temporary operational workforce adjustments across the nation in response to its workforce shortfall, reported at nearly 10% at that time. This included the temporary reduction of capabilities and workforce at Coast Guard Station Pascagoula in Mississippi. I have been assured that its search and rescue capabilities remain sufficient and that it is only temporary, but I question whether that is realistic. As recently as last Wednesday, the Commandant stated that the Coast Guard should expect to see additional adjustments due to personnel shortages that will limit its ability to conduct its congressionally directed missions. The Coast Guard has missed its recruiting goals for the last 4 years, and while I recognize that this issue has spread to nearly all of our armed services, the Coast Guard's failures are what I want to hear about from you today. There's significant requests for funding to support recruiting and retention initiatives in the President's budget request, but I would like your thoughts on the root causes of this workforce retention crisis. What steps are you taking to address the concerns of the young Americans when they see how some of our service members were treated when they were ordered to receive a vaccine that violated their religious beliefs? What about when they hear from their veterans and their families and friends of the unnecessary woke agenda of many senior leaders? This is a messaging and cultural problem at the very least, but I want to know if you have even begun to address these issues rather than just throw money at them.
Senator Hyde-Smith, I am working with leadership
she read
across
that
the
so
department
well.
on
It's like she
strategies for
practiced.
recruiting and retention of our personnel. You correctly identify the recruiting challenges that the different branches of the military are experiencing, and it's not exclusive to the military. I speak with law enforcement leaders on a regular basis in different parts of the country, and it's a difficult recruiting and retention environment for law enforcement as well. We do need funding so that we can engage in the recruiting efforts that are needed, and we are looking at creative ways to recruit young people to both the Coast Guard and our law enforcement agencies within the Department of Homeland Security.
Can you give me some examples of what you're actively doing now? Can you describe what you're doing?
Let me, if I may, give you one precise example. We're taking a look at what our presence is and is not on university, college and university campuses, what our education programs are like in high schools around the country to sensitize people about the valor and nobility of public service in the United States Coast Guard, in our law enforcement agencies, and really, have a physical presence there to recruit them. That's one of the elements of the effort.
I forgot
think I'm out
about
of town.
that, Jim.
Thank you,
That's
Mr.
right. He
Chairman.
wanted to.
Thank you,
he wanted to
Senator.
take
Senator
over.
Baldwin.
He
Thank
wanted
you,
to take
Mr.
over
Chairman, and good
Greenland.
afternoon,
I forgot
Mr.
about
Secretary. The work
It's
that our
awesome.
Customs and Border Protection and Homeland Security do at our southern border is essentially
Well, he won't now.
essential to
I mean, he's
keeping
gonna get confused and think
families
that,
across the country
that
and
that's
in
Reykjavik,
Wisconsin
where the,
safe.
uh,
I am
where the
eager to
whatchamacallit
discuss
is,
how
you know, the-
appropriators can
what the
continue
fuck,
to support
volcano.
this critical mission.
Watch him
So
mix that up.
between 2019 and 2021, opioid overdose deaths in Wisconsin grew by a staggering 97%, in no small part due to synthetic fentanyl. In February, the Senate passed the Fend Off Fentanyl Act, a
Then where's those
bipartisan bill
machines
that I co-sponsored to
that
help
track
protect our
fentanyl,
communities
that-
from
why
the
aren't those
damaging
in the
effects
post offices?
of fentanyl and
Why aren't they
illicit
turned on?
substances
Apparently,
crossing
they're
our
not
borders.
activated or
I was also
something.
proud to
Why
vote
isn't
to
that-
advance the bipartisan border security bill
don't we
that
do
would
stuff for
have,
once that's
among
gonna
other things,
help?
invested in high-tech border security, disrupted the deadly flow of fentanyl into our country, and ensured that Wisconsin communities receiving migrants have the resources they need. And I was sorely disappointed to see partisan politics take hold, and the Senate ultimately did not pass the bipartisan compromise that we so urgently need. Secretary Mayorkas, I know you've gotten another topic or question on this topic before I was able to return from presiding on the floor, but I'd like to give you another opportunity to speak specifically to how
That was a little bit of a humble
this bill
brag.
that we didn't pass,
As presiding.
but that was negotiated over months, would have bolstered your efforts and the resources that you need to secure the border and stem the flow specifically of fentanyl coming into this country. Can you please speak to that?
Thank you, Senator. We have interdicted more fentanyl in the past 2 years than in the last prior 5 years combined. We have arrested more individuals. That requires not only a dedication of personnel and effective strategies, but also the ability to harness technological advancements, most notably the non-intrusive inspection technology. The importance of funding personnel is not only
Here's my machines.
to secure
talk about my
our ports of
machines.
entry where 90% or more of the fentanyl is smuggled in commercial trucks and passenger vehicles, but also to be able to deploy people in the international arena to plus up our transnational criminal investigative units in different countries in Latin America, to deploy individuals in different parts of the world to work with our allies. But the bipartisan, or I should say, and the bipartisan legislation would have given us funds for that technology, would have given us funds for our personnel, would have been transformative in plussing up our capability to interdict more fentanyl and address the smugglers and traffickers that deal in death?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I want to switch to a different topic, but that bears on certainly the fentanyl issue. Our current trade policy allows nearly 3 million packages into the United States daily, and almost none are inspected, so long as the shipper claims that the value of the product is less than $800.
This is my issue.
Our trade
I'm so happy
policy
right
is
now.
being abused. It's being abused by companies from China that make products with forced labor or sell counterfeit goods, wreaking havoc on American manufacturers and retailers. Worse, the loophole is used to ship fentanyl and its precursor chemicals directly into American communities, killing children and tearing families apart. I've authored legislation to lower the $800 threshold and to bar China from using this so-called de minimis channel. However, if Chinese exporters simply lie about the origin of their shipment or its contents, it doesn't matter what threshold Congress ultimately sets. The shipments will keep coming in and the destruction will continue. We need CBP to dramatically improve its inspection of shipments to protect our communities. And our fiscal year 2024 appropriations bills calls on you to do just that. So what steps are you taking to use your existing authorities to address this issue, and how can this committee help?
Senator, I share your concerns with respect to the de minimis exception. There are 3 lines of effort that I have undertaken specifically. One is, for the first time, engage with my counterpart from the People's Republic of China about the scourge of fentanyl and the fact that China is a source country for the precursor chemicals and the pill presses and other equipment used to manufacture it. Number one. Number two, I think it was yesterday, it might have been the day before, I spoke with the textile industry and spoke to them about our new enforcement plan that I outlined and announced with respect to the de minimis exception and the law enforcement strategies that we are employing to increase our impact on the reality that drugs and other contraband are making their way through packages valued either accurately or inaccurately at lower than $800 in value. And third, we're taking a look at how we can harness artificial intelligence to be a force multiplier of our personnel.
Senator Capito.
Thank you, Chairman Murphy, and it's nice to be back in the Homeland Security Subcommittee, and great to see Senator Britt there with you. You'll be both be great partners, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for being a good partner when I was a ranking member, so I appreciate that. And welcome, Mr. Secretary. I'm just going to cut kind of to the chase here, because this is always something when I was had the lead on our side, is the number of border agents. We're always putting more money in. We put more money in this last time for 150 new border agents. In 2025, request asked for 250 more, 150 officers to staff ports of entry, 135 processing coordinators. I would like to say, just as a statement, that I don't think the solution to the border issue and to bringing these astronomical numbers down is to just keep adding more people to process more people,
Really? Maybe
because
you've
that
always been
obviously is not
chronically
going to have the
understaffed.
desired result.
Maybe.
But I would like to
Do you ever think of
know,
that? Do you ever think of that?
with the significant
Do you
amount
ever
of
think of
funding that you were granted, what is the number of border agents right now? Is it going up? Is it at your max? You're allowed to have 21,370, I believe. So where are you on that?
We are hiring actively, Senator Capito. I will have to get to you the specific number. I concur with you that it's not just personnel that is going to solve the challenge at our southern border, which is why the bipartisan legislation not only included additional resources, but also fundamentally needed legislative changes that would have really changed the system and the number of people we encounter in the first instance.
Yeah, how's the morale and retention? I mean, is that an issue? Obviously, when you were trying to recruit, it's got to be.
Morale has been an issue in our Department of Homeland Security
Yeah,
ever since I
probably
joined
in
it,
a lot of
and well before
departments.
then. We are very focused on workforce well-being and are hoping that the well-being of our treasured employees is actually strengthening and improving despite the stresses and the strains they undergo in their very difficult work.
Yeah, well, I'm assuming, I would assume that you would know whether you were close to your peak to the allowable amount of agents. I mean, are you close to that number, or are you far away? Are you losing more people than you're gaining?
We are.
Give me a
we
sense
are-
of that.
We are close. We are close, but I don't want to misspeak and cite a figure that would not be accurate to you, and I will provide that to you with,
All right, we'll follow
with
up.
swiftness.
We'll follow up. I do have a question about the drugs and also the surveillance, automated surveillance, but I do want to get to this one for my 7 airports that lost your TSA law enforcement reimbursement program, where all of our 7 commercial airports relied on for various law enforcement services. Small airports just aren't able to provide the manpower here, and obviously we were relying on this. What do you say to those airports across the country where this was cut? They now have $100,000 and $150,000 budgets and holes in their budgets to try to do this. What was the reasoning behind that? Certainly doesn't sound like a safety issue. It doesn't sound like it's making our airports more safe.
No, I think, Senator, are you speaking of the fact that we sometimes rely on smaller airports to provide the security personnel instead of us?
Yes.
Yes. With respect to the airports in your jurisdiction, I'll have to follow up with you on that. From a fundamental policy perspective, if we had the resources, we would devote the personnel to.
Well, apparently you have had the resources in the past, and these were just cut this year. Our airport was notified maybe a month ago, maybe when we passed this last bill, that their help with law enforcement agent. So that would be like if somebody's coming through TSA and there's a gun in a backpack found, for instance, that law enforcement agent then would come in and help the TSA do whatever the local law enforcement would be doing. And apparently we're missing that, and seems like a pretty critical aspect.
Senator, I addressed this issue last year, I believe. I am disappointed to hear that it remains an issue, and I will circle back with you after I address it internally.
Okay, thank you. On the, I know Senator Baldwin asked about fentanyl, and really concerned about what we see going on there, but and so I don't want to act like that's a de minimis question. It's not, but this autonomous surveillance towers issue is something I think would be helpful if you've got manpower shortages, if people are coming between the ports, they obviously are. Apparently your budget is not reflected any kind of plus up in that area that would fortify and help us interdict in those areas. What's your position on the autonomous surveillance towers and how helpful they have been and would be as force multipliers?
Senator, the automated surveillance towers, the ASTs, have been force multipliers. They have been effective. We are focusing right now our resources on the non-intrusive inspection technology, given the fact that the great majority of fentanyl that is smuggled into our country comes in through the ports of entry in commercial trucks and passenger vehicles.
I think you told me last time that I did ask about how many trucks were being interdicted, or inspected, and you noted that 70%, but you didn't give me an exact figure at that time. But let's see, what percentage of cars are actually screened for drugs coming through the ports of entry? Do you have an update on that, or does that sound like the same figure as last year, or has it gone up?
I apologize, Senator. I'll get you that data.
Okay, I'm striking out here. All right, thank you.
Actually, I am.
Senator Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here today and for your testimony. As you know, and you may have already addressed this since I missed much of the questioning, but as you know, the National Security Supplemental that was introduced last fall included $1 billion that was to be used for fentanyl interdiction. Most of this would have gone to non-intrusive inspection technology. As you point out, most of the fentanyl that's coming in is coming in at ports of entry. Sadly, because Donald Trump came out against the very excellent bipartisan package that was negotiated by Chair Murphy and others, the Senate failed to pass that and dropped out the $1 billion that would have helped with fentanyl interdiction. So can you talk about how the lack of those supplemental funds are going to affect our ability to find fentanyl and other drugs at the border?
Senator Shaheen, the bipartisan legislation would have resourced us so significantly to address not only the number of individuals encountered at our southern border, to be able to process them more expeditiously for removal, but it would have also been transformative in terms of our ability to detect, interdict, and prosecute the attempted smuggling of fentanyl, because 90% or more of it comes through the ports of entry, and the ability to operationalize the latest technology at every single port of entry would have been extraordinarily significant.
Yes, it's very disappointing that that became a political campaign issue rather than something in the best interests of the country. Secretary Mayorkas, the last time you were before this committee, we discussed my interest in getting data on the numbers of migrants who have come across our northern border in New Hampshire, and you committed to working with me on this. This is an issue that I have heard both from law enforcement in my state as well as other organizations like the ACLU. And unfortunately, the agency didn't provide our office with this information for a number of months. You and I have had several conversations about this, I think, waiting to share it until weeks after it released the same information publicly to the New Hampshire ACLU, which would have been fine with me, except that the numbers that were released publicly to the ACLU are not the same numbers that the staff released to my office. And in fact, we heard from your staff, or staff at the Homeland Security, who indicated that the numbers that were provided to our office were likely less accurate than those released by the agency, and that in fact there's a different number than both of those that is now listed on CBP's public portal. So help me understand how this happens and what we can do to address it so we have the same information that's available to our office and to the local communities so they have reliable information that they need in order to address concerns at the northern border.
Senator, I'm very sorry to hear your concerns with respect to both the timeliness and accuracy of the data we have provided to you and disseminated more broadly. I will look into that very quickly, very quickly.
Thank you. I will hear from you by the end of the month, by the beginning, middle
you'll
of...
hear from me before the end of the month.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I was just worried you were going to say before the end of the week, but I will respond to you.
I'll give you a little leeway on that. In January, we had a severe winter storm that damaged the Coast Guard facility in Newcastle, New Hampshire, so that now the Coast Guard no longer has berths for all its vessels. I appreciate the funding issues that exist with trying to repair and replace facilities like the Coast Guard berth, but it's a real challenge and a concern. I know that they are now looking at potential facilities to lease, but that's not a long-term solution. So can you work with our office, with the Coast Guard, and help us figure out what we can do to ensure that the Coast Guard has what they need to continue to operate in New Hampshire?
I most certainly will.
Thank you. They are important not just to maritime safety and security, but also to environmental missions in the state. And in light of the tragic events in Baltimore, do you know if the Coast Guard is doing anything to address the potential for those kinds of events to happen in other ports along the seacoast?
Senator, it's not only the Coast Guard that is looking at this, but we are, as a department, are one of our areas of focus, or two areas of focus. On the one hand is port security writ large,
right,
and on the other is the resiliency of our supply chains, which obviously are impacted by the tragedy in Baltimore. So we are looking at that from a number of different perspectives. A physical disaster, such as the one that the Baltimore bridge suffered, but also cyber attacks and other threat streams. So we are indeed taking a holistic view of the situation.
Well, thank you. And fortunately, we didn't have the same kind of catastrophe in New Hampshire or in Boston, but we've had similar accidents affect both the Memorial Bridge in New Hampshire and the Tobin Bridge in Boston that have shut down traffic for significant periods of time. So unfortunately, as we know, this is not an isolated incident, even though the drama of what happened in Baltimore is certainly worse than we've seen in some other places. And just finally, one of the provisions that was in that negotiated border bill that was important to us in New Hampshire with the northern border was the Stone Garden funds, which are reduced in the budget bills that just passed. But in addition to the funding being reduced, there were provisions in the border bill that would have committed to a certain percentage going to non-Southwest border states. Again, an issue that is important to us, even though we don't have the challenges at our northern border that we do at our southern border. There are still issues around law enforcement and communications that the Stone Garden funds have been critical to helping us with. So will you commit that you will take a look at the funding that has been passed and see if we can ensure that the northern border states also receive a proportionate share of those funds?
I will, Senator, and I was very disappointed to see a reduction in the Stone Garden funds.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Shaheen. Senator Britt and I have a few wrap-up questions, and then we'll get you on your way. Senator Britt.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. When we look at the number of individuals that are detained by ICE, roughly on average, there's been about 39,000 detained this year. My question goes to the FY24 appropriations bill that was passed a few weeks ago and the funding level that was submitted there and passed for detention. Is that something that we need to continue, in your opinion, for FY25 to allow you to be able to detain the number of individuals you need to?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you very much. When you look at encounters, obviously coming across the border, we know there's been a lot of discussion about known gotaways and people that we've seen, but we don't know who they are, where they're going, or what their intentions are. The FBI director warned that he is increasingly concerned that terrorists may seek that opportunity to enter the U.S., and he's concerned about what that does in the interior of our homeland. And so I know that that's something that you probably pay close attention to as well. Is that something that you agree with? Just when we look at what's happening in the interior, it just increases threats across the homeland.
We are indeed very concerned about it. The safety and security of the American people is our highest priority. The bipartisan legislation would have provided us with additional staffing that would have strengthened the security of the southern border.
Yeah, and I am a big believer we've got to do our job right now. And so as I look at FY25, it is my goal to make sure that we get these dollars in the exact right place possible. I would love to see Congress start to do our job on time. I think that the American people deserve it. And I think every time we drag our feet, they're the ones that pay the price. You know, the last time that we actually passed all 12 bills on time was 1997. I think it's not only fiscally irresponsible, I think it's morally irresponsible. I think you need to know what your budget is. And I think when you look at something like a supplemental, you have to actually have base funding first. So my goal right now is to make sure that in FY25, we stretch every dollar, we put it where it matters, we put it where it can help you and help the courageous men and women that work in the Department of Homeland Security do their jobs. So I am laser focused on that. And in that, I really do appreciate the work work that CBP and ICE have done in their seizures. I think they've grown when it comes to fentanyl and other illicit drugs. They continue to seize more and more, which obviously we know that means that's less that can get into our homeland. However, I know we can't simply seize our way out of it. And so would love to know from you, where would be best to direct dollars? You know, what are you doing to actually disrupt and dismantle that transnational criminal organizations and kind of the flow of that? And is there a place, maybe more HSI agents and others that would help disrupt that even more?
Ranking Member Britt, more personnel is certainly one element of the answer. More HSI agents, more support personnel for the agents, more Customs and Border Protection officers and agents, more funding for technology. I am listing the different things that the bipartisan legislation would have delivered.
When we look at the Coast Guard, I strongly support the Coast Guard and am proud that Mobile is the home of the Coast Guard Aviation Training Center, and I'm very proud of the offshore patrol cutter being built in Alabama. However, that's just one of the pieces of a very large Coast Guard shipbuilding strategy. I'm concerned with many other Coast Guard acquisition programs which seem to be plagued with various issues. I am especially concerned about the status of the Waterways Commerce Cutter Program and the Polar Security Cutter Program, which have been faced with significant delays in recent years. I know that you've heard a number of my colleagues speak about this on both sides of the aisle. I could do a better job. And I'm just taking a look at it. You look at the Waterways Commerce Cutter, which was intended by Congress to be a small business shipbuilding program.
And
it's faced legal challenges and other significant contracting challenges in recent months. And as the daughter of two small business owners, I think it is important to me that our entire defense base, particularly as it pertains to shipbuilding, that they're giving consideration and given every fair opportunity to compete. And I think that that's what we need when we look at things that have just come down, and the naval intelligence that was just declassified, looking at the shipbuilding of China, saying they can shipbuild 232 times faster than we can. I think that as many people as we have, encouraging that, particularly from a small business perspective, I think that's better for America. So, Mr. Secretary, will you commit to engaging your Coast Guard leadership and looking into the current state of play when it comes to the Waterways Commerce Cutter Program and what options should be considered, even if it means recompeting the program to ensure the Coast Guard receives the shipbuilding assets they need in a timely manner and cost-effective schedule?
Ranking Member Britt, I certainly will engage with the Coast Guard.
Thank you.
Look at this program.
The grace with which people answer these questions.
I really appreciate that. And one last thing, when we look at the alleged killer of Laken Riley, who entered the United States illegally in 2022 and then was released under DHS under a grant of parole,
family that's grieving the loss
I'm
of
sure
their
your
daughter.
department has taken a look at that. And can you explain what specific either humanitarian reason or reason of significant public benefit, as you well know, one of those two things had to be used to authorize his release into the country. Can you explain that for this panel as well?
I can't even stand mimicking that for that long.
There was no derogatory information of which we were aware in our holdings.
Wasn't there a killer that was here since like
it's a tragic circumstance.
A long time
our hearts
ago?
break. I know all our hearts break for the family of Ms. Riley.
Murder is incredibly
and,
tragic.
We expect that the
which is why you shouldn't use it for political games.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary. I appreciate that.
Miss Twit.
Thank you, Senator Britt. Two final parochial questions for you. One, relative to the U.S. Coast Guard Academy in New London, Connecticut. Last time I was there, I was talking to cadets about a really serious need to upgrade the Academy's living quarters, specifically in the old Chase Hall Barracks, its oldest section,
our senator who said something about Connecticut today.
Built in the 1930s, requires some really significant asbestos abatement, but also there's a lot of stories of non-functioning heating, ventilation, air conditioning. You were having a conversation earlier with Senator Hyde-Smith about the difficulty of recruitment, and obviously one of the ways that we convince young men and women to come join the Coast Guard is to make sure that they have adequate living conditions. So I was a little worried to see that this was not in the request, the upgrade of
This'll have to do
Annex
for right
A.
now.
It's in the unfunded priorities list. Mr. Secretary,
I'll find
assume
the-
that
I'll find
you
the
care
ticker
deeply
tape
about
or
the
the
living conditions
what
of
is
the
that?
U.S. Coast Guard
Not
Academy.
ticker
And just
tape.
ask for your commitment to
like
work with
Morse
us on making
code.
sure that this project gets funded expeditiously.
Most certainly.
And thank you for that. And then lastly, I'm sure she's going to submit the question for the record, but I will just note that Senator Collins did, in her opening statement, ask you a question regarding CBP staffing of international cruise
Here we
ship
go. We'll
arrivals.
try
And I'll
this.
just ask you to add that to those
Yeah.
questions that you take for the record, and hopefully have a response to Senator Collins sometime next week. With that, we are going to keep the record open for a week. That means we'll ask
right.
that
We
any
did
additional
it.
questions
We
from
did it.
colleagues on the committee be in by the end of the day
We did
next
it.
Wednesday. And with that, this hearing stands
This
adjourned.
hearing stands adjourned, baby. We're adjourned, baby. Yeah, baby, baby. Yeah, baby, baby. Ooh. Well, well, well. Look at that. 6 hours and 10 minutes of pure, unadulterated joy. Wowee, wow, 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 wow. I'm slowly ramping back into my streaming routine, so don't fret. And I will be on camera soon. Yeah, when I don't look like I've been beat up. Which is, yeah, I don't look that. I mean, I do kind of. Yeah, I do kind of. But yeah, I'll be on camera soon. It's going to be a whole new world for you and me. A thrilling place. Ooh. Well, if you missed the first one, we started off with the, what did we start off with? Jesus Christ, that was like hours ago. What did we start off with? We started off with the Armed Services Committee. We spent time in the Senate today, folks. I can't remember what this one was. If it was, I don't know what it was. Was it Foreign Relations? Shit, now I can't even remember. But anyway, whatever it was. And then the earlier one was the Senate Armed Services Committee, which I enjoy the Senate committees more. I don't know why, but, the House committees are like, like Walmart. It's like watching chuds sometimes in the House, although the Democrats are fantastic, so they make up for it. But the Senate, I feel like at least some of the questions have or even from the idiots, some of the questions sometimes have some gravitas. Not always, as we witnessed, but sometimes they do. Batshit Brett. That's right. Batshit Brit. Hey, it's Brit Batshit. Coming to you from Alabama. Is that where I'm from? Yeah. She's probably good if you like that rad trad kind of baby. What is that fundy voice we were just talking about? Like fundamentalist women. The fundy baby voice. Yeah. And my husband is the man who makes all the decisions in our family. And I just think that's the natural order of things. And so I think it's a woman's place to go ahead and stand by your man. Cue song. Dare, 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 stand by your man. Wah, 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 tell him he's one and only. Do, 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 do. Bow, bow, bow. Stand by your man. Ooh, hoo, 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 hoo. And when I can't remember. I'll figure that out. I like that song actually. I like that song a lot. It makes she makes no noise in bed. She's like those old commercials, the commercials that had the mattress where your partner can get in bed and it doesn't move. Put this glass of wine on your mattress and your partner will jump in bed and the glass doesn't move. Do you remember those commercials for mattresses? Yeah, she's like that. She gets in bed and there's just no noise. There's no impact. She's like the boy in the bubble. I can't hear you, honey. I said, I love you. I said, I stand by you anytime. Stand by your man. Oh, yeah, right? Exactly. That's what I think. That's what I feel like it is. That's exactly what I feel like it is. Stand by your man. I'd like to redo some country songs. I have so many things I want to do, but I just can't. I think it's depression that just gets in the way of actual, like, creating something. Like, I have so many things I want to do, and I just am like, I just don't have the energy. I just don't have the energy. Stand by your man. Hey, I saw a mainstream media story about the race to 270 and that whole storyline of, what, like, for example, what the Flynns seem to be fighting for. The Flynns seem to be fighting for some kind of split between the electoral vote, or at least they bring it up. They also are, like, oddly terrible in terms of, like, Trump and all that stuff. But anyway, that's not my point. My point is that they really, at least the mainstream media is also now kind of glomming on to the fact that there are certain messages being pushed out by the right-wing media, Death Star, as I like to call it now, and which is my term for the right-wing media institutes of destruction. So let's just call it the Death Star and keep it simple. Remember when Tammy Wynette did a song with the... Yes! Yes! That was great. That was great. Tammy Wynette could get down. I'm telling you. I think country women have a certain badassery given the maleness of their particular niche. I can imagine, just as with any unrepresented group in that industry. Thank you, Beyonce, for making a country album. I think that's amazing. I'm so happy. Yeah, I think it's an interesting... There's a lot of people being feeling threatened. Moo Moo Land. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Anyway. All right. Well, thank you, my loves, for spending some time. I'm sorry this was a little impromptu. I wasn't really sure what was going to be worth it. And, maybe none of it was worth it. But it was certainly nice to spend some time together with some old friends. So thanks for stopping in today. I know it was a long one. But I always appreciate any time that anyone can spend here at the lounge. Little day drinking at the lounge, not a problem. So I will see you when I see you. And hang in there. Watch the channel because I'll put up stuff. Next week, we've got some big stuff happening, okay? Next week, we have the Fisher case being heard by the Supreme Court. That's on Tuesday, I think. Yeah, Tuesday. And then on the week after that is then the Supreme Court hears arguments in the Trump immunity case. So a big couple of weeks coming up, and I think there's more hearings to come in other cases. Perhaps, something will happen with McAfee. I think something is happening, although we won't get to see it. There are things happening in the Trump New York case, obviously. Alvin Bragg is like... Yeah, remember when everybody was mad at me because I wasn't going to bring the case against Trump? Are y'all mad at me now because I basically am the only one bringing cases against Trump? Now, not that Letitia James doesn't say hold my beer, but what I'm saying is Alvin Bragg, who is the person that I myself was getting on when he decided not to bring the case, and then that was that whole Cyrus Vance, you know, and the whole handoff and the whole this and the whole Mark Pomerantz quit. Remember that? I was all like, oh, I'm mad at you, Alvin Bragg, you big butthead, I can't stand you. Well, it turns out Alvin Bragg is the only one who had any balls in this case. No, I'm just kidding. But who actually put his money where his mouth was and actually brought charges successfully. Were they perfect? Probably not, but I'm not a lawyer and I'm not a DA. So, you know, Alvin Bragg, I apologize because you have brought results and justice for some people. And that is, we are very grateful for you. So anyway, I'll leave you with that. And, you know, again, watch the space. Please sub up to the channel. Please make sure you hit notifications and make sure the bell is solid. Because if the bell isn't solid, you will not get notifications. So you have to make sure that when you subscribe, you also hit notifications and make sure you get all notifications, which makes your little bell solid. You can ring my bell, ring my bell, ring, you ring my... That's a great song, by the way. Anyway, all right. Thank you. Have a great evening. What time is it? I don't even know what time it is. All right. I love you all so much. Thanks again for coming. Have a great, great, great Wednesday, especially to those people for whom Wednesday is a very special day of the week. I hope your day is wonderful. All right. Bye. Where's my music? Oh, there it is. Beep. Bye.